Hey, let's get the show on the road.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics. We got a Thursday show and also kind of a wrap-up show because we had our very first space station show over on this space. If you guys do not know what this space is, it is a channel where we have a bunch of like-minded individuals where we all do different types of streams on the same network. So if you guys can go check out at this space TV on YouTube. It is an awesome little place that we got, and we just did an awesome little show. Also, yeah, had a pretty decent day. Outside of all that, I just, yeah, it's hard to breathe here in Chicago. Like, no joke, guys. It's bad. My voice just recovered. Actually, like right before I started the last stream. I sounded so much like Ben Mycelis. I mean, I can, like, it's still in the air. So, I'm Ben Mycelis. Donald Trump is out there, and he's about to make a speech. Maybe we'll workshop it, but pep smoke in the air, that sucks. Yeah, dude. No, it's not the fun smoke either. I was talking to my buddy and he was just like, if it's gonna be out there and it's gonna make my throat hurt, I might as well, might as well ride it high, you know what I mean? So it's literally hazy outside, you can see it. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, dude, seriously, here. I actually pulled up a story to show you guys just how bad it is, because it's bad. Here we go. Yeah, this is pretty much how the Midwest looks right now. Fucking insane.
Tonight, a smoky cloak of misery covering millions across the U.S.
Yeah, this is Chicago right now.
A thick haze swallowing iconic landmarks.
Yeah, that's literally...
A thick haze swallowing iconic landmarks like the Empire State Building in New York and Chicago's Navy Pier Ferris wheel along Lake Michigan.
Hey, can't even...
Insane here in Chicago.
Can't see shit.
The smoke is so thick we can smell it through these masks, and officials today pulled lifeguards from these beaches, just pleading with people to stay inside.
Yeah, but obviously there's a lot of people that just don't care.
Multiple Midwestern states.
He's a little smoky.
Now breathing the worst air in the world.
I've been pressing into my eyes because it's just like smoke.
It's hurting your eyes.
Yes, and you could smell it.
I was literally going, I taking big, deep breaths, like every breath felt heavy.
In New York City, people masking up.
Right now, the air quality is at a point that we have not seen since 2023.
Hey,
Culprit then
crazy.
And now wildfires in Canada. This stunning video shows the smoke there from above. More than 100 fires deemed out of control.
Why are they outside then? Because they're stubborn assholes that don't, like, honestly, this is kind of the thing about, like, Americans, is they think that nothing bad's going to happen to them. They don't understand.
Tonight, officials stressing the health dangers even for those without respiratory issues.
At unhealthy levels, everyone, not just people with asthma and heart conditions, not just older adults, everyone may feel health effects.
Dr. Carly
No, dude, I've been feeling like off all day.
Hampshire warning our Aaron McLaughlin.
Spending one day in poor air quality like this has often been compared to the equivalent of smoking about 7 cigarettes.
And back here in Chicago, as I took a picture of the city's smoky skyline, my iPhone assumed my lens was dirty. Tonight, danger lurking in the haze overhead, hovering across America.
Yep. Well, this is what we're dealing with right now. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? Yay, climate change. It's not a thing. Yep. Oh, she actually sent a picture here. Let me show you guys. Yeah, here you go. That's outside right now. I wore a respirator to water my lawn and garden. I think my tomato plants are just done today, so that kind of sucks, you know. But whatever. All right, so howdy, my throat has been scratchy and eyes itchy. Yeah, no, I've been dealing with that all day. I'm not feeling great either. Like I'm kind of powering through, but like I've felt like tired all day. Like it just does not. Yeah. One-way stop. Do you like Trump? No. Did you see the name of the stream? I named it his big dumb speech. I mean, I kind of wanted to at least make it so, hey, you guys know what you're getting into here. I'm not trying to fool nobody. I'm very open about my politics. I'm very open about my biases, even though I kind of learned today that I might not be as left as I thought. Jesus. Fucking A. You know what? All right. Let's do the wrap up. So for anybody that was on the show, how'd you think it went? Because I'll tell you what, man. I was not prepared for that. I'm just going to go out on a limb and just say that maybe that was not the best time to introduce somebody new to this space and then let them literally take it over. Also, I'm just going to say it. He said some pretty fucking pocket shit. Like he straight up did, where I was just like, oh, okay. Okay, I get it. Good news, Pep. I found a new kitty. Oh, you got a tabby? Nice. I love tabbies. Obviously. We'll get, had to check in. He has a hernia. Oh, yeah. One-way stop. Womp, womp. Whatever, man. No hate. No, I hate them, but Trump is getting all this hate, but he's fighting to help millions of people. Sure. Yeah, sure. That's exactly what he's doing. Had to eat your veggies, Pep. I mean, dude, it was I don't know, guys. Like, if you guys out of pocket, okay, definitely catching the VOD. Yeah, man. It got awkward. Like, it got awkward. There are a few moments that kind of almost pushed me over into where I was like, okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to be the bad guy here. But I just, I kept it to myself, you know. Whatever. But, yeah, no, it was fucked up. It was genuinely fucked up. At, like, one point, he legit just said, I hate white people. I was just like, okay. It's okay. Okay. Trump is GOAT. Well, you have the freedom to think that. This is America. Whoa. Why are there more people than likes? Some of y'all are slackers. May I make an announcement about the upcoming server at Pep Talks? Yes, Latino Mafune, please do. Yeah, that one was a test, Pep. Yeah. And like I said, maybe like I would be more than fine doing that with him if he didn't like legit like take over the entire, like, dude, honestly, that was not the show. Like, that's not what I was thinking of when I had the idea for a panel show on this space. I'm gonna be completely real. Because that was legit almost everything that annoys me about leftism in general, where it's just like, oh, okay, so you're literally giving, oh, this is a crash course into why people just don't listen to us. Okay, awesome. No, I love it. Bob McPherson, what happened? I essentially, got told that I don't understand, the plights of Black Americans, and then he legit just like said he hates what. Like, honestly, how fucking out of pocket is that shit? Where it's just like, okay, so you're gonna call us all racist, and then you're gonna fucking say that you hate white people? Fuck off, dude. This is the shit that legit any normie hears, like anybody hears that shit, and they fucking and God forbid they actually have any reaction to that. That was a no-win argument. That was a fucking stupid argument. Rebecca, thank you for the kind $20 donation. Really appreciate that. Look at that. Pushed us right over the goal. Hell yeah. That we're gonna be at like 110 tonight. Hell yeah. Here. So let's reset that then. We'll go. Yep, it's 110. Gotta love how it rounds down. But anyway. No, the thing that really bothered me is that there was no formal introduction at all. Whitey be sus. Whitey do be sus. Don't make it, That is definitely a true statement. Black folks can be racist asses too. We learn from the best. Peace Creek. Hell yeah, you're just like, hey, you know what? Fucking yep. Just adopt their tactics. Let's ride. I read The Art of War. Yep, hate that fucking conversion rate. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry, Rebecca. Thank you again. Thank you so much for the kindness. I really do appreciate it. Give me one sec. Yeah, it's right Thursday. Okay, sorry about that. It's so funny that it clarifies that it's Australian dollars. I know it's different, but it sounds funny. It is kind of funny. There will be a Discord server, This Space Social, for fans of this space and its hosts to join for free. Which, that's... somebody was just like, that's part of the joke, Pep. I was like, oh, yeah. So it's free! Come and join us. You don't tolerate racism? No, I'm not exactly, fucking cool with it. I hate that shit. I hate disingenuous arguments like that. I hate the fact that, through historical context, they can't have any, actual context to the conversation they're having. He would rather see me in the light of history. So he sees all white oppressors, and then I am right there. That's me. That's fucking racist as shit. He doesn't know dick about me. He doesn't know dick about, my family situation. That's the kind of shit that, honestly, that's, instant fucking tune out. But whatever, man. I'm so, that's where I kind of, I'm a little upset, because it's that could have been a fun show. I honestly did not have fun. Actually, it was more fun when we just had our This Spacers there, and then, yeah, we kind of got to, talk about it a little bit, but whatever. I'm glad. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation. Because, yeah, I'll just say this much. If you guys are looking towards the future shows, we'll see how that looks. Yeah, this is usually stuff that people do behind the scenes, but I don't give a fuck. Shit, what's the date today? 1/6? All right, hold on. I just realized I didn't update my my time code here. Was it like that? Because I've had that moment sometimes where I'm like, why don't white folks get it, man? Yeah, maybe I'm just not getting it, guys. I don't fucking know. I can tell you right now, he wouldn't even accept my apology if I did, because he actually did that. There was a guy in our chat that was like, I'm an older white guy. I'm, on behalf of, the older white boomers, we are sorry. And he's like, too little, too late. Apologies don't matter. It's like, dude, you're just never going to be happy. Fuck you. I hate assholes like that who just want to constantly just be like, no, whitey bad, whitey bad, whitey bad. Hey, what you gonna do? Fight me on this? Yeah, I am. I'm gonna fight you on that one because you know what? You sit here talking about how you want to bring people to to build this party and to build on these things while maintaining a demeanor that is only going to guarantee that you push people away. Good job. Past historical context does feed current culture. Behavior becomes embedded. Welcome to the uniculture, I guess. I mean, I would say that, yes, American culture has become, just like comfortable with systematic racism. Pep, chill. All right. I don't know. Yeah, you can't build community while pretending you're superior. That's kind of where it, I don't know. That's how it felt, bro. So, no, Etch, I'm being real though, man. That was a time. But I don't know. I mean, I didn't even know who the guy was, to be completely honest. Like I said, I had never met him before. I thought it was, as I said, I'm gonna just hash this out right here. That was a bad idea. It was our very first show. Welcoming on somebody who might be a future contributor on the very first show of something was not a good idea, especially when we don't even have the camaraderie yet between the current hosts. So, said maybe you're the most right-wing person on this space. That was funny. I did say that. I did totally say that. I mean, whatever. 100% Pep, that was a hostile statement. Yeah. Maybe it would be wise to ask him to clarify. I don't think you're reading him fairly, Pep. I mean, maybe not. I'll ask him on the next show. I'll just be like, hey, man, I got a few things that I'd like you to clarify. And if I don't like what he has to say, then I guess, tough titties. Some people are just that way, man. They only speak for themselves. I mean, the thing is, he wasn't not educational on it. Maybe he was perfectly clear. I think he was. That's the thing. He was pretty clear. He was definitely pretty clear. And my idiot ass is sitting here going okay, so you literally preach this and then you hold a double standard for yourself? What the fuck? I felt it clear, but I know he doesn't have ill intent to Pep personally. It felt clear. Oh, yeah. It sounds like your FD thing. It's kind of what it was. It was kind of no, oddly enough, it was weird where I was just like, oh, yeah, this is where I'm going to bring out my same talk, the same opinions that I have on FD signifiers, takedowns of leftist content creators. I don't know. That Santana guy is clear also. He also comes off racist as fuck. Who's Santana? What the fuck are you talking about, Santana? I bought a new cologne. It smells like your mama. That's kind of funny. Don't Pep knock it. Wait, what? What's up, Sylvie? Good to see you. Black content creator that debates. I have no idea. I hear Santana and I'm just like, Maria. I don't know what he was talking about. Alex is the Pep Whisperer. I'm so glad he called in during the FD thing. No, that was fun. No, that was a good discussion, but that's where it was like, oh, I was not prepared to have this discussion again with somebody that I have never even met, never talked to, never done anything with. I don't know. I'm gonna keep saying that. I don't know because I honestly don't know. I could have, yeah. Made me definitely rethink my place in this broader this broader experiment that we have. I'll say that much. Exactly, way better worded. Wait, I read that he meant as a what he meant as a description of the aggregate of the white political activity in history, rather than a commendation of every individual white person. I didn't really read it that way though. Because the thing is, he would contradict himself. Like, he would literally say one thing and then contradict himself. You know. But, so basically sounds like he wanted a fun panel, but what it was an Eat Your Veggie show. Yes, it was. Do you see why I read what he said that way, Pep? No, I do. No, I do. And that's why I'm admitting, like, maybe I'm taking it wrong, but it's how I took it in the moment, so. Yeah, apologize for being white. Yeah, see, that shit. Black supremacists go after the other black people just as viciously. I think that if you're a supremacist in any regard, you're kind of an asshole. But no, Natch actually like nailed that. That's exactly what it was. It was like, I wanted to have a fun show. Like, I wanted to get to know Carlos more. I wanted to get to know Jeff more. Alex, I mean, we're buds. But yeah, like, I thought it was just going to be like 6 current This Space collaborators doing a collaboration, having fun, bringing our audiences together and kind of laughing. But nah, it got into like preachy ass territory. I'll be honest, like this is just like a semantical thing, but I also I think it's kind of BS, like I said, like the fact that you know, we set this up for that reason, and like we could barely get a word in edgewise. Okay, that's cool. I think these movements mean different things to different people. I guess so. Like I said, I don't think that I take this... I take life way less seriously than a lot of people, and honestly, yeah. My philosophy on internalized racism, supremacy, complexes heavily come from Kendi. His works are also good if you're into reading. I'm not. Later, chat. I hope the rest of the show is great for everyone. Reverend, I appreciate that. I'm headed out to have dinner and hang out with my besties. But I'll leave the stream up and... Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Rev. Also, thanks for checking in. Have fun with your friends, man. Have a great day out. Like, God, that's what we need more of. Just people to go have a good old time. It was the first episode. Don't stress. I'm not like stressed, but I am definitely, I don't know. I'm kind of hyper aware of what this, like, that's why I even made the analysis at the end there, where I was just like, okay. Especially when it comes to the black supremacy, that is a very, very fractured movement, and it's kind of pushed as a distraction. I mean, I kind of felt that way. I kept, like, we keep talking about wanting to have these big changes, right? Well, like I said, how do we get that if we don't have, you know, like a coherent frickin' system of people? What the hell just happened here? Sorry, guys. Could BRG be trying to get a reaction for content? The thing is, let's put it this way: if he like in any way, shape, or form cuts that up to try and make me look bad, that would be the end of my time with this space and a whole lot of other things. If he was to continue to be propped up, I'm telling you right now, that was the clicky. Like, this is the bullshit that I've been talking about. Where I'm like, this is literally the fucking problem. Oh, hey, my dinner's ready. I need to go grab that. Here, getting close to the Chart of the Union. Yes, we are. We're about a half hour out. I still can't find a feed that is non-copyright. OTAPs are a fringe on the left and the right and have no power or influence. So I wasn't there for whatever happened. It's not whatever. It's not drama. It's more so just like I said. It turned into a preach fest, and I mean, we did some good stuff with covering the DSA. CBS and NBC, I think it was, aren't streaming it. No, I know. Neither is ABC. Yeah, ABC's. So right now I got C-SPAN up, but the thing is, C-SPAN, for some fucking reason, they like to lock their stuff down, which is insane. I mean, maybe the Associated Press will have it. Yeah, I mean, they're on now, so I think I'll be able to get it. I hope. I just hope that I don't get a notice or anything. All these places are too afraid to criticize the president. Alex is an excellent communicator. No, he is, and he did a great job running the show. Like I was kind of saying, I think that my biggest gripe is the fact that I had no idea what I was walking into, which is kind of my fault because I wasn't as communicative as I could have been on the other side. Oh my god, I just realized I have got to go get... Yeah, I gotta go get my food. I'll be right back. In the oven. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, hot. That will definitely take a minute. Good. All right. Chicken Kiev. All right. The topic switched to a much heavier topic. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't think so, but the statement was out of left field, and the pause after was deafening. Good thing Alex was there to take it. Dude, I mean, did you see me and Jeff? Just our faces were like, mm-hmm. Oh, that's cool. Cool. Yeah. You know, just gonna be real, man. That was fucked up. I'm definitely going to have to go back and watch this, whatever happened. I mean, you guys, yeah, you will definitely have to go and watch it. I mean, Sylvie, I can already tell how this is going to go. And honestly, I kind of want to just avoid it. I've been having the most random shit for breakfast. Today is kimbap, so I don't even know what that is. Kimbap? What is that? When are we not all collectively pissed at Trump? That was a good question. Can't wait to for the big shark to start yapping and make a fool of himself. For breakfast, you're savage. Yeah, what is kimbaps? All right, need a little bit of a background on this one, guys, because I don't know what that is. It's like Korean sushi, but oh shit, really? Ooh, that sounds good. I was more bothered by him describing the Black Panther Party as a Maoist, or I'll be honest, when he's like, oh, a Maoist, I'm just like, do you understand? This is literally, like, if you want to be used as propaganda against the left, good job. Like, I'm a Maoist, he says. It's just like fucking... I like how Alex also took that one, and he's like, I'm not an ist. And yeah. Space Feed crashed on me earlier. It was a good show. I mean, dude, I thought it, like, I had a time. It wasn't a bad time, but it was a time. It was definitely, like, I'll be honest, man, it was not what I was expecting to go into, like, and that's why I think that I'm having a hard time kind of coping with it, where I'm just like, yeah, you know, that was not the show that I was looking to do, but I'll try and make it back for the big speech. Hell yeah. You're living it up out there. Care to share? Yeah, no shit. It crashed on me during your Taylor Lorenz comment. Oh, she's coming for me, guys. I'll watch it and give you an honest take on Discord. No, I appreciate that, Natch. You got, like, don't be afraid, like, to give me your takes, guys. Like, Sylvie, I value yours as well, because I know that you can give me a breakdown on where I went wrong or something like that, but I'll just be like, bro was just trying to be contrarian, legit. Who the fuck is a Maoist? Not even China has any Maoists anymore. No. And it was just annoying. It was just annoying. It was fucking annoying. Like, where I was just like, dude, like, what? Like, fucking hey. But I would probably have been a lot better had I known what I was walking into. And I could have just been like, hey, yeah, all right, like, I'm here to learn. But I went in looking to have fun, and I did not have very much fun. So, what the frick is going on with this, dude? Okay. Taylor Lorenz. Your app cringed so hard it died. I mean, dude, I'm having some really bad problems over here on YouTube. I'm gonna be honest. I'm actually having a hard time even pulling this up. Like, it's not letting me click on the video for Trump. It really be like that sometimes. With all respect, there are tons of people who call themselves Maoists in the U.S. and people consider themselves sympathetic to Mao in China. Okay. But my pen name is Blackfire. Nice. Have you seen Trump when he was in wrestling and he shaved Big Man's head bald? I watched that live. Yeah, I watched that live with Umaga. Umaga and Bobby Lashley. And Bobby Lashley won against Umaga. And they brought out the clippers and shaved Vince McMahon's head in the middle of the ring. Yep. Am I going to watch my pedophile POS president speak tonight? Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, it's one of those ones that we are going to watch because it could have serious repercussions. So, we'll see. Like 20 different parties, LOL. Well, see, this is where, like, I was more than happy to cover, like, the DSA stuff. I'm really glad we covered. Like, that was awesome. We covered the stuff that Emma was breaking down on Tuesday, and I thought that was a learning experience for me. And then we started talking, Jeff started talking about, like, what we can do, and I mean, maybe this is where I just need to shut the fuck up because I'm not an organizer. I am legit just a, shithead comedian that fucking covers politics when it comes down to it. That's, at the end of the day, that's exactly what it is. I need to, like, my own therapist is like, you gotta stop doing that. You gotta stop talking about yourself like that, because I've mentioned it that way to her, and she was just like, nah, realistic, like, it's like, no, I can admit, again, just, I'm in it for, like, I would love to see the world change, and I want to perpetuate change, and I want to get behind change. But I have learned through doing this that there are a lot of people there out here that take this shit way more seriously, that would benefit. And like, my one good critique is they could benefit from chilling the fuck out. Mao established a state capitalist regime. Socialists are supposed to build a democratic alternative to capitalism instead of other types of capitalism. Yeah. Pap, I watched the Henry versus Trick match on YouTube. Nice. What have you done? I picked up a new anti-racism book this morning, so I can swiftly recover all of the brain cells I'll lose by hearing the orange shithead talk this evening. Nice. In the U.S., Maoists are fringe, even among the left. That's what I was saying. Like, the fact that he was acting like his take on leftism is way more mainstream. I don't know. But now I am starting to litigate things that aren't fair because I don't want to misappropriate what he was saying. So, I'll let his performance on our panel kind of speak for itself, but I don't know. Personally, I didn't feel like there was much gained. Socialism is transitional. It's in context of the 19th century Chinese experience. Mao basically did the thing. I know that Latino, but the statement I responded to insinuated that nobody actually calls themselves that. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. So, did you see the statement from the guy who got heated by the bison? Apparently, he was distracting the bison to keep his nephew safe. That took stones? No, he did. That's when he shook the second tree. I knew that's what he was doing. The good news is he's doing well. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that he's doing well. Sucks you had a bad time. I'm hoping it was educational for the audience. No, it was definitely educational for the audience. I think it was actually like a decent stream. Like we did have like a good stream. Like the back and forths were there, but yeah, for me personally, it just, I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking before I say some shit that's gonna create some fucking more division. Unlike some people, I actually want to, bring unity to the left and not do this thing where it's like, well, I'm better than you, so fuck you. Next episode, make it all comedy and games. It should have been that. I mean, that's where I'm gonna bring that up. Like, I mean, I hope that Alex or any of the guys, like, if y'all were there, I hope that this is something that you guys can take from it. Yeah, I would like it to be a little more fun next time. Sometimes a bad trip ends up being a good experience. I mean, again, I don't want to misappropriate the fact that I didn't have a good experience. Like, again, I learned something. Definitely got my eyes opened up to some new perspectives. I learned a lot about DSA tonight. But I also don't understand how people can piggyback with DSA and then also like do that thing where everything they believe is kind of antithetical to the DSA success. But whatever. You need to be on the same page with the other hosts about your creative goals, Pep. I think I am. I thought I was. I thought that I've been pretty open and honest about this. I might not have been clear, but I don't think that I have any ambiguity as to what I'm trying to accomplish or what I'm trying to fucking bring to this space or like the broader left. My family enjoyed listening to your stream. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, anyway. We will make the next one more fun. Bottom line is, it will be more fun. No matter what. It's going to be a good old time. I just know that, yeah, we do need to figure out what we're doing. PLA's NRV by keyboard doesn't have... What? Daddy Low? What the hell are you talking about? Okay. Let's here. It's inevitable for miscommunication to happen from time to time with any organized group. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I kind of felt like this one was a little different, though. I'll just be honest. But either way, I think that what we're all trying to accomplish is realistically the same thing. You know, I want socialized medicine, and I want people to fucking have better quality of life. And if that means, you know, having more socialist programs and things like that. I know, I break it down so fucking simple to the point where it's just like, people are like, well, it's more nuanced than that. I'm like, I understand, but I don't know. What we're fighting? Fuck, man. Alright, let's try this. Got some chicken. The chicken stuffed with broccoli and cheese. Pap, you're using big words. Uh-oh. Words are hard. Democratic socialism is the move here, methinks. It is. But that's where I was kind of saying, like, once we catch that car, I know that there's a lot of people that are more than happy to, like, start driving it even further, you know what I mean? So, I feel like we do have to, get on the same page, but also, I'm not gonna fucking... I ain't trying to be preachy about it. My biggest preach here is calm the fuck down and take yourself a little less seriously. God damn, too many people take themselves way too seriously. We should make sure our systems serve the people before serving capital. That's what socialism really means. I know. No, I know. I totally know. And that's where, to be honest, if socialism or whatever, if it works in certain areas where we need it, great. But if it works good on paper, but if you look at the Soviet Union, it didn't work. Yeah, but it was like a different type of, like it was a different type of socialism. And it was also, you know, essentially taken over by oligarchs. But the thing is, that's just my basic fucking historical view on it, because I'm not really that much of a student on that kind of stuff. All I know is that we be where we are and we need to change. I suppose whatever helps our fellow being. That's the thing. I want everybody to be fucking happier and just chill the fuck out. Like, god damn. But... I'll say it. Stalin's cult of personality fucked it. Hot take Nestle. Wait, what? I mean, it's not necessarily a hot take, but that's very targeted. Citizens should never be forced to pay for school lunches, childcare, healthcare, national park admission, or street parking on any public road anywhere in the nation. I'm sorry. I don't... the parking one. I don't know, man. I don't know about that, brother. I already have to fight for parking spots as it is. I don't think so. I'm sorry. Not at least, like, not in Chicago. Let's test it in New York first and see how that works, okay? Yeah, it's understandable, like how America was supposed to be able to vote on everything, but now it's being taken over by the same, rich-ass people. Yeah. No, it's fucking ridiculous, dude. All right. Okay, so NBC is covering... Ooh, PBS. I can do PBS. Here we go. PBS will... Oh, nope. AP. There we go. AP will definitely not fucking strike me on this. Ha ha ha. All right. Well, we'll keep this going. On the background here, we... Actually, here. You know what? Honestly, we should just have a mixed capitalism, socialism and communism, basically to do checks and balances on each other, and it should be a vote of who... I mean, that... Honestly, that's the first time I've ever actually heard it articulated like that, so Ghost Train. Interesting. Avatala, the Winged Wolf, how's it going? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. It's good to see you. Jomet, communism is the, or in the Soviet Union was a different form of socialism. Yeah, that's what my very basic understanding of it is, but I don't know. That's pretty much the long and short of everything that I have to say about all of it is just, I don't know. All I know is I am fucking exhausted, and that's not how that should be. But yes, I know Soviet Union was working on communism, and I accidentally said something else. I apologize for it earlier. Sorry again. That's okay. I would think you'd be actually more on board with the socialism and expanding democracy, which means adding more democratic systems in place to check power. Be worker controlled. Yeah, I like the worker. Oh my god, the worker control angle was pretty fucking cool. Like, no lie, that was cool. Like, I like where the DSA is going, and I do have faith that, like, if we don't like step on our own fucking toes, this could actually work. But is chat going to theory again? I did not plan that, by the way. Yeah, this is my wife's. Mine is somewhere, so I don't know where my can koozie went. Somewhere in this house. Socialism proverbially can function. Communism is fundamentally flawed. Listen, I ain't educated enough on that to really speak one way or another. I'll put it that way. So if somebody wants to take that one and run with it, go ahead. I don't know. Does anybody have a better way that I could probably communicate, like with this subject specifically? Because it literally feels like, shut the fuck up, whitey. Check your white privilege and just listen. It's just like, okay. But then you literally said you hate white people, and I'm not going to let that go. That was fucked up. If he was joking, he bombed. Like, he bombed hard. If socialism is so bad, why do we fund Israel and Argentina? I don't know. I just love it when we institute checks and balances and the president tries to eliminate them while simultaneously proving the necessity of checks and balances. Yeah, you shouldn't take it personally, in my opinion. I'm trying not to. I'm also not trying... I'm legit trying not to take it personally, but I'm also trying to, like, get an idea of how to even engage with it. Because I don't know. By the way, Hermit, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. We will be covering Trump's BS here in a little bit. Keep that in the background just so everybody kind of knows this is what we're doing today. Communism is a critique on the capitalist system in a sense. It's not an end destination with set policies. It's a practice of making systems serve the people. I'll be honest, I didn't really know that. That's actually like the first time I've had it broken down in a really solid way where I was just like, oh, okay. Good job, Sylvie. All right. As for the founding fathers and how they set everything up, I lost your comment. Oh, there we go. As for the founding fathers and how they set everything up, they didn't think that they would have to explain it to an adult like a 4-year-old, let alone that we would all allow the corruption. Oh, yeah. This is what I meant by the terms being so confused. Everyone thinks a different thing when you say communism. Yes, and that's why I was kind of saying, I'm like, if we can get to a place where we have a coherent idea of how to sell this to people, I keep saying sell because that's what it is, and not have them wince immediately and just go, I don't know. Like, dude, that's like 90% of people when you try, like, you've all dealt with this if you've talked about communism with any fucking normie. This shouldn't be an outlier where it's just, I don't know about that. Richard Wolff does a good job of communicating this stuff. Call it democracy at work or call it whatever. Look at systems and how well they serve people. If they don't serve the people well enough, or they could serve them better, we want to work to create a system that does. You can't cheat an honest man if an honest man says that you can, or that you do something bad to their family, that they're going to take care of you and better believe it. Yeah, but I mean, on a smaller scale, that's just anybody that has a government that they believe in, which, I'll be honest, I don't think, I'll never just blanketly trust a government or anybody in the government. That ain't never happening. Gotta go. Dinner has arrived. Thought I had more time. Don't worry about it. Hope you can join us for the big dumb speech in a little bit. The only thing chat is missing right now is Anna. Yeah, I saw Anna was in chat for that. I was like kind of hoping that she was gonna chime in and also like let me know where I could have done better. Because realistically, that was the biggest thing. Hey, there she is. Look at that. Holy crap. Let's see what the Chudden... That was really crazy. We actually just said, like, we were just like, yeah, I kind of wish Anna or Learda were here in chat to discuss this with us. And poof, here you are. It's like the bat signal. Yeah, no shit. Damn. The Anna signal. Say her name and she appears. I believe in a Learda. Yep. There is no way for the people of the nation to force all powerful state with a monopoly on both violence and capital to serve their interests. I mean, right now, that's the thing, is like recognizing that, yes, right now it's a fucking uphill battle. But, yeah, I don't know. Did a recap. I'm not sure if you've been here for it. I liked your talk with Black Red Guard. You did? Okay. So I didn't do, like, horribly. I don't know. I kind of, like, covered it here. Did it, like, I didn't... I felt like I did not expect it, so it was just, like, so out of fucking left field for me that I was just like, huh. You're on his side, not gonna lie. I kind of figured. I kind of figured that much. The fuck? God damn it. The center of this is cold. Fuck me. God damn it. I'll be right back. That sucked. Oh, God, here we go.
Than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women's sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world.
The fuck are you
America
talking
is
about?
respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in
we accept it. He
our
just
great,
Freudian
big,
slipped this.
beautiful bill are saving
I wouldn't have
hardworking
accepted it
families
otherwise.
thousands and thousands of dollars.
This
like
might
with
be a
the
carbon copy of the
provisions,
last address.
no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are...
Ghost Train, thank you for the $20 donation. That's awesome. Thank you.
At their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov. This will ultimately reduce.
Every time he lies about numbers, he always does this, where it's just like 200, 300%.
Cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up.
God, I wish I could put this at 1.25.
Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide with the murder.
Does this guy not know about the Alamo?
Rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than
Self-answering question.
125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure, one where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes.
There it is.
And really exposes like levels never thought possible to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you, the American people, our beautiful, our great American people. But that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly. And
okay, so he's admitting that these vulnerabilities were in the 2024 election. So that means that we're going to revisit that, right? I know I've been saying this a lot, but it's the simple one.
That's what we're doing.
Like, what are we doing?
The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other...
Isn't that everything that you wanted, dude? So why don't you just ask China for that information now?
...sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to...
And how did we know about this then?
Me as president.
I've already heard about this. Didn't you guys hear about this?
President or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge...
Pep, I'd love to know what your normie friends think about this speech.
They did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say the cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-20...
To you, you dumb fuck. You were the president during that election.
2018.
What the fuck?
The Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements
like, yeah, your CIA, you dumb motherfucker.
that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Separately, in mid-2019, the Chinese government's strategy against the United States was focused on undermining domestic confidence in the U.S. president. They wanted to just make you sound like your president wasn't so hot, when actually your president has done a great job, and they did everything possible to do exactly that. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against
your own. I remember your own DOJ warning you about this.
The President of the United States of America.
Damn it, man.
The Chinese government
The
sought to
gaslighting is out of
identify
control.
U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world.
Yeah, we've really shown
These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's
So why didn't they do this in 2024? I mean, that's what I've been asking.
Targeting were kept out.
It's this. He's saying the same system is still in place. How did you win all of these if the whole goal was to keep you out of office, you dumb fuck?
Of the
I'm glad that, like, he's kind of doing this because this is going to kind of expose that whole thing. If there's any commentators that are worth a damn.
Presidential briefing.
Adam Mockler.
These were briefings.
This will be the easiest thing to shoot down, where it's like, okay, then why isn't he paying attention to the 2024 election? Oh, because he won?
Almost every day, everything was kept
nothing,
out that was
nothing wrong with that.
of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press.
Worst
Other
part is my
officials
dad's
who
going to buy
witnessed
into this
such
horse
efforts
shit. Oh, yeah.
perceived
There's a
the
lot of people that will.
motivations to be blatantly political.
Yeah.
Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning.
It was your government. How in the fuck is this happening?
The third set of documents.
How is nobody just like
we are releasing proves that for many
doing
years
the fact check on this
Americans were blatantly lied to about the
Somebody do me a favor. Find somebody that's doing a fact check on this.
security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack.
Teo's going to do a reaction?
As
All right,
one
I'll
assessment
check it out.
states, we judged that the United States adversaries, including
Yeah, I
at
also
a minimum,
remember Trump seeming to dox Obama.
Russia.
Then pardon January 6ers attempting to off Obama. Yep.
China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state
Keep saying
that,
supposedly.
quote, we assess that centralized election-related data
Somebody in media, he's using coded language to make sure he doesn't get sued.
repositories such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our
You're being affected by that smoke too, which is ironic because you've contributed to it.
democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned. They couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted.
Dude, his tells are so fucking.
The FBI in Detroit.
Wild.
The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed Yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking...
What? No. Wait a minute, Obama. Biden literally saw those investigations through.
The FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes.
They've already
Finally,
got the
to reveal
targets
just how
on who they're going to
vulnerable
go
our
after.
elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review of state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so...
He's literally just detailing all the ways he used to cheat. Oh, my God. Yeah.
...that no one can possibly defend.
He's telling us what he did.
It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people.
How is he fucking bored with his own damn speech?
Are listed and active on the voter rolls. And yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is
counting the votes by hand? Actually, funny enough, like you want?
Worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a...
You are in control of the government. How in the fuck did this serve the radical... Like, I'm sorry, if they were cheating, they were really bad at it.
Great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should
so you're
mean
gonna
a
fucking,
revocation.
You're going to actually interfere in the elections?
Of their licenses.
Good job.
They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing.
News stations should take this. He will attack the
for multi-billion-dollar.
I'll be honest. I'm glad that Disney and ABC didn't back down on this last time where he was threatening to sue him again. They actually said, like, go ahead.
Assets.
We will take you to court and we'll win.
Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen, and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody, and it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by
it's all going to be blue states, ironically.
The People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we
Then how did you win?
are committing to fix it.
Seriously, then how did he win? If this was true, he wouldn't be the president right now.
And we're also committing to be working with those states and local
Fuck, I can't do this. I'll be back later. All right, Rebecca, I don't blame you.
jurisdictions to help
You don't have to either. You
them
don't
fix
have
and
to actually
patch
pay attention to
known
this.
technical vulnerabilities.
Wait, but our voting machines aren't hooked up to the internet. No, but he's literally.
For the midterm elections, we have very important elections
we knew
coming
what
up.
this was. We
want
knew
those
it was coming.
elections, to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls
There we
and
go.
direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately.
There it is.
But most importantly, addressing this crisis of
Yeah, they're
election
1,000% not going to knock off anybody that voted for the Democrats.
security
This is just
demands that
fear-mongering. It
Congress
is.
must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad.
Oh my God, the projection is off the fucking wall with this guy.
And your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way.
What's up,
This
Alabama
landmark bill
anarchist? How you
requires
doing?
that all
Come in.
voters must show photo, voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo, voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully
they do.
There will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched
God.
California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or
Gotta make sure those going on business trips.
vacation.
Know all about
These
that.
reforms
And
are
vacation.
urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
Awkward. That was awkward. All right, so for comments, go to NBC, they said.
So that they can't.
Oh, Phil and
maybe
Lindsay are
we can
doing it.
work our way backwards.
Yeah.
Is the address a rerun? No, I mean, we're live right now, so we need to talk about one of the reasons I also wanted to go live is, and part of the reason that they didn't air this on ABC and NBC live on TV.
I actually
they still
do give a
streamed
shit
it,
what
is
they have to say
because,
about this.
One, like it seemed like it didn't rise to like a national emergency sort of situation. It felt like it was going to be like a claim and almost like it started with a campaign speech.
Yeah.
So right off the top, right, we have Senate Republicans saying that the Save America Act cannot pass. We saw what the House tried to do, but in the Senate right now, they'd have to bypass a 60-vote filibuster. And so
Yeah, she's running for state
without
house.
Any of the the Mitch McConnell mess,
And
what
apparently
happened
she's
there,
poised to
and
win
Lindsey
in
Graham's
Georgia.
Sister, like none of that really matters.
Never
Like,
thought that as a
like maybe you get a Fetterman because he's Fetterman and has been a different person for a while. But yeah, and then we get into like this. I have a number of places open that we can go through. Trump's talked about Venezuela constantly.
Nobody was doubting that he was going to bring that up.
Brought attention when in the days after the 2020 election, Trump's lawyers, Giuliani and Powell, accused voting machine company Dominion Voting Systems and election software firm Smartmatic of secretly being Venezuelan businesses that rigged elections for the nation's former leader, Hugo Chavez. They then go into... what was it? They initiated
in individual places could be vulnerable, but we have 50 different states that run 50 different elections in every presidential cycle. The idea that one foreign actor could get in and manipulate enough of those to overturn or change the results of the election without being caught is nearly impossible. That's part of the reason that we set up the system the way that we did, and there is simply no evidence that's ever occurred. And the president did not provide that evidence tonight.
Let me go to our senior reporter, Jane Tim, who covers this very topic, election administration, election policy domestically here in the United States. And Jane, there's a fair amount to unpack here as the president covered some ground, again, making claims that it does not appear are backed up by some of the documents that he's shown as we're looking through some of the specifics here.
Yeah, I mean, the top line that I keep coming back to is the fact that in this country, we audit paper ballots. Most jurisdictions in the U.S. use paper ballots.
Yeah.
That's what we check. So talking about digital manipulation of ballot
the fact
results.
that you use a touch screen on your ballot doesn't actually mean that like anything changes. And the thing is, when you get your printout, you can check it, you can proofread it.
In Venezuela, which is what I heard him talking about. It doesn't apply here in the same way. There are places that do have digital ballots, though we have other ways of checking those results. But that's sort of the top line for me, is that we use paper ballots in this country. So if something like this was attempted, and we know that all systems are vulnerable in some way, if this was attempted, we would know. We would be able to catch it. We would be able to check it. That's sort of how our local system works. And I will say that I've already been talking to election officials while I was listening to you guys. And the first thing they said was, if the president is worried about this, why did he gut the federal agency that was helping election officials protect against foreign interference, that was helping them protect their election infrastructure, if this is a top concern here?
Jane Tim, thanks. I want to very quickly bring in our chief White House correspondent, Garrett Haake. In about
ABC
15 seconds, Garrett, I'm going to
NBC
ask for a quick pause, but just in a sentence or two, can you give me your overall thoughts? I know that's a challenge.
Broadly, the president's concerns about election security don't support his conclusion. He ended with the line that might have been ad-libbed about elections being stolen, but he didn't support it.
Quick pause so more of our stations can join.
Okay, well, let's go back here.
It's that such technology, chiefly created by a company called Smartmatic, that had been used to commit large-scale electronic fraud in Venezuela.
Yeah, he's
More
like
important, the
low.
analysis said there was no evidence that Venezuela could use the technology to affect elections in the United States. To repeat, the analysis said there was no evidence that Venezuela could use the technology to affect elections in the United States. Also, the stuff that he was talking about with China also seemed very much of trying to influence public, right? Which we've seen. It seems like every foreign power does to every other foreign power.
And we already knew that there were attempts. They attempted to do this. We already knew this.
Yeah, I don't think everyone's like, not China.
Oh, gosh.
Our buddy. But as far as the integrity of our actual elections, I mean, if you want to talk about influence campaigns,
the thing is, we
all
already,
the way back to
like you just said, we knew
right?
this.
No one's like, they don't like talking about Cambridge Analytica. They don't like
Bob Mueller, 8647 Mueller. Fucking that motherfucker was out here saying that this was a thing, and Trump, all he had to say was, "Nuh-uh, I don't think it's a problem."
Talking about all the ways that people were manipulated.
Yeah.
Right?
And are still being manipulated, but that was like the big catalyst for everything.
And whenever Trump talks about the Russia hoax, right, he tries to conflate separate things.
Yeah.
Right? We know that Russian bot farms tried to manipulate our elections, and he keeps bringing it back to him actually having some pinky promise, give a little kiss deal with Putin. And it's like, no, we're not saying that.
Yeah.
That's
we're not saying y'all did this together.
God. Yeah, and let's see, we have Michael Gold. Trump spent considerable time railing against mail-in ballots, which he has made central to his unfounded and disproven claims of widespread election fraud. Though Trump has tried to make this a partisan issue, many Republicans in Congress, particularly those in states that rely heavily on voting by mail, oppose his efforts to limit the practice. And that's the thing, is I know that we talk about Democrats obviously heavily use mail-in ballots, but there are states where Republicans either perform at the same rate or certain, I mean, I'll hold saying states, at least certain places where Republicans use mail-in voting as much, if not more.
Well, I've always wanted to say this too. What would the implications be if there was mass mail-in voting fraud? You would have a lot of people who show up to vote and they're like, why wasn't my vote counted?
Right.
Well, because their big thing, right? So a lot of their big thing is like, oh my God, those votes came in out of nowhere. And it's like, but I remember the 2020 election, like in the lead up to it, we had to make several videos explaining, hey, right? Votes are going, like votes that were mailed on time that are legal are going to get counted several days after. Like there are laws around this. And so this was one of his big things where it got to the Supreme Court, where they tried to kill mail-in ballots that arrived after Election Day, and that barely survived.
And lest we forget, they were destroying mail sorting machines.
And I mean, I remember also in the lead up to 2020, like we were so scared about who we put in charge of the USPS because it was like, what are they going to do? And even there, like there probably are going to be some concerns because there are big pushes from Trump to say, hey, like we're gonna crack down on states that don't give the voter rolls.
Yeah.
Right. So once again, it comes down to what is he going to try and pull off with the arrests, anything like, or arrest charges, anything like that? How much of it is a chilling effect? How much of it is him taking it to another completely different level?
Yeah.
And so that's a big thing. Jeremy and everyone else that's been donating to lindsayforga.com/donate. And I'm very interested to see lindsayforga.com/shop.
Oh, yeah.
Are you able to see the shop numbers?
Yeah, but I was kind of wanting it to be a surprise.
At the end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, too late.
Is this right now?
This is right now how much we raised today.
I don't
Should
know.
I say?
Let's wait till the end.
Okay.
I kind of feel like
Let's wait till the
I
end.
just love you guys so much. Thank you. We could almost get another billboard.
It's totally worth fighting these damn two flies.
I had these notes that I was so ready to use, and it's so relevant to everything you're saying because I don't want to misspeak.
Sure. Yeah.
Because when I speak, I make sure I'm telling the truth. State House rep, more responsible than president.
Let's see. It's notable that while President Trump used this speech to suggest American elections are vulnerable to be rigged and stolen, he did not actually assert or provide any specific evidence that any vote was changed or altered in the 2020 election. He did claim that Venezuela's election was rigged in 2020, however, as expected by many in Congress. Yeah. Same thing there. Let's see what we have our people over at NBC News saying. Fact check. Trump says he took office after the worst. They're like, oh God. We got to start at the beginning of the speech.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Trump said less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster after the worst inflation in 48 years.
What the fuck is happening? We're watching Philip DeFranco and his wife fact
this
check.
needs context. When Trump took office in January 2025, inflation as measured by the Consumer Price Index was 2.9%, which is generally considered low by economists. The Federal Reserve's target for inflation is only slightly lower at 2%. The worst inflation occurred in June of 2022 when it was 8.9%, which was Joe Biden during a global pandemic. And then to speak to where things calm down, inflation fell as low as 2.3% in April of 2025, right before Trump unveiled his global tariffs. And then, and so as of the latest reading, inflation is now 3.5%. So we call it the Trump effect. When you go get gas. And it's on its way back. I was saying to Lindsay, I was like, things calm down. It's back down to 349. It still wasn't as low as, before his pointless fucking war, where he ended up bombing a school full of kids. Great job.
Yeah.
But it jumped like 30 cents at the gas station I used.
Yeah,
and I was like, okay, it's back on. That's right. I know that like the American public has got, like somehow Donald Trump has made a fucking war boring.
Yeah,
where
that's what
it's
happened.
Like everyone's just like, I have no idea what's happening. It's on, it's off. We won 17 times. What? What are you talking about?
No,
and then you only see
it
it kind of reflected in gas prices. And a thing that will always bother me is when he likes, when we talk about like the stock market falling because of some crazy stuff, it's very largely because he looks at it as a singular point of success, which it is not. Right? We've talked about the K-shaped economy. There's only like, I'd say the top 10%, maybe there's a slight difference in percentage, that benefit greatly in the moment from the stock market. Obviously, he's like trying to tie it to more people. And
that's why he ties our 401k to it.
There's the Trump kid accounts.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's like something that it sounds like, oh, people should probably take advantage of, but also it's, when I've talked to economists, they're like, it is to a certain degree a way to like prop up the stock market even more, where it's like that is where more and more money is getting funneled. And even with the rise of retail investors and all that, it's a very it's not a full house of cards, but kind of, especially with how it feels like the stock market has become just a big casino and the valuations don't make sense. Yeah.
No, not at all. Well, back to what he was saying, just some notes I have.
Let's do it.
I think he's trying to preload stolen election for the midterms.
Yeah.
He's laying the groundwork.
Yeah.
And
he's
so he's going to be
normalizing
like,
this.
Trying to be on your best behavior.
Even though he when he went to China, he was such a good little boy for Xi. He was like, she's my best friend.
He is not.
He's like, the Chinese can't be trusted except Xi.
Yeah. Or Zoran too.
Oh, well, Zoran. Hey, who doesn't? So charming. Fly!
I do have to wonder, I would love to talk to people who are still fans of Trump, and I would like to have a genuine conversation to see how this lands.
Good luck. Most of it is just like, Trump's your daddy.
Have to be people that are tired.
It's tired bullshit, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of different buckets of people, right?
Look at
Did you hear about China?
Conservative on
Yes,
Reddit.
we did.
You're gonna go to our conservative?
Yeah, I'm on.
I mean,
all the
I will
time.
say
I don't participate.
Oh, she's going to our
Reddit,
conservative. Oh fuck! I was about to
love
bail
to
from
read.
this. Well, hold on. We can wait just a second.
Oh God, yeah. Long Scalp says when the AI bubble pops, all of our 401ks will evaporate.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. When I've talked to economists, they're like, hey, even if you look at like the .com boom and bubble pop, there were winners. But there are certain things like once again, like an Elon Musk company, it trades often on vibes. SpaceX is like a very weird thing based off of how much stock they made available to retail investors and how much is like still being privately held. And then of course you have to worry about the waiting period for when people that had the stock are able to offload it. But every economist I talk to is like, this is a batshit crazy thing. What were we gonna say?
So just on r/conservative, is this really anything new? So they're talking about the China thing. Is this like they've had that information for longer? Someone else said, sorry, but until people are perp walked, I'm tired of hearing about it. Put up or shut up. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if you are the biggest fan of his, it's like, how many times can he say?
Thank you.
And here,
That's
bro,
I'm
if
glad
you're
she's
going to
doing
call a
this,
news
man.
conference, come with the receipts prepared.
Yep.
And that's the top 1% commenter.
And
on this.
and the thing is, he kept doing that thing where he was just like, maybe. It's alleged. Like, he kept using coded language like that.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the main things I'm seeing from
tastes like
journalists
smoke
that are
down
hopping
here.
on to whitehouse.gov. He said whitehouse.gov, but then at the time he mentioned it, you had to click like the top header to actually get into like the files. And a lot of people are saying a lot of this is not new. At the very least, a lot of this is not new. I'm not going to say all of it.
NBC was saying that
But
none
it
of this
might
was
be new to people who don't pay
new.
attention.
Yeah.
Maybe, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like just him saying we have the documents is going to be enough for the person that just doesn't have time to focus on this.
That's what I mean,
right?
yeah.
I think of someone like, I mean,
China.
so some people that we know
Yeah.
that'll be like, oh, well, he dropped the files. And I'm like, did you look at it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to read media literacy. You have to read past the headline. You have to read past Trump's words, because he can just say something and point you in this direction, but if you don't actually read the things.
Yeah. I'm like bouncing. The poor fact checkers today. They're like, oh, God.
I hope they got some good sleep last night.
Here we go. Election officials are responding to Trump's speech. Let's see.
There
Michigan
typing
Secretary
that
of State
fucking lightning
Jocelyn
speed,
Benson,
just
a
like,
Democrat, said Trump was rehashing
wait, I wasn't
debunked and
done
baseless
yet.
conspiracy theories
crap.
about an election he lost almost 6 years ago. She said Michigan's elections are safe and secure because in every election, over 1,600 bipartisan professional
can't
election
find the speed that
administrators
he's
and thousands
using.
of trained
I thought
poll
it was
workers
PBS for a
ensure that the
second,
law
so
is
not.
followed and that every valid vote counts. And after every election, we conduct dozens of professional audits at every level.
Yeah.
Because these dumbasses will give the claims more time than they deserve. The thing is, I don't think that the SAVE Act is going to pass, like, regardless, and I do think that this is not going to have the impact that he thought it would.
Also, just got to say, thank you.
What's
and
dangerous now is they tied the Homeland Department of Homeland Security to it.
Good luck.
Because now this is the way that they can enact the whole, like, oh, if we found somebody cheating, we're going to get them off. We're going to purge the voter rolls.
But again, thank
like
you
I
to
said,
all the
yeah, totally not going to just be a whole bunch of people who vote them.
poll workers.
Yes. That's huge.
This fucking idiot is putting you guys in such a ridiculous position.
Mhm.
And if there's anyone that can be called a patriot, it's y'all.
Yep.
This
I've
is,
seen you work.
Yeah.
I've been in those places.
Yeah.
I've been an election observer in the polling places.
Oh my
and
God, more fucking election denial bullshit.
in the ballot processing centers. Everything is done in the open. These people work so hard. They work long hours, and they do it. It's not like the pay is great. They do it because they want to help.
Yeah, and I think this is actually going to get into something that's a bit of a topic that you're passionate about. Most U.S. jurisdictions use paper ballots, making digital manipulation unlikely. Most jurisdictions in the
Yeah,
U.S.
like I said. So, like in Illinois, we got the we have the thing where you take your ballot, you slide it into the slot, and it goes, and then on a digital screen you get to vote. Right. What he's alleging is that your vote gets changed when you do that. So he's also insinuating like you don't get the paper ballot back, which is how that's what happens. It prints it out for you, and then you can check it before you go and turn it in.
Let's see. Trump was
Like,
talking about
holy
digital
fuck,
manipulation.
Dude, I hate to say this. This is just
ballot results like
blatantly telling us that he's going to try and steal the election if he doesn't get his SAVE Act, which I think he's just telling us that he's going to do it regardless.
Venezuela would, which would not apply
Being a
here
little
in
too
the same
charitable.
way. There are places that do have digital ballots, but there are other ways of
Can we
checking those
interfere?
ballots.
Like,
all
no,
systems are
yeah.
vulnerable in some way, but if something like this was attempted, we would know and we'd be able to check it. That's how our local system works.
Ugh,
the first thing
I
the
feel
election officials
sick
told me
today.
following
God
Trump's
damn
speech
it.
was to wonder why Trump would gut the federal agency that helped election officials protect against foreign interference.
Oh, by the
It was
way, if you're
helping them
just
protect-
joining us, I have I'm in the worst zone in Chicago as far as having the air quality. It is horrible right now.
election infrastructure, if the president considers
hard
this a
time
top
breathing.
concern.
Here,
Right,
check this
exactly. Or is he
Let's
just
see.
saying this is possible and here's how they do it?
And I mean, is it at a place where it makes sense to talk about like what was happening in Georgia and what you were witnessing, or no? As far as like when people were debating,
That was. I have not heard that ding in a long time.
like this last.
At the state election board thing?
I think what was at the
Yeah.
the last Republican forced session.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like at half capacity.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. Well, the whole issue was when our ballots in Georgia print out. So you vote on a computer, you pick who you want.
Shit, I'm gonna get a cup of tea here in a
You
minute.
pick who you want, and then your ballot prints
Damn,
out.
even with the filters, you can smell
And on
it.
the ballot,
Yeah.
it lists who you voted for, so you can check to make sure
Yeah, this
everything's
is really
correct.
bad,
And then
guys.
there's a QR code. When you feed your ballot into the scanner, it does not read the names of the people. It reads
Yeah.
the QR code.
Yeah.
So there are people that are concerned, and I understand why, especially if you think our elections are being stolen, because the human eye can't read the QR code. So because it's not scanning the QR code, people say, well, the QR code might not match what those names say. Okay. I get it. That's fine. But they want to go to hand-marked paper ballots. There's a big movement for this. These people show up to the state election board meetings, and these are the people that I was talking about before, where they are truly true believers. They're truly passionate
Yeah.
about it, and they are being manipulated by some operators.
Do you have a respirator just in case? No, I'm actually, after I end stream here, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to head to the pharmacy and get an over-the-counter inhaler because
That show up to these meetings.
I'm not
and it's
doing
really
well.
Disgusting. Anyway, there are compromises that can be had, in my opinion. Let's just have the scanners read the names. That would be great. And we have risk limiting audits, etc. Now, with the QR codes, back in 2024, they passed a law that said, as of July 1st, 2026, we cannot use QR codes to tabulate the ballots. So
COVID masks making a comeback. Dude, there were so many people driving today that were wearing a mask. Thank God Thank God I just changed my cabin air filter.
The state
Otherwise, that would have probably been bad.
legislature in Georgia had 2 years to change this.
Whoa, he puts his chat right in the middle.
And the state legislature only meets for 40 days out of a year. And this year they adjourned without taking care of that. So we're knowingly going into not a crisis.
I'm okay. It's just I hope that this air clears up by tomorrow. Like, if this doesn't clear up by this weekend, I'm fucked.
But a problem.
Like, I'm going to Ren Fair on Sunday, man, and I do not want to miss that. Like, dude, I'm getting so fucking just beaten down in life with all, like, just everything lately that I would probably just fucking start crying at that point. Or it's just like, the air quality, or if it rains. If it rains, though, I will still be going.
This summer. So we kind of knew something was going to have to happen.
Right.
So they had hearings. Well, they called the special session first.
Wow, that's a bold choice to put the chat in
to
between
take
him and
care
his
of that.
wife.
But they called it after Kemp and all these other governors decided, oh, well, we can redraw our maps now because of the Supreme Court ruling. So anyway, it was supposed to be a special session. We all show up. They cancel the redistricting because they knew that was going to be an issue for them.
Hopefully I'll have some kick-ass pictures for you.
And then they focused on
I'm dressing up this year.
the voting thing. So this is where they had hearings. They really wanted to move to hand-marked paper ballots.
When I vent like this, I get Doomer AF.
Which are not great. They wanted hand-marked paper ballots and hand counts. Slow. So you can say, oh, why is it taking so long?
Right.
Like the
And
like the California
studies
one.
showed that more mistakes are made with hand-marked ballots.
Yeah.
I would argue that hand-marked ballots are easier to fake, and counting them takes forever. And there was this one woman in there. And she said, well, my daughter is high school class president, and they count all of their ballots by hand.
That's a high.
She made that comparison.
Yeah. She's like, and there's
Bless
like
her
1,000 kids.
Wow. Bless her
Okay,
heart.
there's like 7 million voters in Georgia.
That's
It's a
insane.
little bit different. Anyway.
Who's the redhead?
so
Is
they
she a
ended up
regular? That's his wife.
Going back and forth, and
That's Lindsay DeFranco. She's actually running for state house in Georgia.
so they pushed the QR code. In my opinion, they didn't really give a shit about it. They just wanted to change something because they pushed the QR code to be fixed by 2028.
Yes.
So instead, what they did, they came to a compromise where the Secretary
I've
of State
literally
is no
gotten
longer
this
in charge
thing
of elections in Georgia.
full blast
They
right
are
now.
very mad at our current Secretary of State, Brad
they're full
Raffensperger,
blast.
because he didn't find the votes for Trump.
He pointed directly at me.
I don't know. He was running for governor.
That was
It's
so
helping a little.
sad. I was
Yeah.
like, oh, the guy that stood up for the rule of law that I
Mhm.
probably don't agree with on most other
Yeah.
things. He
I
just
think
got
I need to head out for the night, Pep and Pep Chat. Let's keep fighting this bullshit, and I hope that everyone has a good night and doesn't get too down. Thank you, Valentine Sketch. I appreciate that. Also, thank you for being here tonight. If you guys can do me the favor before you leave, double tap the screen and double check to make sure that you are still subbed, and then I will see you on the next one.
thrust out of the party.
Because of that.
Yeah.
So anyway, they said Secretary of State is no longer in charge of our elections. Wild. Okay. It's going to be the nine people who are appointed by Republicans.
I am not going to be on all night, by the way, tonight.
In charge of it moving forward.
Yeah. Really quick, I know that like a big thing, obviously, like one, I keep seeing so many names, so many dollar amounts. Everyone, thank you so much. Kenny, 25 there. Thank you to everyone that's going to lindsayforga.com/donate. Remember, do not do super chats, memberships. This is all about
you got to go to the website.
Raising for the campaign, but also, you know, I like just finishing that speech. I feel like I'm just going to start going to more campaigns.
Yeah, I don't know who
and
got
starting
that
to
super
donate
chat during stream tonight. I don't think it was Alex.
because I feel
unless
these campaigns are going to need it to fight whatever fucking bullshit this is.
Well, and also, you know, people complain about Democrats
I figured you. No, I mean, I'll hang for about an hour.
taking PAC money.
I'm
and
just
stuff
not going
like
to do
that.
the marathon
But
stream
I think
tonight.
now you seeing what I'm going through, you realize how much money is really needed for these races.
Oh, yeah.
To even be competitive.
Well, when we were looking at we and actual journalists were looking at, I think it was the 2024 election, when it came down to just what was it? Oh my God! There's a figure about the billionaires in this country. They made up like 20% of the actual full contributions.
Yeah.
That cycle.
Yeah.
Which was really, really crazy because you're just like, that is just
Yeah,
so
the
heavy-handed.
yeah, the Rosenthal box. I watched a video on how to make that.
Transparent.
What do you mean?
Like, it's obvious that they're buying this influence
Oh, yeah,
and they're
yeah.
buying these
thought,
elections.
I thought you also meant the other thing of like, and that's
Yeah,
the
I got
we-
one of them stupid air filters though. So on my unit, it's 20 by 25 by 5.
know about.
Oh, well, that too.
Right.
Well, yeah, because they can donate unlimited amounts to PACs.
Yeah. Also, yeah, if because
Spend $50 for 2 fucking
big
filters.
thing that
It's
Lindsay also
stupid.
does is she's hitting up, or not hitting up, promoting other candidates, things like that.
Yes.
If you want to follow her, you can go to Instagram.com/Lindsay4GA. That is in the description of this video. You can also go to TikTok.com/@LindsDeFranco. And of course, that's in addition to here on YouTube. I think we'll be able to do a collab post after the live stream.
I'm going to do more live streams probably 3 times a week.
Yeah,
to keep
and
racing.
I think even if we do like a minimum
take him over.
of, well, maybe one thing, or like I like doing the this event together.
Yeah.
Those are 20 by 20.
This would be
Okay.
good.
Can I shout out a few candidates?
Yeah, I'd please do that because the last comment was, "Phil, sell your feet pics for the campaign."
Oh, well, hey, you know what? Okay. So let's start at the congressional level. We have Tony Kazicki. He's running in District 7 against Rich McCormick. We've got Chris Hardin is running up in like Cherokee County. I don't know who he's running against, but he's a Democrat in Cherokee County. Go vote for him or donate to him or sign up to volunteer. Then we have Teresa Lynn. She is also Alpharetta Roswell area, so like kind of next to my district. And we have Adam Cleveland, who's in Johns Creek. We have Michelle Kang, who's in Swanee. Oh my gosh.
Dude, how
I'm gonna
crazy
forget.
would that be if Philip DeFranco helps like pivot the Georgia House blue?
Maggie Goldman is running for
be
Fulton
crazy,
County
dude.
Commissioner. Mo Ivory is running for Fulton County Commission Chair. Amazing.
I love her videos.
She's great. I really love her. Beth Fuller. Oh, I love Beth Fuller. She's running, I think, in
I know you're gonna end up
Sandy
dating yourself
Springs?
because you're not gonna be able to remember.
I know, I'm so sorry.
It's just like on this.
Yeah, no, I love this. This is cool.
I know.
They actually kind of they have the same type of chemistry that me and my wife
No,
kind of have.
but the big one, okay? The big one is Nikki Porche running for Labor Commissioner.
If you were to say John Ossoff, I was like, yeah, they
Well,
know.
John Ossoff. Oh, let me.
No,
if I can leave you with one thing, wherever you live, but I'm going to say especially here, finish your ballot. Do not abandon your ballot. Okay. That's a lot of that, in my opinion, is why we didn't win the Supreme Court race here. And if you look at how many votes John got versus how it drops off, because the ballot was so long. But please finish your ballot.
Yes.
I used to watch this shit when I was 15. It's kind of surreal. That's wild. Dude. Although, dude, I've been watching Philip DeFranco for over a decade. So yeah,
It's gonna be important everywhere, but yeah, especially. I mean, I don't know. I feel
it is wild.
Actually, really privileged to be back. I know that you're like homegrown Georgia girl, but
Yeah.
I feel privileged to be in a place where it's like democracy will live or die based off of a few states.
Yeah.
And this is one of them, and
Yep.
it's like arguably one of the most important.
I have 2 more people I forgot.
Yes.
Shut up, Phil. I got to get these out.
Susanna Karatosis
Love
in
it.
Athens and Whitney Echenike.
Hey,
up
tell your
in
husband
Dalton.
to shut it.
Yeah. I mean, really quick question. I'll put you on the spot. We can go out on whatever amount of time you want.
I'm good.
You vibing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, because I'm just going to keep going through fact-checking
time is
things
it?
and going
Oh,
through
yeah,
chat. It's like
let's do
9:55.
like 20 more minutes or so.
20 more minutes? Cool.
Oh, shit.
Cool.
What were you going to put me on the spot for? Oh, were you just asking
No,
how
just
much
that.
longer?
Yeah. You're like, I'm done.
But also, if you can't donate monetarily to candidates in your area, email them and ask, how can I help? I promise you, they will accept your help. You don't need any
Man.
experience. We are, especially Democrats, we are always looking for help, whether it's postcards, phone banking, knocking on doors.
I was going to ask, okay, so like the phone banking.
So I guess
and
the thing about taking out Georgia senators wasn't real. That was
even, like, the knocking
BTC.
on door
Yeah, it was.
canvassing. How does someone get involved, whether it's for you or for anyone else? Do you know?
So for me, we're actually hosting our canvassing launch this Saturday in Alpharetta if you want to come.
Although, to be fair, that had such an impact that I got a fucking text from John Ossoff's campaign today.
So for me, you can go to lindsayforgeorgia.com/doors and you
Is
can
it Georgia
sign up
or
there.
GA?
Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. lindsayforga.com.
Allergy season was terrible. This isn't allergies, guys. This is I literally have a my wife went outside and took a picture for you guys. This is currently what it looks like outside. Nothing wrong with the camera. It's just that bad.
Doors.
I want to check that
Yeah.
out.
So, and on that site,
The origin was Washington Post before BTC. I told you it was fake from the
it
beginning.
lists all of our upcoming
Good
things.
call.
I believe we're doing every Saturday. But this Saturday, we're going to also make some content.
Oh,
Weird freak.
So if you guys want to be in the content.
The fuck?
And then you don't have to have ever canvassed before.
Oh, shoot. Let me switch to this.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So you can sign up here.
This is lindsay4ga.com/doors.
Yes. So
Someone take a shit in your lasagna tonight? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm going to be at all of them. I might not stay the whole time for all of them, but I will absolutely be there first thing to say thank you. We'll train you. Honestly, I've only knocked on
That's dystopian as fuck, Pep. It's crazy, and it actually did kind of worry
a
me.
couple doors before in my life, so I'm learning too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Oh my gosh. Who is
Like, guys, I don't have asthma, and I feel like I'm having an asthma attack. Like, I cannot breathe.
who is your first canvasser?
Oh, Adam Cleveland.
Adam Cleveland. Yeah, I was like when I was talking to him.
Yeah.
I was just like I felt like I was learning so much. Sorry.
He's another candidate. He came to my launch party and he left early so that he could go canvass for me,
You are the lasagna.
which was great. This fly, oh my god.
I'm gonna. Yes, I got you.
All right, that was kind of funny though, because I mean, he just called me lasagna.
Sorry.
Did you?
Yes. One down.
Oh.
He's got
Oh, hey,
cousins.
Teo's live. There we go. Let's go check it out.
What's so funny is Adam Cleveland, who's also running for state house, lives like 3 doors down from the house I grew up in.
Is the U.S. intelligence community under
Okay, but
Donald
maybe
Trump
you should mute it.
in January 2021 went to Trump and said it's our conclusion, and this was the hand-picked director of national intelligence, wasn't it, Swin? John Ratcliffe.
Yeah,
and this
Ratcliffe.
report
Yeah, that was it.
concluded,
I
and I
remember
quote, and
this
you can
shit.
read it online, everyone watching, and you're watching on Substack and YouTube, we appreciate you all. This is the quote: "We have no indications that any foreign actor attempted to alter any technical aspect of the voting process in the 2020 US election, including voter registration, casting ballots, vote tabulation, or reporting results. We assess that China did not deploy interference efforts and considered, but did not deploy influence efforts to change the outcome of the US presidential election." That is what the intelligence has always said.
Yeah.
So what was the point of this address tonight?
It was one of the most pathetic excuses for any presidential act I've seen in my entire life. I know we've been saying that a lot over the past year and a half. That
This was an utter failure on his
doesn't
end.
make it any less true. And also, all of your points, obviously.
If you need to go, no, it has nothing to do. Like, actually, I'm in the safest spot that I could possibly be in. Oh shit, that does remind me though. I need to change my filter in my other air purifier, so I'm gonna go do that real quick.
Very good, very true. Ultimately, the reason for Donald Trump and his administration coming out to do this is not for it to make coherent sense to people with relatively normal brains like you and I, or I'm sure all of our legions of Zateo fans here. Obviously, we're going to be doing a good bit of fact checking here because that's our responsibility as journalists, but to some extent, them trotting out this alleged intelligence, these declassified whatevers, these bold claims, they're not made to actually be fact checked. They are made to kind of throw a shiny object out there, get people to chase it, and at some point you're chasing your own tail if you're doing that, because they're just putting out a whole bunch of bullshit that one way or the other Donald Trump is going to use to continuously justify his and the Republican Party's crackdowns on elections, efforts to steal not just the 2026 midterm elections, but other elections going forward, even when Donald Trump is off the political field. That's the point. They're just sort of grasping for any sort of patina they can to do this. And look, another way that you know it's complete bullshit is because of the way the speech was written. We have reporting at Zateo to this effect. We haven't written it yet, so whatever. I'm just going to say it here, and we're going to give it to the ears of our listeners and subscribers right now. Trump and his White House senior staff have been repeatedly briefed that his administration, this time around, the Trump-Vance administration, you know, in their eyes, the good one, not the lazier one of Trump 1.0, whatever they want to claim, have not been able to find the smoking gun
happen.
that
Holy
China
shit, look at
actually
that.
managed to flip votes in Joe Biden's direction in 2020.
Fucking hell.
This is after Donald Trump and his White House sicked the Bill Pulte's, the John Solomons of the world, all these guys, the truest of hardcore election deniers, pro-Trump election deniers, to go about the federal government, shamble about all of these classified documents to try.
Yo, right? That was fucked
to
up.
find a smoking
When I
gun that
opened
Donald
that thing, I
Trump
was like, oh, no way.
has been insisting for
No
years
wonder
has
it's so
been
hard to breathe
that
down
China
here.
and maybe other nefarious
Oh,
actors
it's so much better.
flipped votes, hacked voting machines to make Joe Biden the anointed leader in 2020.
I just had a hilarious idea for this space debate. Black Red Guard. I was thinking about that. I did. You know what? I had that thought. Mifune, I'm going to try and get that to happen because I would love to see those two interact, and I will totally I'll moderate the shit out of that.
Stick screws to Donald Trump. Even these guys, the most internet brain-cooked people on the planet who
That's my lungs right now, yeah.
Donald Trump put in highly sensitive position powers, could not find that actual smoking gun, even though they were
I'm not even kidding, guys. I can actually breathe a little bit better.
That they so desired.
That's better,
so
right,
that is
dude?
why when he went out there tonight, you and other eagle-eared or eagle-eyed listeners may have noticed that the speech was written in this kind of way that was just jack full of innuendo. They talk about attempts, they talk about intelligence, but they would never talk about that we found a smoking gun that showed the election was stolen by China in Joe Biden's favor in 2020. That's why Donald Trump would say all these different asides where he'd say like, oh, we know a lot of bad stuff happened. Oh, we can never have another stolen election again. He never actually connected the two thoughts in his speech, written speech tonight. And that's
Johnny
because
Walker Dread.
even these conspiratorial crackpots who he's employing right now could not find the smoking gun. They just
on the
cannot
smoking
admit.
gun point, what's so interesting is, as you say, innuendo, but he also claims to have all these documents, right? He begins the speech saying, we're putting all these documents online, and people have gone through already the documents online, and they found one document on the White House website that the White House
I need to check my air purifier. That worried me.
released, which is supposed to be
really
part of the
do.
smoking gun that doesn't exist. This is a document that they put out from intelligence, which specifically says,
What the hell? Did I just lose my stream? What the fuck? Well, it looks like I just Oh, there we go. Yeah, we're back. Okay. For some reason my my horizontal just went down.
the intelligence
It's back though.
community, this is from the 2020 campaign.
Now
the
we're live. Hey, what up, Unlisted? Good to see you.
community assesses that China does not currently intend to covertly interfere to try to sway the outcome of the election, although this activity could enable such operations if Beijing made a decision to do so.
Right.
Oh, that's strange, because that completely undermines the entire speech.
entire
Listening to the
speech.
tonight, Swin, you and I are old enough to remember 2002, 2003, the run-up to the Iraq War. I feel like Donald Trump has gone full George W. Bush this year. The bombing of Iran, the embrace of the neocons, and now standing up and giving addresses to the nation, claiming to be citing U.S. intelligence, which isn't really U.S. intelligence, claiming to be quoting the CIA, which hasn't really been vetted by the CIA, and then insisting on finding a smoking gun, that they're so incompetent they can't even find the smoking gun.
Oh, DJX. So yeah, today on our show, we had on our new show over on this space, we had a new content creator, BRG. It was literally the first time I've ever been. I don't know who he is. I've never met him, so it was the first time I had ever talked to him.
God, remember George Bush? They could have planted WMDs. I always think about the
Here's
Iraq
the
War.
thing.
Think, why did they just plant some WMDs? No one would have known. They
Why
were
did they
too
just keep
incompetent.
lying? Yeah.
They got so exposed. And today you have Donald Trump doing this address, and now we're going through all the information. He's being mocked again, rightly so tonight, because he hasn't got anything. And by the way, I want to read one quote to you. This was the quote that jumped out to me. And we've got Congressman Raskin joining shortly. Also, for you, those of you watching on YouTube and Substack, stick your questions, your comments in the comments, and we will try and put them to Swin. I'll try and put them to the Congressman. I'll try and deal with them. We'll come to as many as we can. We know you're watching live, and you've got a lot of questions. But this line, Swin, jumped out to me. I'm going to read it to you. This is my favorite line from Donald Trump tonight. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. So this statement is so good because it says that even this statement says they attempted to manufacture.
What's up, Kingsley? I'm sorry if I am
It doesn't say that ballots were changed. It doesn't say that Joe Biden got any fake
coughing
votes.
a little bit and kind of pausing a little bit. It's breathing just became a little bit easier.
And the favorite part is raw
Can't believe how
intelligence
nasty this thing
obtained
was.
by the FBI. Do we know what raw intelligence is? It means it's unvetted. It means it could be a tip. It could be anything randomly that the FBI got hold of. That's why it's called raw. That's why it doesn't go to the president directly. And by the way, Donald Trump, if we are now accepting raw intelligence from the FBI, I would remind you that the FBI, in the Epstein files, claims to have lots of unverified intelligence about Donald Trump abusing children.
Thank you!
Which we all rightly
Oh,
respond
I'm so glad that we're watching
to.
this.
As journalists say, you know what? Donald Trump denies that.
He nailed
and
it.
It's not been verified. These are just things in the files that the FBI were looking into. Well, if we're going to start playing the raw intelligence game, does Donald Trump now accept?
Wow, that's
the raw
nasty. I'm
intelligence
telling you, man, that was bad.
Epstein files, Swin?
It explains why it's been a little.
Of course he does.
bad
He's
now.
a completely intellectually and morally consistent human being, and surely
Now I feel
he's
like I
going
need to
say that
vacuum too.
1 + 1 equals
Even
2
though I
on
just
that
vacuumed.
But listen, as you have pointed out so often on these and other matters, when it comes to Trump, when it comes to his Republican Party, every accusation is a confession of some sort. Trump spewed this horse shit about Michigan and how Democrats were rigging that in 2020 because
With gift cards, apparently.
With
But
gift cards.
Just quick context for people watching. This was a voter registration firm in Michigan that was looked at by the AG's office, that the FBI then looked at. No charges were ever brought. These were people who raided their offices and they found gift cards, prepaid phones. Guess what they were for? They were for volunteers who come from out of town and go door knocking, and the firm provides them. There was no evidence of them trying to buy votes. But I suspect I know where you're going, Swin. What were you going to say before I jumped in with the context?
No, please, you tell me where I was going with that.
I think this is my favorite one, Elon Musk. I think you and I were both going to say, you said accusation is a confession. If you're going to talk about buying votes, Elon Musk in the last election in Pennsylvania was offering, millions of dollars in checks to people for voter registration drives?
Yeah, and then Wisconsin, he actually did the thing.
Yeah, it's absurd. Like, Trump and his party just want to rig and steal as many elections as they can between now and November, and now basically until the end of time, for many years and decades going forward. This speech tonight was laughable in so many ways, and it would be easier to laugh off if they weren't for the broader context, because in a vacuum, he did a stupid presidential address tonight to basically say the election equivalent of my saliva cures STDs. That's basically what he did today. It's such a bald-faced, he didn't get anything right in any stupid line he said tonight. But the reason it's so terrifying is, please go ahead.
No, I always am delighted that we have bumbling fascists, not smart fascists. If we had smart fascists, that speech tonight would have been a very dangerous speech. It's still a dangerous speech. Let's not play it down. But clearly he did not deliver on anything compared to what we were worried.
All right, this one's from my uncle. Donald Trump has lied about absolutely everything since he was sworn into office. I find it very difficult to believe that he would pick this moment to start telling the truth about anything.
Might claim. I mean, even the claims he made were so absurd. And on that note, let us go
Local
to
rules.
a very prominent Democrat who knows this subject very well, a former House impeachment manager for Donald Trump, Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland is here tonight. Good evening, Congressman.
Great to be with you, Mehdi.
Swin Soupsang is with me here, our political correspondent. Just tonight's craziness. Let me start with a very simple question. It comes from Gary on YouTube, one of our viewers watching right now. He says, is this his first step to try and delay the midterms or do something to the midterms? What was the forward-looking part of this? What should we be worried about tonight with this speech?
Well, this is the middle of that campaign. He's been trying a whole bunch of steps. Again, he was throwing spaghetti on the wall, but it was just gibberish and drivel. It was, a tale told by a lame duck president filled with sound and fury signifying nothing. And we can go and refute each component, which we should, but remember, the whole thing is utter nonsense. And I suppose it was a minor success for the White House in that we were not talking about the Epstein files. We were not talking about the disastrous, illegal, unconstitutional war with Iran, which continues to spiral downward. We're not talking about how difficult it is for people to make ends meet in America. So I suppose they distracted everybody for a half an hour or so. But the public anger
Wow,
is
can't even parody Shakespeare.
rising, and everywhere you go, I've been traveling around the country.
Pep, any normie reactions? That was one of them.
Committee,
Here,
to campaign for
I'm going
Democrats
through
in
my
House and
socials. Give me a
Senate
sec.
races. We're getting huge surging crowds of people
just do it this way.
demanding that we take our democracy back. You see very few red MAGA hats. Anywhere you go, his support is melting away.
Swin.
Congressman Raskin, you were mentioning about the surging support that you're seeing across the country. Okay, let's say the Democrats do
A lot of people are saying nothing about it.
take back the House, maybe even the Senate, but let's just talk about the House
Nothing.
right now. So next year, Democrats have power again. The President of the United States, as ridiculous as a lot of this is, it is substantively scary, in my honest assessment. He is using...
I mean, I'll say right now that you have like DeKalb, Illinois issues. It's a right-wing Facebook page. They're already fucking breaking. Tonight, Donald Trump exposed major issues with the election integrity of the United States. Minutes later, J.B. Pritzker mocked the president's valuable information. The president reported on election burn bags. Be prepared to hear burn bags. Hundreds of thousands of fraudulent voters, gift cards given out for fraudulent voter applications, Chinese interference, and other serious concerns. Hundreds of thousands of documents will be unclassified to expose issues with the election integrity dating back to 2020. Sadly, J.B. Pritzker, on the other hand, decided to turn his back on getting to the truth and issued the following statement. Tonight, Donald Trump reminded us again how desperate he is to steal the midterm elections. The so-called Save America Act isn't about stopping fraud, it's about stopping voters.
Among other departments, the U.S. intelligence apparatus, to help him try to rig elections. In plain English, that's what he's doing right now. What do you think your party should do once they have gavel power back to investigate or do something to hold accountability of what they've been doing right now?
We need to continue to expose and counter and reject the reign of authoritarianism and corruption that has overtaken the entire U.S. government. And that means we've got to stop all of the exploitation of the government for money making. They've converted the presidency into a for-profit enterprise. We need to defend the right to vote and the democracy at all costs against all these attacks. And then, look,
I have a feeling that people are like Dean Withers are only going to be bombarded now with debates about the election. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
this was like the literal like dog or like the duck call or like the no, I guess a dog whistle actually makes more sense. So it was the dog whistle where it was just like, okay, so just so you guys know, this is the new thing we need to talk about. No more Iran.
Tocqueville in Democracy in America said that in our country,
makes
voting
sense.
rights and democracy are either shrinking and shriveling away because he understood the autocratic forces in the country, or they're expanding and growing. And we got to get democracy back on the growth track. And, it's time for us to start electing the president of the United States by popular vote, the way we elect governors and senators and representatives and mayors. The vast majority of the country supports that. One thing I agree with Trump about is statehood, but not for Greenland and Canada and Panama, but for 713,000 disenfranchised people in the nation's capital who are being trampled every day by the policies of this administration. So we got to get democracy moving
This is
again.
all
I
so
don't want to be in a
cartoonish.
defensive
pretty
crouch
bad.
about democracy. I want us moving forward.
Sure, but speaking of being on offense, what should Democrats do once they're back in power about what the administration is doing right now?
With respect to this, well, with respect to the speech tonight, it's almost self-debunking. I mean, there was this national intelligence assessment that was done right after the election, which demolished and refuted the entire purpose of his speech tonight. It said that there was no technical interference, even by Vladimir Putin, who was the real person trying to affect the outcome of the election, but it did not go technical in 2020. It was just massive propaganda and disinformation. And that was on Trump's behalf, not against Trump. Iran, in their third finding, I believe, was found to have tried to do some of the same stuff against Trump, not necessarily in favor of Biden, but just undermining Trump. I suppose Trump got Khamenei back by killing him in this war for whatever he was doing at that point. But the key finding is the first finding, I think maybe you read it, which simply said there was no technical interference.
One day, certain Americans are just going to wake up one day with no more democracy.
With voter registration, with people casting ballots, with the tabulation of the ballots, or the reporting of the results. And they said that definitively, and that echoed the finding of 60 different federal and state court decisions rejecting and repudiating every claim of electoral fraud or corruption by Donald Trump. Let's go back to the big picture. Joe Biden beat him by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. And not even any of these fantastical allegations lays
Why do you know that exact number?
On any of those facts.
There's zero evidence of any vote change. Even tonight, he didn't say, I would have won if X or Y had not been done by
Even
China.
in one state, he didn't say it.
No,
even
and
one electoral college
I'm
vote.
glad you mentioned Russia because, of course, he didn't mention Russia conveniently tonight, and yet the documents they posted on the White House website do mention Russia.
Sylvie, send it to the Discord. I'll check it out. I might do it tonight. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow.
There's an intelligence document posted on the White House website tonight that says we assess, this is from the 2020 campaign, we assess that Russia is using a range of measures primarily to denigrate former Vice President Biden, which he never mentions, of course, because that doesn't fit the narrative. But even Russia, as you say and as the intelligence says, did not change any votes. And it was a secure election, according to the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. He did a weird impression, Congressman, I don't know if you know tonight, of Chris Krebs. He did a kind of, they said it was secure, because he's really bothered by Chris Krebs and the CISA saying it was secure. I just want to remind our viewers that Trump has cut the CISA budget. He's cut the FBI task force devoted to looking at foreign interference. So he doesn't actually care about foreign interference. This is about domestic politics. And one other important point he made that Swin and I haven't discussed yet, let me put it to you. He said 250,000 non-citizens are on the voter rolls, that non-citizens are voting. Of course, there's no evidence for this. Even the Heritage Foundation could not find any significant non-voting over 25 years. But is the purpose of that, Congressman, in your view, a justification to get ICE at the polling stations in November? Is it to try and seize more voting information from the states that courts have prevented him from doing? What do you think the goal of the 250,000 claim is?
Well, sure. Everything's on the table. I mean, we saw that in back in 2020, where Trump threw out all kinds of things in order to set the predicate for different kinds of actions, right? So there was the plot to throw in counterfeit electoral college slates. There was mobilizing the mob online, and with the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, 3%ers, other extremist groups that they.
What sucks is that nobody in MAGA is watching Zateo.
They organized. There was the direct pressure campaign.
Most people that watch any stream, that even like mine, they're just here for one thing, and it's to troll. They don't actually want to learn.
Against Vice President Pence, there was Donald Trump just calling up Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger in Georgia saying, just find me 11,780 votes. So they're trying a whole lot of different things. And they're trying to set the predicate for different kinds of attacks on the electoral system. Imagine if they put 1% of the energy that they've got into this into just following the law and releasing the Epstein files. Right? All they got to do is release them, but they're withholding them, suppressing them. That's Todd Blanche's main job over there, right? Other than getting the $1.8 billion to Proud Boys and Oath Keepers.
It's interesting that he referred to himself again as the most transparent administration. He referred to the Transparency Commission or Task Force that he heaped praise on. He also referred to the Intelligence Advisory Board, which contains people like Katie Miller. So we're really going to take that one seriously. Swin, over to you.
So, Congressman, obviously, in some respects, not everything, their bark is worse than their bite when it comes to their quote-unquote election integrity talk. Like, I don't want to be too much of a doomsayer or someone who freaks people out needlessly about what Trump and his administration can do in terms of trying to rig 2026 or any other elections going forward. Having said that, they are trying on a multitude of fronts to tilt the election towards Trump's party this and other years going forward. What are the scenarios that keep you as an elected representative up at night about what they could actually do this year or other years going forward?
Yeah. Well, first of all, we don't have to imagine and engage in kind of hypothetical extrapolations at this point. They're doing it all over the country. For example, if you go to Texas, they've shut down dozens of polling places around the state. Our people are fighting that every single day, and we've won a bunch of cases. They're trying to throw people.
Why does
off
the long
rolls
hair trigger people so much? I don't get it. Ugh.
in certain states because they didn't vote in the last election. I mean, you look at the attack on voting rights in Florida, it's remarkable that the Democratic Party is still standing and fighting back. And we've got a very strong candidate for the U.S. Senate down there in Alex Vindman, and we've got a very strong
it's a 26-point surge. Okay, we need to check this video out after this.
Candidate for governor, a former Republican, David Jolly. But it was a tie election in 2000 at best. And that was with, ex-felon disenfranchisement and hundreds of thousands of people excluded by Catherine Harris because their names resembled those of former prisoners. But in any event, now they say, well, it's a very red state. It's a red state because of voter disenfranchisement and voter suppression tactics that they've systematically engaged in. The Republican Party can't
Not a big
deliver
fan of Jamie
healthcare
Raskin, what he's
to
cooking
anybody.
here.
They can't keep prices down. They're waging war on the working middle class of the country. And the one thing that they do well is try to steal elections by suppressing the vote, gerrymandering the districts, and so on. They spend full time on that. That's all they're doing. So I'm with you. And that means we got to take it seriously. We got to be fighting back every single day.
What are Democrats not doing right now to fight back that if you were leader or speaker or whoever, you would be advocating that they should be doing right now to fight back, that they're not?
Well, look, we have teams of hundreds of lawyers around the country who are working on every attempt to strip people of their right to vote, to make it more difficult to register, to throw people off of the rolls. My colleague Joe Morelli, who is the chair, or he'll be the incoming chair, but he's the ranking member on the House Administration Committee, which will oversee any voter contests that take place. He's right now leading the fight for us in there, and we are all on his team.
Oh, fucking what? Dude, Bismarcky died. What?
Team helping. But what I guess
shit.
what I would
Oh,
say
rest
is
in peace,
we
Bismarcky.
need to build
Fuck.
a landslide so large they can't steal it. The Republicans do best when it's a very thin margin. When we just beat them.
Sorry, guys, I'm still trying to look for my normie takes here.
Trump by 2.5 million votes in 2016. That big victory that he was so proud of. She beat him in the popular election by 2.5 million votes. So we didn't go around and spend the next 4 years trying to undermine the government on that principle, which undoubtedly they would have done. But I will say we need a landslide that is too big for them to rig the election.
Congressman, one thing that was very clear about this is he's obsessed with the Save America Act, which is this voter suppression act that we've talked about at Zateo before. He talked about getting it passed. He said, pick up your phone. He made it about that at the end, right? This was the kind of build up to what he actually wants. He's so obsessed with this act that when he went on TV to talk about Lindsey Graham's death, all he would talk about was the Save America Act. He said, Lindsey Graham's death.
Dude. Okay, I got my first normie take here from one of my friends. They're saying, so this is just a whole big nothing burger. He's recycling through the election denial stuff. We already knew this. He already said this. Dude, how in the fuck are you gonna lose on this? Like, damn, dude.
Death is a blow to the Save America. That's what a weirdo he is when someone dies. Mark, one of our viewers on Substack, says, what's next after this ineffective call to pass the Save America Act? Are you worried about that?
Yeah, good take.
But can I
Not
just
the
add
worst.
to that? For people watching at home or people who are on the street who hear about this, who are not
He
part
voted for Trump, though. He was one of those. So
don't follow this stuff.
That's what I was looking for. I
wonder
was
how many
waiting
of
for
your
one of those
constituencies
guys.
come to you and say, yeah, we should pass bills like this because why shouldn't everyone
usually
have
come
voter
through.
ID?
Here, let's
Sorry,
see.
photo
I got
ID
another one.
when they go to vote. What do you say to them?
I say, first of all, Donald Trump's own election official, who he mocked, as you pointed out in this speech, said that the 2020 election was the safest and most secure election in American history. We don't have a problem with election fraud. When Donald Trump called up Ravensburger and said, just find me 11,780 votes, he wasn't trying to block election fraud. He was trying to commit election fraud. Donald Trump is the one who is trying to steal elections and overthrow elections and incite insurrections in the country and conduct political coups. That's where the problem is coming from. And Democratic and Republican and independent officials across the country agree that our elections have been fair. They're fine and they're transparent. They're open. You can go and find out what's happening there. So again, what should millions of people
Wrigley Field is hosting the All-Star Game in 2027. Oh, crap.
do? Millions of people should be determined and resolved to vote and should
This city's going to be a madhouse. Damn it.
go out and knock on doors like I'm doing this weekend. We're going to Pennsylvania 10 with Janelle Stelson, who is going to beat an insurrectionist in this election, Scott Perry. She came within 1% 2 years ago. And our Democracy Summer Project of high school and college students from the Mid-Atlantic, we're going to be descending on that district, and we got Democracy Summer forces all over the country doing that. If you're a lawyer and you want to get involved with Mark Elias, the ACLU, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, other people fighting to
With
defend
that
the right
bad
to vote,
air, it'll be clear by Friday.
or the League of Women Voters, get in touch with me, and I'll put you in touch with them.
This is just turning into Pep Scrolls' socials.
But if you're
This is what happens when you guys want me to find my normie takes.
if you're not a lawyer or an election specialist or expert, the best thing you can do is go out and build the landslide all across America.
Before I let you go, Congressman, I'm going to do a quick pivot because another very important issue for our viewers and subscribers, and I know you voted on this week, was the Masih Kana amendment in the House on aid to Israel, on foreign aid, but cutting $3 billion in
I was
aid
about to say, that was on you.
Israel. I believe you were one of the
told me
100 or
to.
so Democrats who voted for that amendment.
Yes.
Even Nancy Pelosi voted for that amendment. What a
Oh,
a
yeah,
seat
Canada keeps having fires, though. Could happen again. Climate change. Oh, yeah.
change in the
yeah.
Democratic
This is
Party.
the second time that this has happened in 2 years where we got the fallout from the wildfires. Dude, I was thinking about this. In all my time that I've lived in this city, I have never dealt with this the way that we are now. This is insane.
What do you say to your colleagues who voted no, who want to keep sending aid to a government that is accused at minimum war crimes?
He's so mad about
Worse,
this. He's
yeah.
like, God damn it. And we were doing so well.
Aside, what do you say to almost 100? Say I think it was pretty split, right? 100 or so each way. What do you say to your colleagues who've carried on voting?
Normie takes are solely missed online. As I said, my uncle, my Uncle Bill's he's the shit. And he's pretty normie. Like, he was a firefighter, retired now, but like, he is what I would call like a reformed Republican, where like he voted Republican for the majority of his life and then finally was just like, I could never do this again. The way that they are just ruining this country is insane. So for him to watch that whole speech tonight and just kind of give his take the way he did, like,
Amongst
he doesn't need
the
to do that shit.
Democrats, we had people voting yes, we had people voting no, and we had people voting present. And I think there was a real common denominator in the message, which is we need a dramatic change in the policies that we see coming out of Israel if we're going to pay for it. People do not want to pay for perpetual war and human rights violations in Israel. And we don't want to see continuing cycles of terror like the nightmare that we saw on October 7th, and then the nightmare of the violence unleashed against Gaza. We want to interrupt that. And it became a referendum on Netanyahu's leadership, and nobody could support it. It's led to the tremendous, dangerous isolation of Israel in world opinion.
Like the only takes I found.
It's contributed to, the kind of chaos
Here,
that
I'll
we
give my
see
take.
spreading throughout the Middle East right now. So I guess at this point, we need to stop feeding Netanyahu in that way. And I think we sent a very sharp message about that to Netanyahu. And that's true of people who are lifelong pro-Israel supporters and people who also feel the pain very seriously of the Palestinians, like my colleague Rashida Tlaib, who's a Palestinian American.
You said we sent the right message. Those of you who did vote yes did do that. It is an important message. It is a big change in the Democratic Party for a lot of people. But a lot of your colleagues still, astonishingly, voted to carry on sending weapons to Benjamin Netanyahu and Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. One of them is Haley Stevens in Michigan, who's in a very tight Senate race primary. You mentioned going out and knocking on doors. A bunch of your colleagues have endorsed in that race, some for Haley Stevens, like Senator Gary Peters. She's got $28 million in AIPAC support right now, according to today's New York Times. Others of your colleagues, like Ilhan Omar, just came out for Abdul El Sayed, who's also running in that Senate primary, very critical of it.
Yeah, one thing I like about Pep is that he can be friends with normies. I don't share that skill. I just don't I don't have fun hanging with them.
Are you going to be endorsing in that race?
I haven't said anything about that race yet, and I haven't had time to closely scrutinize that one. Let me just say, though, back on your other point.
I'm definitely the friend that cares the most. Well, no, that's not true, because I got my buddy Kaz, who you guys have met. He cares way more about politics than I do.
Which is
so I'm oddly enough in the middle.
You know, in fairness to all of our colleagues, we didn't write that amendment. We don't control the floor. We don't control which amendments get brought up. We don't get to decide precisely on what we're voting for. And I think even for those of us who voted yes, we thought that that Massey's amendment was a blunt instrument, and you know, he would not be everybody's favorite introducer of an amendment because he's categorically opposed to foreign aid, which the vast majority of Democrats are not. I don't know if there are any Democrats who take his position on that. We are not isolationists. And, you know, there are a lot of politics that we don't share with him. So I know a bunch of people didn't vote yes for that reason. But also, the truth is that that's...
Sorry, guys. YouTube's having some glitches. So if you guys see the spinny wheel, just bear with it.
You know, this was obviously not going to pass. And it's not a great way to conduct foreign policy. But we're in the minority position, so we didn't get to draft what we were voting on. So it was a very blunt instrument. And I think everybody voting was unhappy with the way that the thing was structured. But we clearly need to move forward. And I'll tell you from lots of meetings in the Democratic caucus about this, Mehdi, we are determined to move in a different direction towards peace and social reconstruction for Israelis, Palestinians, everybody in the area. We've got to move to a completely different paradigm. So there's national security and there is peace and human rights for everybody, and we leave the era of terrorism and violence and war behind.
We definitely need a new paradigm. I'm conscious of your time. It's late night. Thank you for taking time out for Zeteo viewers and for our viewers watching on YouTube and Substack. One last related question on this topic.
Of course.
To tie together both things, which is we talk about election interference, election influence. Big money in politics is bad, whether it's from outside of the country when it's illegal or inside of the country when it's coming from super PACs. I think we can agree on that. I assume you're a critic of big money in politics. You've
Yes,
got
indeed,
28 million.
and I hope everybody will support my bill called Get Foreign Money Out, which is
No, not foreign.
all about
all big money.
But you've
rejecting foreign state
no.
corporate money in our politics.
But exactly. And then you've got a group like AIPAC, which says, well, we're not a foreign lobby, we're Americans, spending a lot of money in Democratic races. $28 million.
God, Mehdi is a king at this.
According to today's New York Times, in this Michigan Senate race. A lot of Democrats I've had on the show have said to me, we should stop taking AIPAC money.
Thanks,
this
Ron.
is a toxic group.
Appreciate
it's
the
funded
update.
Republican election deniers, again, to square the circle. Do you agree with that? Do you think Democrats should stop taking money from AIPAC?
Well, I have not taken money from AIPAC to my knowledge. Now, different people mean different things by that. I had people accusing me of taking money from AIPAC because there were J Street people who gave me money. That just struck me as bizarre. So
that happened with Daniel Biss.
You know, I certainly know I've never taken money from AIPAC PAC, if that exists.
The super PAC is called the United Democracy Project. They're involving themselves in a lot of primaries, as you know.
Yeah. Look, I've always been a champion for public financing of elections. I'm a complete opponent of Citizens United, which I think is another Supreme Court fraud on the public. A corporation is not a rights-bearing political citizen of the Republic. And if you go back and look at what Chief Justice John Marshall said in 1817, he said a corporation is an artificial entity, invisible, intangible, existing only in contemplation of law, possessing only the rights conferred upon it by the state legislature. And so the framers would be absolutely baffled to think that someone saying that this economic entity chartered by the state has the right to essentially go out and buy elections and drown out, the kind of money that citizens, have. The reason Exxon and Mobil have so much money is not because people agree with their politics. It's because people drive their cars to work. And so that's why they've got billions of dollars to reinvest in the kinds of policies that are so dangerous to us. By the way, one thing I did agree with in the president's speech tonight was when he said that America was the hottest country on earth. I don't know if that's strictly true, but with his environmental policies, it certainly feels like it.
Certainly in the DC metro area today where it hit 100 degrees where you and I are. Congressman, thank you so much for taking time out. We appreciate you.
With all the smoke, too.
The pleasure is mine. And you know they say in Washington, it's not the heat, it's the stupidity. And we got plenty of that.
We got plenty of that.
All right, that was actually pretty
tonight.
fun.
Good night, Congressman. Everyone else, stay with us. Swin Soupsang is still here. Swin, he said something very interesting then. I want to take some more questions from viewers before we wrap tonight. He said something very interesting, Congressman. He said, you've got to win big. You often hear Democrats saying that. It's too big to rig. We win by a big enough margin that no one will question the result. Well, of course, Donald Trump will always question the result. But do you think that's a good enough strategy come November?
It may be a good enough strategy to overwhelm all the different Trumpian election rigging efforts for them to win back the House, maybe even the Senate this year around. The problem is the Republican Party right now, even though they're led by someone as addled and as petulant and as easily distracted as someone like Donald Trump, they are playing the long game here. They really are. The primary danger, I'm not even sure, is even to 2026. It's so many elections going forward. And I think an apt analogy here is talking about something like January 6th. As horrific as it was, I think you can easily argue that it was a massive success. It is defining an entire generation of conservative policymaking in this country when it comes to dismantling or at least attacking free and fair elections.
Yeah. So just looking at some of the comments on YouTube and Substack, thank you for watching, guys. That's late night. We're trying to react to this president's addled brain, as Swin so eloquently put it. PK wasn't very happy with Jamie Raskin, says, I think we're looking for more specifics than generalizations about what will be done by the Democrats. You did ask him twice about specific things they could do with the gavel. We do want to see more specifics from the Democratic Party. Interestingly, you mentioned January 6th when Chris M. on Substack says, even if we win, I assume Chris, he or she is a Democrat, by tremendous numbers, will we have another January the 6th? And I think that's an important point, which is once you have introduced the idea that violence, political violence, is appropriate response to an election result you do not like, then it doesn't matter whether you win by 1 million or 3 million. It doesn't matter whether it's a House election or a presidential election. The response will be, we don't accept the result. I genuinely don't see.
Oh, you could comment at Mehdi? Yeah.
Republican media machine or activist machine
here.
ever accepts a Democratic
Here's the link for the
victory as a
live stream that we're watching. I mean, I'm breaking a policy on my channel here. I usually don't watch other people's live streams, but we're covering something that, you know, this was special coverage tonight. So
win for the right in this country, but it's an illegitimate one.
And these guys, like, dude, Zateo, Mehdi Hassan, they really are the best.
Decide it's not one.
The way he handled that, especially like asking the hard questions at the end, that was awesome.
How they approach just federal governance or any governance in this country. It's legal and okay if we do it.
The gotta pee font gets bigger. Hey, I fixed it because I don't know what the fuck happened, but with the Comic Sans, I was just like, that is not okay.
It is right and just if we do it. If you do even a scintilla of that, whether it's on the corruption stuff or any of the other policy making, it is illegal, and Donald Trump wants to put you in jail. That's the bottom line.
He talked about that tonight. He talked about asking for criminal investigations, giving files to the FBI. Again, as you said earlier before the congressman joined us, every accusation is a confession. These people spent years talking about the weaponization of government. They talked about being targeted by the Democratic Party.
Oh, that's
and
fun.
Now they're doing
Chicago just reached close to the fucking 600 marker on the. Oh
exactly.
So the air is actually getting worse right now. Great.
They claim the Democrats were doing, but
think
weren't
they'd
doing.
get better
Joe
with
Biden.
the
There's
sun
no
going
evidence
down.
that Joe Biden never got involved in any Merrick Garland decision or Jack Smith decision. Quite the opposite. Biden ran away from prosecuting Trump, wrongly in my view. And now you have Trump literally ordering Kash Patel and whatever it is, why am I forgetting? Blanche, the current AG, I can't keep track of all his appointees, to go out and prosecute his opponents.
You need
and
rain.
This is very much part and parcel of that. You know,
I think we're getting some on Saturday.
You know when Donald Trump's not at a rally, right?
I mean, it's at 212 by me. Yeah, very unhealthy at 212. It peaked over 6. It peaked at over 600. No, okay, that's what it was. It peaked at 600.
Tonight was Snooze Fest, Don, reading from the auto cue. Again, every accusation a confession used to always attack.
Yeah,
Obama.
65% chance that it's going to thunderstorm tomorrow. Please do.
Biden for reading from teleprompters. Tonight he was reading from a teleprompter. I should remind people who didn't see the story today from ABC News that his own teleprompter operator was investigated by the authorities for making money on bets on the prediction markets for how long Trump's speeches would be.
Yep.
So everyone in Trump's orbit is a grifter, it seems. Even the low-level folks are trying to make money off of their access to government. But anyways, they had someone else doing the teleprompter. He was reading it in a very boring way. But he only got excited one time, Swin, when he stopped to go, the deep state.
Yep.
The deep state. He got very worked up because he hates the people those people in the deep state. And I think that is
It's
at the
like,
core of
dude,
a lot
you're
of this,
talking about
going,
yourself.
vengeance against all of those people, Comey and Jack Smith and Brennan, all the familiar figures who he has launched investigations against. And I think, going back to our Raskin interview, Democrats need to come in with a much stronger agenda for prosecuting Republicans. I've said this sitting in this very chair. I said to our colleague Prem Tucker a couple of months ago,
He's nailing
the priority
this.
should be to investigate Elon Musk, and if crimes were committed under Doge or during the election, prosecute Musk. And that's when Elon Musk went nuts and said, Mehdi Hassan is evil. It's the only time he's ever responded to me because they fear accountability.
Yep.
That's what they fear.
We've done some reporting on this at Zeteo in past months, but look, if you ever have Stephen Miller or Pete Hegseth on your show, you can ask them what we already know from what they're reporting, from what they've told other people, other senior officials. They are genuinely worried. Don't let their public bravado fool you. They are worried about if the Democrats sweep the midterms.
Me too, but Pep keeps refusing to sneeze, so Polymarket gonna come break my knees.
After that, once they're out of power, about...
Well, ain't that a bitch? I just changed my air filter, and honestly, it was a big part of the problem.
accountability, whether that's in the form of
No joke, dude. It is so, like, the air quality down here is so much better.
Them having to pay lawyers, buy legal liability
I can
insurance,
breathe.
or maybe even state or local
Kinda.
prosecutions or criminal investigations, even if Donald Trump gives them all of these
Oh, Latino Mafune, good night. I'll catch you on the next stream.
federal pardons.
Also, thanks for joining us over on this space.
They are genuinely worried and spooked about that. So, to your point, I guess the open question is the Democratic Party elite going
Oh, yeah, crazy. They legalized an insider trading platform. Yeah.
to follow through
At that point, it should have been fucking blatantly obvious.
on this hypothetical threat? And I may sound like a cynic, but I'm not entirely buying it at this point. I am open to being proven wrong.
Gary F95, who I think I asked this question earlier on YouTube, says a follow-up. Good question, saying, what was the Chinese response going to be to this, especially with the Xi Jinping state visit approaching later this year? It's a great question, Gary. I'm going to love when reporters, when they're sitting down with each other. Trump has gone out of his way to always praise Xi Jinping, even during the pandemic. So when you remember, before he went all racist and kung flu, he spent the first month, January 2020, going out of his way to say,
Let's eradicate the kung flu.
Xi Jinping's doing a great
I'm so glad I have that in my intro.
job. The Chinese have this under control. My friend, remember that? He went out of his
covered
way.
it up
He helped cover
for
up. Yeah, exactly. And now they're going to be sitting next to each other. He's going to be bragging. He loves Xi Jinping. He's going to be bragging about him. And I hope reporters in the White House press corps, our colleagues, will actually say, well, isn't this the guy you said was trying to elect Joe Biden? President Xi, were you trying to elect Joe Biden? I mean, that's going to be a very interesting moment. A couple of questions before we wrap up. Somebody called Senior Fix, great name, on Substack, says, is there a chance that there will be such a culture of fear of violence at polling stations created in certain key states that it suppresses the vote? Swin.
Maybe. I know a lot of Democratic Party figures and activist leaders who are really working overtime to try to instill in people that, okay, there are a lot of things to be afraid of right now, but you cannot let your fear and them trying to instill that fear through propaganda do their work for you and keep you away. However, I think it is something that could actually be a genuine problem. You talk to activists on the ground who run things like free healthcare clinics, and they'll say that there is a dramatic drop in the past year and a half of like brown-skinned or immigrant families coming to them for help. These things do have a chilling effect even before a policy is even carried out, because the propaganda works.
Yes, and I would also point out for people with long memories, we talked about the Iraq War. Let's go back further than 2003. Let's go back to 2000. Congressman Raskin mentioned the state of Florida and what Jeb Bush and the Secretary of State at the time, Kathleen Harris, did to suppress black and brown.
I wish more people aspired to that, Natch. Yeah, actually, that's a good,
On Democratic voters for Al Gore. People forget that there was a civil rights report done after the 2000 election, which concluded all.
How do you think that the average American would actually feel seeing militarized enforcement officers at polling stations? They would not be happy.
And found that authorities in Florida, state authorities, had put up roadblocks in black majority areas.
So no more mail-in voting.
Black voters
It's
from
not
going to
going
polls.
It's not going to work because, fortunately for us, the federal judiciary is not going to do that, and he's not going to get his SAVE Act. Like this, realistically, was a whole bunch of bluster, and the whole declassifying stuff that we already knew about, and he's also kind of misappropriating a whole bunch of it.
So this is not new. This precedes Trump. The war on black and brown voters and the war on access to free and fair elections and polling stations. I'm going to end tonight. It's past 10:40. Thank you for your patience. I think we've done enough debunking of Trump, critiquing of Trump, hearing from the Democrats, Swin's reporting. I'm going to end with one very simple question from Crafty1. I love the names online. Crafty1 on Substack says, Canadian here. Are MAGA supporters really that stupid? I can't imagine even they would believe that slop. Believe it, Crafty. Believe it.
The thing
That's
is,
why we're in this mess.
from what I'm
Swin,
seeing
see
here,
you
man,
soon.
nobody on like the fucking right that usually would have like a loud fucking reaction to this, they're not doing anything. Wait. Is this still live? Nope. Okay. Here, let's go to that Kyle Kulinski thing I wanted to pull up. We haven't watched a Kyle Kulinski thing in a minute. Let's see.
Yo, y'all, it is Thursday, July 16th, and I have a jam-packed show for you. So in just a second, Democrats and go sub to Corin's World. Give him a birthday sub if you haven't yet. But all right, let's go ahead and jump right in, y'all. So
Man, am I good at timing him.
Take a look at this. Strength in Numbers and Verisite released a poll, and
they're gonna complain. Oh wow, they are gonna complain that the switchboard is ringing off the hook.
It's double haters. Okay, I actually kind of love this term. It's basically like when you talk to people and they say, "Yeah, I hate the Democrats and I hate the Republicans. They both are pieces of shit." But then you ask them, like, okay, well, who are you gonna actually vote for though when push comes to shove?
Matt with the two T's. What's up, dude?
The result is 55% supporting Democrats and only 29% supporting Republicans. Now, I'm no mathematician, but
he got out of bed. Good for him.
I believe that's a 26-point lead among the double haters, which is absolutely catastrophic. And naturally, MAGA is going to freak out over this fact. So I also wanted to show you, apparently this is a group that has always been, to one extent or another, sort of pro-democratic, but now the number is just way more extreme than it was before. So here, let me read this to you. Americans have never liked their political parties less. Pew found in May that 26% of adults now hold an unfavorable view of both parties, the highest share in more than 3 decades of asking the question, and more than 4 times the comparable percentage in 1994. Damn.
And honestly, it's good for us that they're ignoring this.
So that means
everybody's just like, it's not that. It's like, I mean, as I said, I'm out there all the time with people that just, this is how they think. And they do not like Trump. Nothing he has done or said is making them happy. And some of these people actually voted for him. So, like, this mythical fucking idea that all people who voted for Trump are, like, diehard MAGA, that needs to be fucking put to the wayside. And honestly, it's only a detriment to political discourse right now, because I'm telling you, there are so many people that are not happy with the direction of the country, and they are looking for a reason to go elsewhere. But this is where we got into the debate earlier on this space, where I do feel like a lot of people get up their own ass about this, and they don't even care about winning those people over. They would rather tell them, like, fuck you for even voting for Trump. We don't need you. It's like, yeah, we do.
Feels like the system is more broken today.
The bottom line is we do need them. We need votes. We need people to vote. I don't care who the fuck they are, what the fuck they are doing, as long as they are voting for our candidates.
Than it was in 1994. The average is at 50+1. show both parties
Mud Butters. What's up, dude?
Sitting around 15 points underwater on favorability, and neither has been above water in years. Over the last few election cycles, analysts have become obsessed with how these double haters vote. In 2016,
never give up the hope aspect. Just don't turn it into copium.
In 2024, Donald Trump won voters who had an unfavorable opinion of both him and his opponent by double digits. So Trump beat Hillary and Trump beat Kamala by double digits with people who said, I don't really like both of them, but they broke overwhelmingly for Trump in those instances. This is according to exit polls. He also won them in 2020, but the group was a much smaller slice of the electorate then. So now in 2026, in their June poll, Strength in Numbers and Verisight, they asked 2,000 Americans to rate both parties on a 0 to 100 feeling thermometer. 0 is cold and 100 is warm towards the party, okay?
That's why I got mad about my buddy who hates Trump, hates the Republicans, but he's still going to vote Republican in the next local election because he doesn't like our governor.
1 in 5 registered voters put both parties below 50. This is the group that they'd call double haters, okay? So they go on to say, our poll shows double haters favor Democrats for 2026 by 26 points, while everyone else splits about evenly. Democrats led by 2 among voters who like at least one party. If you do the math on the generic ballot, currently Democrat plus 7 is our poll. This means that the double haters are responsible for about 80% of the party's national margins. That's incredible. So in other words, this is a very electorally important group, is what they're saying here. So it's not just these double haters that are super important in terms of as a demographic. As you all know, Trump made massive gains in 2024 with young people in particular. It was young people, it was independents, it was actually Hispanic voters. He picked up with those groups. And, you know, Republicans started feeling high on their own supply, thinking, oh, this is awesome, like this is a new electorate. But the fact of the matter is, now they bled all that support back and then some. Young people hate him, independents hate him, Hispanics fucking hate him. So all of them have turned. Plus, you get the double haters that hate both parties that are going, I'm going to support the Democrats way more by 26-point margin compared to Republicans. But now let's look at the Strait of Hormuz and foreign policy and how that is affecting Donald Trump. Let's listen to this. Here we go.
How's the president doing on foreign policy? Bad.
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 Oh, what a delivery. Bad.
2024 versus Kamala Harris. Foreign policy was a strength for this president. He was
Harry rules. I'm so glad he dropped it like that. How is he doing? Bad.
More on foreign policy than Kamala Harris by a 10-point margin. Among independents, he was trusted more by 14.
It was all caps.
14 points.
I can't believe he did that.
Come over to this side of the screen. The net approval now on foreign policy in.
Oh, dude, Harry has run out of fucks to give, and I actually think that I'm okay with it.
2026. Down he goes, right into the Strait of Hormuz. Look at this.
Oh, my God. Harry rules.
22 points in the negative direction. A minus 22-point net approval rating. That is a drop of over 30 points.
Can we adopt him into the cause? Yeah, he's cool, right?
And among independents, he's now at minus 30 points. You know I love those notes at the bottom of the screen, Johnny B. So that is a movement of 44 points among independents.
44! Fucking yes! What did he take to for this? He is on fire today.
Policy, which was a strength for this president during the 2020
whatever coffee brew they gave him today, keep that one.
Campaign
make sure he's getting that one on the daily.
Become a weakness for him here in 2026, leading up to this midterm campaign.
Now, also, party identification, we discussed that the other day.
Was funny.
That was a metric that for the first time in my lifetime peaked for Republicans in the 2024 election, where they had a slight edge over Democrats nationally, where more people self-identified as Republican than Democrat, okay? They squandered that and then some. We're now back to the point where it's like an Obama-like margin. I believe Democrats, depending on which poll you look at, they're leading by double digits when it comes to party identification, which is just...
We down with Harry? Hell yeah.
I mean, that's astonishing, bro. Cool. That is astonishing to be leading by double digits when it comes to party identification.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It really is why Trump is panicking about the elections all of a sudden. Part of it is to get the attention off of what's going on, both with ICE and the war. Not so much ICE. ICE is one that he's still like, that one's going to plague him because it's getting worse again. And then he came out and he's just like, you need to pull them out of the cars. It's like, dude, you are losing on this issue with your own people. Maybe, just maybe, listen to some of the people telling you some of the bad things. Like, this is the part about Trump that really is, it's always been dangerous, but it sucks that you cannot not have yes men, which is disgusting. No president, like, this is why we have the leaders that we do, well, perceived leaders that we did before Trump, where they would have this group of people who would advise them. Sometimes they would be ill-advised, but at least they didn't all just have yes men.
So in every measurable way, we're at the point now where if you had the election today and you had...
Oh, that's what we got to watch. There's a update about Todd Blanche doing a bad faith meeting with the Epstein victims. Let's get the update on that one after we finish
Biden
this.
versus Trump, or you had Kamala Harris versus Trump. It wouldn't even be close. It would be a blowout and a half.
I'll probably be on for like an hour and a half. Did you see the Blue Angels fly over Florida? Yeah. Good luck with that one, pissing off everybody in Florida. Trust me, I saw how mad those beachgoers were, and you got fucking Hexet that's just like, that's funny. It's like, that's a red state, numbnuts.
Democrats easily getting back in power.
Also, it's fucking very dangerous for flyover to be that fucking close to any civilians.
In fact, this just came out from Harris X, who had a better economy among independent voters. Biden, 59%. Trump, 41%. All of the things that people said, oh, Biden was bad on this thing, like inflation, for example. They say, oh, inflation was really bad under Biden, and that's why Democrats struggled. Trump is doing way worse on that metric.
How much did it cost? The thing is, the flyovers are part of like a air show.
You name the issue. You name
so they're essentially practicing their runs, but realistically, they should not be doing that close to the beach, like that close to the beach.
Topic, and I will show you how Republican support has collapsed. People are pissed. People are blaming them.
Yeah.
People are defaulting to the Democrats.
Yep.
Now, by the way, let me be clear.
As I said, that's the normie take, though. That is literally, this is why it is pivotal that you do the optics game. Even if you're not necessarily doing a great job, you do have to try to convince them that that things are a little bit better. Not in the way that Biden did. Don't straight gaslight. People can see through that shit. But you do have to be like, no, things aren't actually, they were better here, guys. And this is why.
Not to say that
we did not do a very good job with that.
Democrats are doing a great job.
Yeah, see? I'm hoping that this time we don't fuck this up.
Because they're not. They're actually floundering in many respects. But Republicans are so atrocious and so evil and so terrible that people look at the political landscape and they go, well, obviously I'm going to go with the adult in the room, the Democrat, over any Republican in this country. Because it is very clear they're a fucking death cult. It's very clear they're going down with the Titanic.
And the fact that it's not a presidential election, you have a lot of like normies that are just like, yeah, he's had all three branches of government for 2.5 years and he hasn't done diddly with them. That big, beautiful bill and the no tax on tips wasn't enough. All right, Jack. Time to put some checks on you. And he's like, no, I can't have that. I can't have that. They'll impeach me.
Known as Donald Trump. So this is just, it's getting overwhelming.
Me runs. Hey, welcome to the stream.
Right, it's getting overwhelming. And this is exactly why you see Trump losing it. And effectively trying to rig the midterms, effectively trying to put a thumb on the scale for 2028, trying to get the voter data from each state respectively, trying to do ballot purging and ballot spoiling, trying to, set up plans. He's given a speech tonight, actually, which is supposed to be about, election security
or whatever. Through this. Okay, so this is old news. Old news. Here we go.
Look, it had absolutely nothing to do with us, and it had everything to do with Blanche checking a box so that he can get a promotion. I don't think that we had high expectations going into this meeting. I certainly did not, but I didn't expect to walk out of the meeting feeling the way that we feel right now.
Demoralized because nothing's coming from this.
Was...
Somehow, some way, you guys are going to end up the bad guys in this. Trust me. It's going to happen.
Demoralizing, to say the very least.
I mean, it's already they've already gone out of their way to try and make that like the victims of Epstein into like, oh, they're just money grubbing. Like they really are.
And I think that Todd Blanche had an opportunity today to throw us some
Me runs.
kind of...
Can you do me a favor? Check your subscription and see if it is still current, because I know that YouTube has been unsubbing people. This goes for everybody here right now, and if you're not currently subbed to the channel, please consider doing so.
To agree to something, just if he offered almost anything, I think that we would have been happy that he just offered us something, but he completely talked around questions. He didn't give transparent answers. He didn't give us any promises as far as following up on investigative leads. He had no real answers for the Ghislaine Maxwell transfer, and no real explanation for the improper...
And he's probably still gonna fucking get passed and confirmed.
Redactions.
Even though you got you got Tillis and that other jackass Cornyn that just lost his seat.
What he did say was that he would be open to meeting us again.
Still subbed? Awesome.
However, he would be open after we go to the FBI. Survivors have been going to the FBI for 30 years.
Right.
For 30 years, we've been going to the FBI, and why should we have any
She's cooking. This is such bullshit.
confidence in the FBI or the DOJ right now?
Yeah, but this is the thing. They had to play the game where they didn't want to upset them, because then it would be perceived as they were hostile towards the power structure that they need to get justice. Now, I hope they change their fucking minds. I'm wondering if and I'm going to just call it what it is. The dummy that said that I voted for Trump. I love Trump. And I do believe he's going to be the best one to help us. He really is sincere. I hope that dummy is fucking rethinking that. I'm sorry, man.
Again,
what happened to her is horrible, but for her to walk around with that fucking mind process, is insane.
It felt like more political posturing and using survivors the way that we've been used as political pawns.
Yep.
We're victims of crime. At the end of the day, we're victims of the crime of sex trafficking. And the fact that our Department of Justice will not take that seriously is beyond concerning, not just to us, but should be concerning to Americans all across this country.
It's such an important point, and you're so brave for being here, not only at our table and talking about this something that's so raw that it only happened a few hours ago, but also being so public in a case that is it tugs at the soul of who we are as a country, that so many powerful people were allowed to get away with something so heinous for so long. When someone like Blanche, says, well, you could have gone to the FBI. Earlier this week, the vice president said, well, the big issue about the Epstein cover-up, it was a PR problem. It was a communications problem. We probably promised too much out there, but that's all really it was. As someone who has had to live this heinous nightmare day in and day out, when they view you in such flippant ways as just a bad political story that has to be tucked away, how do you deal with that on a day-to-day basis?
Well, it's obviously very, very difficult to deal with that on an everyday basis. I think that this has always been handled by this administration as a reputational problem instead of prosecuting crimes that were committed against us. And, this is not something new from our administration.
No.
It's particularly concerning to us that, Todd Blanche met with senior officials.
Got a normie take.
In the Situation Room.
Yes.
That's something that I think that we're not talking enough about. Usually the Situation Room is reserved for acts of war, natural disasters, yet they were in there discussing the Epstein files, and it just makes you pause and wonder why.
And his attraction to the president is because of how he acted in the Situation Room with the express purpose of trying to make the story about the Epstein files better for the president. That's why the president likes him. So thank you for bringing that up.
So much has happened over the last year with the Epstein files, and horrifically so in terms of how you and other victims had your information disclosed to the public in ways that you were re-victimized over and over again, and they still have not done anything to redact and to remedy, which once something's on the internet, it's very hard to pull back, but still they could make an effort. How can Todd Blanche be a contender for Attorney General when he has shown that he lacks basic competency when it comes to overseeing the release of these files and protecting victims?
We're so screwed.
Well, you know, that's a question for the senators.
No, I don't think so, because no matter what, even if he pardons himself and all this shit, that doesn't necessarily protect him from the Epstein stuff.
Have to.
And if he does pardon himself from any I mean, if that's the way he wants to go out, dude.
Vote, and
because that's admission.
You know, that's one of so many things that make him a terrible candidate to be the Attorney General. It was total incompetence. Yes, there were hundreds of thousands of documents, but this is, you know, there's software to do these things. There's human eyes. He pulled people from the National Security Division, my old division, other places to do this, and still they made mistakes, and really costly mistakes for the victims. I want to pull on two other threads based on what Liz said that, just from a legal perspective, have really bothered me. You know, he met with Liz and other survivors and victims and said, go talk to the FBI. But when he went down to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, he didn't have an FBI with him. He didn't have prosecutors who had investigated the case with him, who would have been the right people in the right frame of mind, who had the information that they could have asked the pointed questions of Ghislaine
Stan just farted.
Maxwell
Oh
that
my God,
anyone
dude.
who was serious about doing a real investigation would have asked. I mean, I was a prosecutor for a long time. You don't just yourself go and do an interview or with somebody else who doesn't know anything about
Even with the 2 air filters. Whew.
the investigation.
What's
if
bad?
you were the one who knows the investigation, you have an agent with you, an agent who knows the investigation. So I think, you know, it just shows how he's expecting different things of you than he even was expecting of himself when he went to interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. And the second thing is, in terms of the sort of not answering questions, Liz, this is what yesterday was all about, right? Hyper-technical responses. When he was asked if he would go and meet with victims, he said, I am prohibited from doing so. That is not true. What that means is there is a rule of professional responsibility for lawyers. It's Rule 4.2, which says that if a person is represented by counsel, you can't go direct to the person. You have to go through their attorney. But he didn't say that part, right? And you know, of course he could go through the attorneys and speak to them. And so he did this time and time and time again yesterday. He gave these hyper-technical responses that didn't answer the question.
You have, before we let you go, Liz, you had Danny Bensky, who made a very important point. She noted, we may look like grown adults when you see us now, but we were children, young girls at the time of our abuse. These are the photos of when our innocence, dreams, and lives were stolen. Please take these faces in as you think of us as your own family, daughters, nieces, and sisters. Were you able to convey that to Todd Blanche? Were you able to tell him what you felt, what you
Amazing Nation
thought?
Nice.
I specifically told him what I thought and what I felt in a very impassioned way. And I explained to him who I was at the time that I met Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, what my life looked like and what my future looked like. And I also explained to him what actually happened to my life in the aftermath. And I asked him to not think of me as a victim, but to think about what it would be like if his daughter Sydney didn't have the opportunities that she deserved to have her dreams. I wish that I felt like that.
It's a good tactic right there.
Had an impact on him.
No.
It didn't feel like it did.
No, because he doesn't care. He's actually like a ghoulish human being. He's an evil person. Surprise.
Yes, very much so. I conveyed that to him.
after months of radio silence from the Department of Justice amid their mishandling of the release of the Epstein files, survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse are finally getting their opportunity to meet with Acting Attorney General Todd.
I love how we all have a hoarse voice.
And it's happening later this hour. The meeting comes after this powerful testimony from
Even Trump. I love how Trump had it too.
Epstein's
It is kind of like cathartic to just see him got the same way we all are.
survivor
No matter what, those same particulates are in his fucking bloodstream.
and friend of
Hey.
this program, Danny Bensky. It comes on the second day of Todd Blanche's confirmation hearing.
You did hear what they said about it, right? That it affects the old a whole lot worse. All right.
We may look like grown adults when you see us now, but we were children. Young girls at the time of our abuse.
To smoke it. I'm here, guys. Like, if you're just joining us and you haven't seen this already, my wife went outside to take a picture for you guys. This is currently, well, not, I mean, it's dark now, but that's what it looks like. Like, that shit it's fucked. It's, and like, you go out there and immediately you can taste the burning. You're like, what the
are the photos of when our innocence, dreams, and lives were stolen.
I saw a really funny Simpsons meme where it's like, it tastes like fireplace.
Please take these faces in as you think of us as your own family, daughters, nieces, sisters. Now look at our faces and remember the women and families of who the DOJ re-victimized. Todd Blanche has been at the helm of the release of nude images of survivors, the outing of Jane Doe's, and the exposure of more than 100 victims identifying information and documents describing horrific acts of abuse, including my own. Instead of treating this release as its own violation and holding the man who led it accountable, you have a decision on whether you place him in the highest law enforcement position in this country.
Now, this meeting that Danny and other survivors are having with Todd Blanche is only coming because Republican Tom Tillis
said, otherwise, you ain't getting my vote.
made it a condition for arriving at yes to confirm Todd Blanche. It's not like Todd Blanche woke up and said, maybe I should listen to the survivors of abuse. No, this is to get a vote, but it is happening. But important to note that Todd Blanche easily could have met with survivors months ago or years ago at this point, 2 years ago when he took the job, when they requested to meet with him.
Or like when he met with Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, that would have been a good time.
The flashpoint at Todd Blanche's confirmation hearing today was testimony about the damage that Todd Blanche has already done to the Department of Justice because of the purge of thousands of career employees that he is responsible for and that he's even publicly bragged about. Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee sought to highlight how these firings should be disqualifying for anyone seeking to lead the department. They called on former DOJ pardon attorney Liz Oyer, someone we turn to understand what's happening inside the department. Democrats today wanted her to testify about why she says she was fired by Todd Blanche and explain the lengths he and his office went to keep her quiet about it. Watch.
This is good coverage.
2 days after Mr. Blanche was confirmed as Deputy Attorney General, he fired me from my position as the department's career pardon attorney. I declined to rubber stamp a political favor for a friend of the president, and it cost me my job. Mr. Blanche's office had
This is so damning.
asked me to recommend restoring
If he does get confirmed, that it's just like, dude, this is all a farce.
gun ownership rights of a convicted
Like, I'm glad that this embarrassment is actually coming out. Like, at least we get that much.
domestic abuser. I raised concerns about public safety, but Mr. Blanche's staff pressured me to go along anyway. I did not. But because this
I
particular
like how Glassley just is glazing over. And
domestic abuser had a personal relationship with the president, Mr. Blanche's staff asked me to set aside my concerns. When I wouldn't, Mr. Blanche fired me within hours. He then took extraordinary measures to silence me. He sent U.S. Marshals to my home in an effort to prevent me from speaking with members of Congress.
Seems like a pretty clear and obvious sequence of events. Decline to do a favor for Donald Trump's friend, lose your job at the hand of Todd Blanche. But in Todd Blanche's confirmation hearing yesterday, he tried to assert that Liz Oyer's firing had nothing to do with her declining his request to restore gun rights to Donald Trump's friend, the actor Mel Gibson, and said that he, in fact, tried to give her heads up that
it was Mel Gibson.
U.S. Marshals were heading to her house. Here's Liz Oyer rebuking those claims from Todd Blanche about her firing and warning the Senate and the public that putting Todd Blanche in charge of the Department of Justice is a threat to the country.
I was shocked to hear Mr. Blanche's testimony about this yesterday. What he said about my firing is provably
But you know they're
false.
totally not fascists.
His claim that it had nothing to do with the concerns I raised is contradicted by documents and evidence. His claim that he tried to call me before...
It's so weird what happens when you actually get a true adult, no nonsense, she's not a political hack, in front of people. And the demeanor and the way that they speak to somebody. It's so, like, can we just acknowledge how obvious it is that they lie to us all the fucking time?
Sending marshals to my home is flat out false. His claim that it is normal for DOJ to use armed law enforcement officers to deliver mail to the homes of its former employees is preposterous. The casual lies that Mr. Blanche tells, even while sitting in this chair testifying to this committee,
which should be contested under the him being, or it should end with him being held in contempt, and then they should be able to prove that he lied under oath.
are emblematic of
If they can, yeah, that should be obvious that he shouldn't be the fucking head lawyer of the of America. What are we doing?
a much larger
Dear
problem.
God.
To the American public, it looks like
excuse
Mr.
me.
Blanche is running DOJ as Donald Trump's personal law firm. Americans across the political spectrum rely on DOJ to keep us safe and free. Mr. Blanche has shown that he is willing to put all of that at risk to serve a political agenda. I beg the members of this committee to think about what this is costing our country. Please do not degrade our justice system further by promoting Mr. Blanche.
The destruction Todd Blanche has already wrought at the Department of Justice, which he's seeking to lead, is where we start today. Former Department of Justice pardon attorney Liz Oyer joins us. She is now the host of the podcast, Is This Really Legal? And with me for the hour, senior political analyst, host of the Runaway Country podcast, author of the Substack, How the Hell with Alex Wagner. Alex Wagner joins us. Liz, your testimony was extraordinary and courageous. Just take me through the experience.
I was really nervous to go up there and testify, Nicole, because I don't know what the Justice Department is capable of under Todd Blanche's leadership. They've put me through the ringer once in connection with my firing. When I spoke out about my firing, they sent armed law enforcement officers to my home. Mr. Blanche has demonstrated that he has a very casual relationship with the truth. He lies when convenient to get what he wants. And so I have this fear of what shoe might drop next, what he might try to do to me next. It seems like he coordinated with some of the Republican members of the panel to try to attack my credibility in the hearing. And that was really the focus of all the questions I got today, which was
that seemed like that was the
surprising.
point.
I didn't get any questions from the Republican members of the committee about Mr. Blanche. I got a lot of
Trump
questions
is
about
Muslim. Praise be to Allah.
myself in
Allahu Akbar.
an effort, I think, to suggest that I'm not a credible witness because they really don't have any response on the facts. They don't have any way to dispute any of the things that I testified about. So, you know, Mr. Blanche, I think, just proved himself in the hearing to be somebody that
Where's the right-wing outrage there? Yeah.
he really
You'd think that they would care about something like this.
he really desperately wants this job, and he will say what is necessary to get it. And I felt like it was my duty to go up there on the Hill today and share my own experience and tell the truth. Felt like that was my duty to my fellow citizens, to the many people in this country who care about the Justice Department and who care about our future. And, you know, it wasn't a pleasant experience. It was very stressful. I'm very tired, but I'm glad I did it. I felt like it was the right thing to do.
Are you more afraid now than before you testified against Todd Blanche?
Yes. he's, you know, at this point, one of the most powerful people in the country, and he stands to get potentially even more powerful if he's confirmed. And I'm well aware that I've sort of pitted myself against as an opponent of this incredibly powerful man who's proven that he is vindictive and lies. And, you know, I just don't know what he's capable of, and it is genuinely very scary. But I'm more scared of what his leadership will do to our justice system. We all rely on a justice system that is fair and impartial to protect our civil.
It's literally what separates us from Russia and all these other fucking, what we always perceived as backwards ass countries.
Rights to keep us safe.
If that happens, then we are no better at that point. Yeah. Sorry. I mean, I'm not looking for American exceptionalism. I'm really not.
And Mr. Blanche is...
But I do want, like, I think that that's a good point to bring up to people where it's just like, you do understand that, like, what keeps us separate from these other nations is our rule of law, like the way that we respect these things, the way we actually, like, separate our institutions and kept them separated, and we respect our Constitution. That's all out the fucking window now.
There's a real threat to that. So the risk of testifying against him, in my mind, you know, it was a no-brainer. It was worth taking.
Good for you. Thank you
Liz,
for doing
do
so.
you ever wonder how you ended up fighting this fight, not alone, but without some of the former leaders of the Department of Justice, people like Merrick Garland or Lisa Monaco, or leaders of the FBI, Christopher Wray, under whom all of you served and worked, and who, even if they couldn't keep Todd Blanche from harassing you or investigating you, they could testify to the character of the workforce of the men and women of the Department of Justice.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a mixed bag, because there is a segment of our country that associates Merrick Garland and other leaders of the Justice Department under Biden with Biden's leadership, and there are people who are unhappy with Biden's leadership. And my goal in speaking out, I was not a political appointee. I wasn't appointed by President Biden. I didn't work for him, didn't work for any president. I worked for the American people, and I was non-political. And my goal in speaking out, and, you know, I think the goal that other non-political Justice Department employees have, is to really try to amplify that the Justice Department is not a political place. Almost all of its work is non-political. It benefits everyone, regardless of your partisan political affiliation. And I don't know that it would be helpful to have people like Merrick Garland sort of leading the conversation on that. I don't have, you know, the same name recognition and platform as someone like that, but I feel like my voice has a certain credibility because I'm nonpartisan. I do hope that more nonpartisan career employees of the Justice Department
they got to speak out. They have to come out. That's the thing. These are the normies. These are people, like, we have spent, if there's one thing that, like, kind of that kind of speaks to, like, the whole theme of the night, it's normies and how they react to this shit. And honestly, normies do react to people that they hear, like, when they hear nonpartisan, they're like, okay.
Join this conversation to really.
So you're telling me that I'm not going to get it from either side here? Well, and they look at her and they're like, she just must be a leftist. It's just like, why is that?
Try to demonstrate to the American people.
What would it be about her that makes her a leftist?
That DOJ is not meant to be political.
She's a woman. She isn't like Trump. That's enough.
All of us, regardless of partisan politics, and we cannot have someone like Todd Blanche in charge of the powers of the Justice Department.
Well, Stan is sleeping. He is sleeping something fierce right now.
We've got to get back to some of that breaking news we talked about just a moment ago. A group of Epstein survivors just wrapping up a meeting with the acting attorney general.
Holy shit. NBC News actually covered this?
Todd Blanche. This discussion happening just a day, of course, after Blanche appeared on Capitol Hill.
Genuinely kind of shocking.
For his confirmation hearing. A group of survivors in the room, including Danny Bensky, who also testified again.
Update, guys, my ex-employer is really fighting me on unemployment benefits. Like, I got an email about filling another form at 11:20.
And on day 2 of the hearing, or testified herself this morning. She is joining us now. She was in the room with Todd Blanche. Danny is familiar to her.
Yeah, it's getting dangerously close to that point where you might want to find somebody that will at least look at, because lawyers will, for like the initial looking at a case, they will not charge you for. So you might need to do that.
Audience, you've been on the show
If,
before.
if she keeps pushing this, the thing is, a lawyer will look at her and be like, "Are you okay? Bet."
And I just want to be transparent. You literally are right out of this meeting.
Right out of this meeting, had a lot of big emotions, so just came off a little bit of a, not a little bit, but like a little bit of a crash and some tears, and so, yeah, it's a highly emotional moment here.
Can you explain that a little bit? What was so emotional about this discussion? And
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't substantive. It was not productive. It was a lot of, I didn't say that. You should go back to the FBI, and things that we've heard before. And
Jesus, he did this to their face.
It very much felt like we were just taking
God damn. I hope that they testify in front of
the box
Congress
off
again.
of the meeting, because, and I say
Or
that,
this oversight
and this is where I
committee.
got emotional about it, was because we spent all morning in that hearing, and I felt like that moment with Tom Tillis was a real, like, glimmer, right? Where, okay, he was a human who saw another human, and party lines didn't exist in that moment.
Yeah.
And he said, like, you have to meet with the survivors. And now Todd Blanche did that exact thing. He met with survivors, but did he actually take in any information that we said? Did he actually give us any sort of, like, I said multiple times, listen, we're just looking for a good faith commitment, because we've never seen this DOJ act in good faith ever. And
what was his response to that?
I mean, he basically was like, okay, you have to go back to the FBI and start over, you know, and he couldn't.
Dude, how fucking much of a just heartless, soulless asshole can you be?
And he was like, I can't commit to anything here.
Holy fuck. And could you imagine his, like, this is my impression of Todd Blanche. No. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
I can't commit to anything now, but it's like, yes, you can
Nuh-uh.
actually. You can commit to taking meetings with survivors. He did commit. The one thing
Sourpuss.
he did do, he did say that he would meet with survivors independently with our lawyers, but that we had to go to FBI first. But like, even that is just, it's so frustrating when you feel like you're continuously beating your head against the wall, and to hear that you have like 6 million documents, you have 30 years of victims' testimony coming forward, and you're saying, oh no, you have to start from scratch. You have to go back to the jurisdiction that you were in and start over. It's just, it feels exhausting. And so it's kind of twofold, right? Where it feels like this moment with Tillis might be something where he saw us, but now I really worry that Tillis is going to see this. Sorry, I get really emotional about this.
I understand. I know. Because it's a lot. It's been a lot today for you. And I just remind people you were on the Hill like all morning, and then you went to this meeting with the Attorney General, or the acting Attorney General, who's up to become the next Attorney General. Your concern, it sounds like, is that Tom Tillis is going to
swear him in?
Okay, vote yes. He's going to vote yes, and you don't
He's
want him
vote
to.
yes.
I just still don't. My mind has not been changed that he will do what is best for the American people and survivors in this country. I think, if anything, it's made it more abundantly clear that he talks in circles, and he's good at talking in circles. And that's not what we need from our acting AG. We need somebody who's actually going to have some fight and some grit, and sit down with survivors and hear our stories and say, where are the credible leads? Let's find them. Great. You know, somebody that we can actually work together with. It's not partisan.
Did he hear your stories today? Did you share any of your stories? Like, what was the tone of this discussion?
Oh, we had 30 minutes, and we started with, couldn't get the lawyers on the call, so we had 15 minutes of trying to, like, you know, there's a lot of the technicality stuff that happened. And then finally we did, you know, start the meeting, and it just felt like, okay, well, we have a half hour, air your grievances. Great, I met with survivors. And it's like, that's not what we're asking for. We are asking for investigations.
He literally did it with the energy of, like, fine, I did it. You happy?
Like, it's so exhausting to keep saying the same things. Like, America doesn't want to hear the same things over and over again. We just want action, and we're not getting any action. And it's just after a day where you feel like maybe there was a small glimmer of hope, and now we've ticked the box and we're moving on, and it just feels like it's just a lot.
One of the things that he said this morning or earlier today on the Hill was about having staff members meet with you. He also referenced that in the hearing yesterday.
Yes.
Is that something, I assume staff was in the room? Is that a correct
Yeah, and he did point us directly to I believe she's the head of
sex crimes in the FBI. And so I would have to look that up.
Yeah, no,
Ali
no,
Serrano. Ali Serrano's her name.
Good. But would you consider a meeting with staff, even if it's not the AG? Would that help?
Today, no, because Tom Tillis was pretty, he said, meet with you. And we felt like we've been waiting 9 months, 8 months,
How many times? We've talked about this many times.
So many times. And we've reached out so many times. And then all of a sudden, when his promotion is on the line, all of a sudden, guess what? He comes through and says, okay, great, I'm going to meet with survivors. And it's like, it's always in self-interest. And I guess that's been at the heart of this the entire time, is that he always will act in self-interest first. He will always protect the people that he wants to protect and not the country. And that's the problem.
And you didn't hear anything that would change your mind of that. I was going to ask you if you felt like this was a moment towards rebuilding trust, which I know in conversations with survivors and family has been an issue. Is there anything that you heard that gives you faith in what Todd Blanche could do as head of the DOJ?
No, and I said it must have said it like 4 times in the meeting.
What the fuck? NBC's really fucking going to bat there, or it's just like, are you sure there's nothing? Are you sure?
Because survivors are looking for good faith. What can you tell us right now you will do? Because
don't forget to double tap that screen, hit the like button, and sub to the channel if you have not already.
And what did he say?
I appreciate you all being here, though. Thank you.
He would just spin it, He would just say, well, I can't commit to anything right now. Like, you're blindsiding me. You're coming in here, and this doesn't need to be a hostile meeting.
Was it a hostile meeting?
Not really. I mean, it was him saying, like, hey, I've never said those things. When I'm like, we've literally seen you on camera. Like, we could find news clips of the things that we were talking about. Like,
So
this is
combative, perhaps?
Like, he took like the very oh, listen, like, I see you, I
Yeah.
hear you, your concerns are valid, and then would turn up. But I never said that, and it's like, it's a lot of gaslighting, to be honest.
So what do you want people to know? I mean, we have talked about your advocacy.
I'll tell you what, these interviews are fire.
The efforts in the past.
Might have to watch some of these on tomorrow's stream too.
How deeply personal this is for you and how difficult it is every time. And
Yeah.
so I think to people who are seeing your emotion, I mean, that's part
It's
of
a
it.
highly emotional day.
Yeah. Like, what do you want people to know? What do you want to? What's your message to Americans now here moving forward?
I think we deserve a country where our government is on our side and on the crime victims' side. And I just feel like we're not going to see that from AG Blanche. Like, he said it yesterday with that slip of the tongue where I am Trump's lawyer, or I was Trump's lawyer. He very much is still in the best interest of Donald Trump. And after today's meeting, I mean, I don't think there's a single survivor that walked out of that meeting feeling like anything was accomplished and feeling even a sliver of feeling human and good. And it's just more of the same, right? So I hope that from this moment, there's so many thoughts swirling in my head that I'm not sure where it goes from here, but I really do hope that we can find a way to the investigative leads. If it takes going back to the FBI, we'll do it. I think many of us...
You will take that step.
Yeah, okay. I think a few of us will. I can't say for everybody, but we shouldn't have to, and I think it's absolutely ridiculous. But I think at this point, we're so far into all of this that... you have to put your money where your mouth is sometimes. So, whatever I need to do, tell me process and I'll do it.
You mentioned President Trump. Did he come up in the meeting at all?
No.
Okay.
No.
Danny, we are so grateful to you for your
Thank you so
time.
much.
Again, literally from the meeting straight here, and I know that's a lot, and we're so grateful to you for sharing that and for shining a light and being transparent about the process.
I watched a speech for less than 2 minutes and heard 5 fat lies from Fatty Trump.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Brian Coates, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. Not sure if you're subbed or not. If you don't mind, sub to the channel. You might like it. Y'all might like it. Man, this shit is crazy. Legal exposure. It's bad news. Wait, what?
I'm joined now by Senator Adam Schiff. Senator,
Why is he looking more and more like Wolverine every fucking day?
to get your reaction first and foremost to the hearing that just took place with Todd Blanche, who is, of course, vying to be the next Attorney General. Did you get the impression, after having watched him, that he was actually going to be adherent to the Constitution as opposed to continuing his job as Donald Trump's personal criminal defense attorney?
No, he made it very clear that through his actions, he is really representing the person of the president.
Yeah, that's pretty much all we need from that. BTC's just given up. Good for him. Once you do that, it's a lot of fun. I just gave up. Now, I do know how to trim my beard, though. That's the difference. Oh, did he have a breakup? My guy's got he's got the breakup look going. Because I know that I think, didn't he just get engaged or something? Like last year? Like, I remember him posting about that. Unless that's just like his new thing or it's his new look, but. 8 out of 10. Questionable tone, but great length. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, fuck it. Let's play Sylvie's video. Sovereign citizen thing. Canon law. Prevail with knowledge. Oh, Jesus. This guy's only got 272 subscribers. Well, I'm gonna like the video. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm gonna like the video. All right. Damn it, I usually have a thing about not using videos from people that are smaller channels than myself. Scheiße. Let's take a look. Otherwise, well, damn it, because Piers Morgan did have a fucking good panel on today, too. Now we'll do this. Let's do Sylvie's video. All right. Maybe this will help him out. All right, if we like it, then I'm going to tell you guys to follow this channel. If we don't like it, then tough titties. All righty, let's take a look. This guy's apparently a lawyer that goes after sovereign citizens, so I'm interested.
Across the seas.
And right off the bat, he's got music. Uh-oh.
This, I would say, a collection of ideas that are probably not wise to adhere to. This group of people don't like to be called sovereign citizens. They view sovereign citizen as a contradiction in terms or a dichotomy, in the sense that sovereign usually indicates somebody who is apart from and maybe individually responsible for themselves, not subject to anybody else, like a king. A king is
BTC, she's just trying to find herself. Don't mock a girl who's on a soul tree.
sovereign because nobody tells the king what to do, and a citizen meaning that they are subject to some kind of political
good point. You're right.
Power or government, and so they don't identify themselves as citizens who are subject to the powers of specific groups or people, in the sense that they don't subject themselves to the government because of the legal jargon.
Oh my God, I'm about to really break my fucking protocol here. I gotta piss.
And the legalese that they
God damn it.
use, which is a product of taking words that have legal significance.
When's he actually gets to covering the sovereign stuff? Like, is he covering sovereign citizen videos, or is this one, Sylvie? Is this one I should have watched by myself?
Significance in various contexts.
Or was this one actually for stream? I forgot to ask that. That's on me.
Combining them together in a way that doesn't actually make sense. So the problem with the law is this. And this is where I think a lot of them go wrong. And we'll actually go through a video real quick of somebody who claims to be a constitutional lawyer who actually isn't a lawyer at all. And so one of the things that he presents is that different terms have meaning, and what a sovereign citizen, or whatever you call these people, often will do is they will take various different areas or bodies of law, different sources of law, they'll combine them incorrectly together, and they'll reach conclusions that none of those individual bodies of law reach. So in law, as an attorney, we have different sources of law, depending on what kind of law you practice. That's why lawyers specialize in various different areas of the law, because no lawyer could remember or memorize every area of law across the entire United States, or even across an entire state, because different statutes are long and lengthy, sometimes thousands of pages long, about how to understand a specific thing, like insurance law or criminal law or administrative law. And even within administrative laws, there are different administrative functions of government, and you would have to know each administrative function of government. Now, there are general principles that would allow an attorney to practice in, quote, administrative law, and maybe bounce between something like Social Security to workers' compensation, which is an area that I practice, to the Texas Workforce Commission's administrative system. But even understanding what an administrative system is can be complicated. And then, of course, you have legislative acts, you have rulemaking that's done by the executive branch, you have common law that's produced by the court decisions. All these different things work together to create the law. And so the law can be pretty complicated to navigate. It's why I think a lot of these people are reading various different sources. They're combining them together by saying, well, generally speaking, these things are all the law. And because they're all the law, we can read them together. But that's not the way it works. And so they'll often use terms that are inappropriate for various different areas of the law. And they'll substitute them for something else. So for an example of that is this: they'll often use trust language. So in estate and probate law and trust law, you have specific terms like fiduciary, you have trust and trustee. These are terms that mean something in different areas of the law that have no meaning at all in a criminal context. So the majority of these people find themselves awry of the law. And so when they find themselves somewhat on the opposite side of what's legal, usually through minor traffic infractions, because they don't want to license or insure their vehicles as they travel about throughout the public, because they believe that traveling and driving are different things. So let's go ahead and look at this particular sovereign person who is identifying as a constitutional lawyer named Rick Martin. So let's go ahead and watch a little bit of some videos about what he has to say about things.
Any law repugnant to the Constitution is no law, has no force of law, and can be ignored. Now we got to hold that in our minds. No law repugnant to the Constitution. And if we live by these rules that you see in the Supreme Court, this has never been broken down.
I can't. The audio's too bad. I'm out. I'm sorry. This is not great production at all. Yeah. I'll just leave a like for the guy so he can get that boost, but yeah, not something to... yeah, sorry, my interest on that one definitely petered out. Okay. Let's get some... Let's chill for a minute. All right. Chill and discuss. Can't be longer than Tucker Carlson's monologue. He goes for like 30 minutes. I figured you'd probably screen it, but they do get into it pretty quickly. It's just an intro. Yeah, it's alright. Anyway, it's very helpful. No, I'll check it out. Pep going Shark Tank on the vid. I'm out. No, I'm just... My attention span, I was done. Now, if that says more about my attention span than it does the video, hey, that's... I am gladly willing to admit that that could be the case, but... Oh, man. What's going on here? Well, something just happened over on Twitch. Maybe I can try and make a video, like kind of summarizing it. Gotta go back to work. Have a great night. Great. You have a great night too. Be safe at work. I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your shift, because you know what? You're out there working. You're doing you're doing the thing. You're doing the work. You're putting it in. You're putting the work in. Good on you, sir. Sylvie just subbed to you in case you upload stuff. By the way, if you guys haven't already subbed to this channel, and you are enjoying yourself in the chill vibes that we produce here, and just in general, the politics and some news, yeah, consider subscribing, guys. YouTube's got me by the balls on that one. They really do. What the fuck, Pep? You do all this promotion. Serious? And fucking A. Hate this fucking fridge. Okay, so my fridge fucking leaked something massive. Great. 3K, here we come. I hope so. I mean, I'm at 29 40, I think. Let's see. 2941. Cool. Hey, I'll take it. We're getting there, guys. Oh no, I feel pressure. Don't feel pressure. You're fine. When the pressure drops, the pressure. When the pressure gonna drop on you. It's a banger of a song, by the way. All right. Let's get to something else. I want to hang tonight. I got me a little bit of energy. And I think that we will rebound here. Ah, shit. Until that happens, or it's just like, fuck. All right, so right now,
we were the first.
Okay, palate cleanser.
First generation to have the internet. We were the. Remember how mean we were to our parents? Remember that? They'd be like,
yeah, he told this joke.
I sent an electronic mail. You're like, it's email, you dumb bitch. Don't pick up the phone when I'm on the computer. And then now there's shit coming out that scares me. I was like, oh, what? It's AI? I was like, so the Pope wasn't wearing a puffy white jacket? Took me a week to learn that wasn't real. I don't have TikTok on my phone. I don't have it. My fiance has it on her phone, and she shows it to me like I'm her fucking grandpa.
That's how my wife does it to me.
She really does. She shows me TikToks, and I'm like, oh. And those dogs are friends? Oh, I like this one.
I like this one.
We were the first generation.
So it's killing it. It's showing it to me like I'm her grandpa. Oh, are those dogs friends? I like this one. Oh my god. I fucking that is me. That's totally me. Oh god. No, Soder is fire. He told, yeah, that's one of the ones he's been working out, and I think he nailed that one. I'm glad that he released that. God, that was funny. I think that he was proud of that because, yeah, he told that joke at the show that we were at Saturday. So he just released that video. I'm thinking that he was pretty happy with the way that turned out. So hell yeah, hell yeah! Always like it when something works out. Alrighty, what I forgot. Matt and Shane talk American Sniper. Nah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. The messy World Cup conspiracy is getting worse. The what?
Well, you've got the Lionel Messi World Cup rigging allegations just blowing up right now. Joe Rogan and JD Vance's bombshells on Epstein and Israel expose a lot, including a MAGA ticking time bomb. I'll be live tonight to cover and break down Trump's controversial primetime address with your favorite DeFranco and Georgia State House candidate Lindsey DeFranco, so be subscribed and have all notifications turned on. And Trump's teleprompter guy reportedly got busted betting on Trump's speeches. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco.
How much corruption? It's comical. Like, god damn it.
Go show you.
But it's not funny.
Daily dive into the news, starting with this. Is FIFA rigging the World Cup final? Or that's something you've seen many people asking.
I mean, it seems that, like, from everybody that I've been hearing this shit from, they're all on board with this.
Saying as Argentina's been advancing through knockout rounds. And you have them officially securing their spot in the finals after beating England in another stunning comeback. Right? If you've been on World Cup Twitter, which is a very special version of Twitter, you've probably seen a wide array of largely AI-generated memes that show Argentina's Messi, often depicted as a princess, a baby, or a woman cozying up with a FIFA president, Gianni Infantino. And the memes of kind of all kind, they do hit on general themes. These two talking about rigging games, handling bribe money, you know, you get the idea. But it's also not just AI memes. You've got...
I hate to say it, this is a form of AI that, all right, Go for it.
So many people that are broadly accusing Messi of cheating. You've got things like this TikTok with over 2.2 million likes that just baselessly alleges that he paid millions of dollars for extra penalty kicks. Others have also argued that FIFA rigged the tournament to give Argentina a clearer path to the semifinals. Or you've got people
Jesus
claiming
Christ,
that
my
the
eyes.
team was set up with easier games and noting that they didn't face
World Cup is trash. All the teams are owned by the Queen, so you know it's all just a
Face off
scam.
against-
Soccer sucks. Somebody's a salty Susan.
any of the top 10 teams in the FIFA ranking before their match against England. And then you're seeing plenty of allegations of referee bias. And I really want to stress to you, these are just some of the theories that have been floating around out there. But also I should note, like, this is by no means the first time that there have been allegations about FIFA's favoritism towards Argentina spreading online. Right? Argentina ops, they've been calling Messi FIFA's princess since the last World Cup in 2022, which Argentina won. And while you had a lot of people sharing a lot of feelings about the Argentina-Cape Verde game, I mean, the favoritism allegations, they really came back in full force this year after Argentina beat Egypt 3-2 in the final minutes of their game. Right? And that one was especially contentious because the refs voided an Egyptian goal due to a foul, but then apparently declined to review a later potential foul by Argentina shortly before they scored the winning goal.
How's that work?
It wasn't just, soccer fans that were spreading the favoritism theories. The coach of Egypt's team called the game unfair and said that the team suffered injustice. He even explicitly suggested that FIFA may have rigged the game to favor Argentina, saying perhaps they wanted to keep the world champion in the competition. Perhaps they wanted Messi to stay in the running. It has now been reported that Egypt has officially filed a complaint challenging the results and asking for an investigation into that referee. Though, of course, FIFA officials and the manager of Argentina's national team have denied the allegations.
Damn, dude, this is some drama that I'm actually interested in.
Of favoritism. But that's also not where the controversy ends, because you have many UK leaders and fans calling for the team to be investigated after some players held up a political banner following their semifinal win yesterday, with the banner in question being translated to "The Malvinas are Argentine," with that being in reference to the islands located 300 miles off of the coast of Argentina, which are also known as the Falkland Islands. And so just for a quick history lesson there, while many different countries have claimed the islands over the past several centuries, it's been under de facto British rule since the UK reestablished its rule in 1833. But Argentina, they've always claimed that the islands were illegally taken. And in 1982, the military government invaded in order to try and take them back, initiating the Falkland War, which lasted 74 days and actually ended during the 82 World Cup when Argentina surrendered. But also since that war, Argentina has still claimed that they have sovereignty over the islands. So that, as 99.8% of the island's residents voted to remain under British rule during a 2013 referendum. Like literally only 3 people voted against it. But leading up to yesterday's game, you had numerous Argentinian leaders painting the match against
Jesus Christ. I mean,
England as this broader political statement. And that actually included the vice president saying that the
what was the number? Verse the 3.
Game isn't just another match, while referring to the England.
Watch, it's actually just 5 people, and then 3 people were like, nah, it's like, oh, I mean.
As invaders and usurping pirates. So it's not surprising that that banner made its way to the pitch, with some outlets noting that it appears to have been handed down by the fans in the crowd who were photographed holding it earlier. But you also have it appearing to violate FIFA's rules for both players and stadium content, both of which strictly prohibit displaying or wearing any materials with political messaging. And so as a result, while you had leaders in Argentina cheering on the message, you had numerous UK officials calling for a formal probe, with a spokesperson for Prime Minister Keir Starmer telling reporters, "The World Cup might not be ours, but the Falkland Islands definitely are. Our position is unchanged.
I thought he quit.
Self-determination rests with the Islanders, and our commitment to the Falklands will never waver." And you had them adding that any potential sanctions are a matter for FIFA to resolve. But as far as what that punishment would be, that remains unclear, though I will say there is some past precedent. Because you've had a situation where during a warm-up game for the 2014 World Cup, Argentina's players held up a banner with the same message about the Falklands, a move that resulted in a $37,000 fine from FIFA. But now, you have some speculating that this could be much more serious because this isn't a warm-up, it was an official match. And then another possibility is that FIFA might sanction the players who held up the banner, right? And that's also something they've done in the past, suspending individual players for a game or two after they made political statements.
He's mid-quit.
But that said, it could be a while before any potential punishment's handed down, and experts say that it's unlikely anything's going to happen before the final. But then also at the same time, you're seeing
I'll check out the final.
Spread questions about FIFA's political neutrality at this World Cup. Right? Infantino, the FIFA president, he's been
no, I won't.
Widely banned.
I don't have Fox or any of that bullshit.
For his close ties with Donald
paying for that.
Trump, who he's cozied up to in the lead up to the games. And that was a relationship you saw receive even more backlash after FIFA reversed a red card suspension for the United States. Right? That was at Donald Trump's request, though it didn't.
The fact that it was an orange card.
Fucking do.
Or it might not have been orange, but it just looked orange because of his skin complexion.
For the game, we still lost 4-1. But then also Trump, he's a big ally of Argentina's president, and they're both reportedly set to sit with Infantino during the final on Sunday. And so kind of just to bring it full circle, even if you don't buy the whole Messi Argentina favoritism accusations, it is true that FIFA has pulled some incredibly questionable moves recently, which also isn't that great for an organization that has a deep history of corruption. But for now, we'll have to wait to see how all this plays out, and that goes for, investigations, probes, as well as who's going to win the World Cup, which, hey, a question for you. Who do you think is going to win the World Cup? But also I'll say, Argentina.
All right, get to it.
and FIFA, they are not the only ones who found themselves in some tricky waters. Because this Joe Rogan, JD Vance situation you've got on your hands, it's a wild one. Because this new interview, it really tested both of them on some crucial controversies inside of this MAGA civil war we've seen play out over the past year and a half, namely the Epstein files and the war in Iran. And you've had Joe Rogan being among the many conservative.
I feel like Philly D is one of the best YouTube OGs. He really is.
Voices who have been slamming the Trump administration.
He's only gotten better
on both of those fronts. So I also, of course, have to add an asterisk there because it hasn't stopped Joe Rogan from being a very willing prop of the administration. Whether it be him with the biggest smile on his face being buddy-buddy inside of the Oval Office or on the White House lawn. But yesterday what you saw is that when they got together, Vance addressed both of these things on his podcast, even admitting that they botched the release of the files.
We absolutely screwed up the comms of the Epstein files, like we just did. But do I think the reason we screwed up the comms is because we were trying to hide something? No. I think that we should have just dropped everything at the very beginning.
To which you might understandably respond, but your boss was the main person trying to make it so nothing got released. He very transparently made it his mission to knock Republicans who supported this thing from the beginning out of Congress, namely Thomas Massey. And then, of course, you had just Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving. Though you then also had Rogan bringing up Pam Bondi, or pressing Vance on things like the former AG doing that big performative binder release with Vance saying,
I think Pam was trying to respond to the political moment. I think she overstated what we had and what we didn't have. And I think that she, got roasted for it publicly.
But ultimately, you had Vance claiming that the big issue with the files isn't actually with the Trump administration, but rather errors made way back during the investigation in 2007 and 2008. And so even while seemingly admitting that Trump and his DOJ, they missed the mark, he still ultimately defended them.
We eventually collected 6 million documents as part of the effort.
And
the president, people say the president
released how many?
Was forced into releasing the documents. Like, again, the idea that Donald Trump could not have killed that legislation, especially with the United States Senate, is a joke. He absolutely could have killed it. I've never seen a single piece of credible evidence that the president of the United States engaged in wrongdoing with minors, ever. So, like, when the president says the hoax, that's what he's talking about, is this democratic idea that he somehow was a pedophile. It's absurd.
But to that, I would just say no. He seems to be deflecting, making a very specific argument, and
Yeah,
there are
that was
plenty of
actually
people who
almost
want
like
to release the
two-telling.
Epstein
What
files
the
that
fuck,
don't actually
dude?
think that Donald Trump himself is a pedophile. There are definitely other issues, like the fact that he literally had to pay just a ton of money over sexual abuse. But there are also plenty of people that think that Donald Trump didn't want the release of the Epstein files and even still had a hand in what was and wasn't released with, like, what we've seen publicly, because he either wanted to protect or still have leverage over a bunch of other rich people, right? Elites, a lot of the people that he surrounds himself with or who have supported him. Because a lot of people in this country think that it's not really left versus right, though there is that stuff at play, but it's rather top versus.
I have an announcement to make. Phyllis Diller just passed away at 109 years old. Rest in peace, but I'm going to be honest. Did anybody else know that she was still alive?
Bottom, the elites versus everyone else. And then also with this,
oh no, I really feel bad.
well, he had been saying that while he believes that there is likely a bigger conspiracy behind it, we just don't know. It's saying that he, as the vice president of the United States, he just can't do a thing to get to the bottom of it.
There was something.
Sorry, who? She was the grandma bug in Bug's Life?
He was doing where he was trying to either.
She was in Has-Been Hotel. I forgot her character in it. She was like in Scooby-Doo. She was like, she voiced so many characters, but she was also like in stuff.
People or compromise people.
Correct.
So it's
Rebecca, you're back.
What's up? There's some sort of an operation that was going on.
There is a story there, and I will go to my deathbed believing there's a story there, but I can't prove it.
And for me, I will say it was very wild to watch this happen. Like, how are you on the inside? Like, literally, one extra fish fillet for Trump away from being the president of the United States going, if only there was a way to be on the inside and figure this out. You've literally installed loyalists everywhere that matters. Funny enough, you had a lot of people making fun of Vance, pointing to an Onion, or I guess now InfoWars video, where they're like, the conspiracy, it goes almost all the way to the top, but not quite there, because that would be Trump. But, right around here. So yeah, you had Vance doing this conspiracy bro thing, but also officially being the vice president of the United States and not giving any more information. And actually, I'll say the timing here was interesting because Epstein was also the main focus of politics yesterday as the House Oversight Committee continued its interviews. I mean, it also came up.
All right, Philly's show today is fire.
Repeatedly during Blanche's conference.
Also, you know what? Fuck it. I'll stick around for the 420 tonight.
Hearing. And also just this week.
But I have I gotta end the show before
We
midnight.
learned that the Trump DOJ is so far refused to turn over
A lot of
unredacted
streaming
files to the
today.
state of New Mexico amid its investigation into Epstein and his infamous
got work
Zorro
tomorrow.
rant. You've got the state's
Yeah.
attorney general accusing the Trump administration of obstructing this inquiry, withholding information, and refusing to cooperate. So for its part, you have the DOJ writing, federal law, court
So not looking forward to this.
orders and privacy protections for victims and witnesses do not allow us to release millions of unredacted documents. To capitulate to their demands would be to break federal law. Is
That might be one of the few people who actually remember her red carpet interviews. Yeah,
that what the New Mexico AG
yeah, I
is
remember.
suggesting? And if you
Red
feel like the
carpet
last part of
interviews, like they used to play like the Joan Rivers, like trying to be Phyllis Diller.
that statement, it was kind of petty or
Need a heart out. We can shoo you away. No, I'm all right.
antagonizing,
Like, I
you're
just,
definitely not
yeah.
alone. What we're actually seeing is that
I'm not going to Midwest goodbye tonight.
doing that is not a winning strategy when it comes to Epstein. You have polling from earlier this
Nope.
year that found that
No, it's not. The thing is, back to the conversation about normies and just like how like normies perceive all this politics stuff. The Jeffrey Epstein stuff that broke through normal politics to the point where they still are like, why has nothing come from that? Like they are, if you want people who are like actually fucked up over the Epstein stuff, it's normies. It's people who do not actually follow this shit religiously. It's really weird.
over half of Americans say that the Epstein files have
Yeah,
lowered their trust
yeah.
in the country's political and business.
Because I'll tell you right now, the people that I work with and the people that like I know, like again, my friends, like they all are like lockstep on this one. It's like no, the Epstein stuff is fucked, and I'm pretty sure Trump is hiding something.
75% still think that the United States is hiding information about Epstein and his
Yup,
clients. But then that also
yup.
wasn't the only contentious issue that JD Vance touched on while talking to Rogan. Because you also had them talking about what Rogan himself called a betrayal and a terrible decision. The war in Iran. And there what you saw was Vance kind of having to toe the line again of defending Trump while also playing into a MAGA base that is losing interest.
I think that the goal is certainly good, which is to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And I think that there are obviously a lot of questions about how best to achieve that.
Dude, the last year and a half has aged this man fucking 10 years.
Is your call? Would you have done exactly the same thing?
Well, what did the president said publicly that JD was less enthusiastic about it, I think was the exact phrase that he used. I mean, my attitude towards this man, is, as you know, is the vice president, I'm not a public commentator. Like my job is to give the best advice I can to the president of the United States.
And so here, it really felt like he was trying to do this dance to still have a possibility of being president in 2028. Or you had him saying, as long as the president's making legal and ethical choices, it's his job to make sure that his missions are as successful as possible. Right? Even if he personally wouldn't have done that thing. So he's worked on negotiations, he's worked hard on that, he says, but it's also not his job to talk about what he thinks. So as far as what the American public thinks, Americans do not like this war. In fact, just this morning, with the Washington Post putting out a poll showing that overall approval is just 29% for this war. And while you see things like a separate recent YouGov poll found that 77% of MAGA Republicans believe that the war is the right decision, it's at just 31% for non-MAGA Republicans. And so it's not just
My dad always circles back to how everything's a distraction from the files.
divisive for the country. It is very divisive.
I have someone. Okay, I'm not gonna out him because this would be disrespectful, and I just recently found out that they do actually watch my show. So I have someone in my family that, you know, they're MAGA, but this is one of the things we totally agree on, and this is where you could actually say like they're not exactly supportive of him, but they're not supportive of like leftist policy or Democrats at all.
Inside of his own party. And you have many, including big voices like Tucker Carlson, calling it Israel's war, not the US's. And you had the Wall Street Journal noting Republicans have long seen support for Israel as an unshakable tenet of GOP orthodoxy. But a younger generation of influential conservatives is pushing to change that. And actually, what you saw there was Vance, he did sort of cater to that side when he ramped up his critiques of Israel while speaking to Rogan.
Right now, Israel is losing the public opinion battle in the United States of America. Israel is an ally. Like France or like the United Kingdom, we're going to have disagreements with them. We're going to have agreements with them. Do they try to influence American politics?
Peter Pan, you voted for.
Yes, but like I said earlier, a lot of other countries do. I think
To the extent that Israel does,
I think
though?
some are better at it than others. I think the Israels are definitely more effective at it than most, but I wouldn't say that they're the only effective country by any means.
And again, a lot of the way that he's been talking about these things, it does seem like he's trying to think about 2028, right? And that makes sense because we've talked about the Pew Research polling that came out recently, and even with Republicans, especially younger Republicans, this is just not popular. And
No, and nobody. The thing is, JD Vance is way less popular.
Yahoo, the people around him, the people who have,
Like I said, I didn't say it here. I just realized I said it on the last stream. So I said this over on this space. I have a neighbor that they replaced their flag, and it was crazy to see it because they used to have a Trump 2028, and it was just Trump 2028. Then all of a sudden they have Trump Rubio, and I was like, huh?
Have enabled this.
Seems like you guys aren't in lockstep anymore.
They have possibly messed up Israel's PR generationally. And personally, I'll say I'm very interested to see how Vance continues this apparent balancing act in the years to come, and in hopes of getting the support that he needs. And then there's even more that we got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me thank a sponsor and say, I've realized.
Thank a sponsor. We got any more stories that we need to get to? Kevin O'Leary, don't give a shit. Don't give a shit. Don't give a shit. Don't give a shit. Todd Blanche, we already did that. All right. We're out of that. Back to hang mode and talk. All right, Ashes to Ashes. What's up? How's it going, man? Bryant Frankfurt, late night pep talk. Yes, it is. Cover the big nothing burger that was Trump's huge announcement. Chris, I can't believe I was actually like, this is what sucks about Trump. Like, obvious. Yeah, let me give you a list, huh? No, but for real, tonight, like, the fact that it was all, like, everybody on the right and the left was just like, he's got a big announcement. And he's just like, I'm releasing. Wait for it. Wait for it. Just wait. You guys are on the edge of your seat. All right. Are you guys ready? Well, I'm going to release and I'm going to declassify a whole bunch of information that was already known. Like, fucking Christ. Big stretch. Take a moment. Yeah, fuck you. My watch is like, you need to breathe. It's like, have you been outside? The hair. The only obituary I see is the Democratic Party. Dude, they're up 26 points. I know you don't care about electoral politics there, Ashes to Ashes, but do you understand that a 26-point fucking margin, like, especially with independents, that's huge. That's huge. Like, you can sit there and say whatever the fuck you saying, but I mean, this is the curse of me paying attention to the fact that, yeah, we got a lot of polling out there, and right now we do have, like, some pretty accurate fucking polls. It's the same people that said that Trump was gonna win in 2024. And they're all saying the same shit, dude. They're all saying, Trump be fucked because he keeps lying and just doing the fucking wrong thing over and over, and people don't like it. Like, he's only going to be able to stave off this fucking oil crisis so long. Same with the AI bubble. Like, dude, we are so close. Like, this is what really sucks, is watching our fucking economy teeter. And then I'll even admit it. There have been times where I'm so confused, where I'm like, why is the gas going down? But then he doesn't have an answer for it outside of just like, gotcha. We've been smuggling gas. We've been smuggling all of the oil through another channel. Got him. But then Russia has their oil fields destroyed. The world market doesn't fucking react. That's sus as fuck. You understand that's what fucking sent gas soaring to over $5 a gallon? The Strait of Hormuz was open during Biden, but that sent fucking gas to over $5 a gallon during COVID. What the like, come on, guys. Better than smuggling people. He didn't. Oh, Jesus Christ, this smuggling people in. You utter fucking douchebags that just don't understand that people want a better life. It's literally what makes America great. Like, I'm not one of these guys that's gonna be like, we're already on stolen land, because yeah, nothing's gonna change. Also, I'm gonna just say this, for all those stolen landers, I don't see you fucking moving. I know, hot take. But we had that brought up today where I was just like, okay, like I do agree. Yes, factually we are on stolen land. But yeah, like I said, why are you still here? Like, what the fuck? Pep, did you see in Crimea oil is now $150 per gallon? Gallon or barrel? That's right-wing framing. Not really. No, it's not. No, that's actually no, if that's right-wing framing, I'm sorry. This one is legitimately like real. Or like I don't care. You know what? I don't care. Right-wing framing. No, it's about having convictions. That's really bad faith and you know it. How? How is that bad faith? I don't understand. Can you explain it to me in a way that's not just using a whole bunch of fucking arguments to try and stifle the conversation? I'm genuinely asking. If there's that much conviction about a belief, then why not hold to your convictions? That's my biggest problem here. I don't see you moving. Yeah, because I don't actually believe that we are changing that. I've accepted that we are where we are and that this is where it's going to be forever. A lot of people think that we're going to revert back somehow or just leave. Like, I'm sorry, that's not how it works. It's just not a fair phrase to give. I don't care. Okay. Hey, I had enough fucking unfair shit thrown my way today. I don't care. Because it shows a lack of understanding of why people say it. It's not about why people say it. It's about how much, like, what are you trying to accomplish with it? That's the problem I have. The ones that were flying migrants around the country were the conservative governors. That is actually true, Miruns. This is why. Not at all. Or not at first. They were not. They played ball and sent them to liberal cities. But I am also, like, genuinely asking. Like, okay, lead the charge. Why is that right-wing framing? Not trying to do the like it or leave it bullshit. I'm really not. I'm trying to ask somebody about just how much conviction do they have. Pep and Sylvie arguing for the last hour of stream is a staple. Anna's just sitting there like, tag. I support holding up the treaties we have and not taking more land away or building oil pipelines and shit on native land. 10,000%. No. I'll say that much. Everything. Like, no. I'm 10,000% in agreement there. The fact that the U.S. government still plays this game where they want to go and infringe on native lands that we've already agreed to never fucking bothering that. Like, that shit, that fucking, like, that's just absolutely insane to me. Tap odd question. A lot of white nationalists claim that the land wasn't stolen because we beat them for it, right? So then why do those same people claim immigrants are stealing jobs? They outwork them. I mean, because they don't actually have like a consistent frame of logic. I actually agree. Like, yeah, that's a good argument. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. You're smoking? I will be in a minute. Because you're insinuating that people who are unsupportive or unsupported with the movement wouldn't be against moving. No, it's just I don't see anybody leading. No, Sylvie, I'm not trying to be that fucking thoughtful about this. I literally don't see anybody leading the charge. Therefore, I literally have no frame of like, where are we going? What are we doing? Everybody wants to say it. Like, I remember exactly where I had this argument. Vosh and Professor Flowers, the land back thing. I remember exactly where this came from. This had nothing to do with today. I've held this opinion for a while because I was just like, dude, for how convinced or for how like convicted Professor Flowers was, I was just like, okay, so lead by example. What is this like? This lack of like, you have to do this, but they never lead by example. I don't care what the fucking framing is. I don't care what the argument's for. I have seen too much of this where it's just like, ah, man. Oh, fuck Vosh for how he treated Flowers. No one is illegal on stolen land is just a reminder that, hey, we took... No, I'm not... That's not my argument. That is not my argument at all. I'm talking about the people that literally say we need to give this land back. And then I don't see any framing for how that's going to work, where the starting point is, or any of it. Because the thing is, I might actually agree if they had a better argument. How many wrongs make a right? That is true. Eye for an eye until everybody's blind. Bosch kept taking her argument in the worst possible way, bad faith BS. It's not entirely true because there was like, I remember the second part of that where they actually had a moderator for it. I think it was Dylan, wasn't it? I might be misremembering this, but I think that it was Dylan Burns with Vosh and Professor Flowers, and that was the whole purpose of that, was like to make it not a bad faith conversation. Because yes, I'm not sitting here fucking treading water for Vosh. I don't give a shit. Like, yeah, he's not exactly like the most best faith person. He goes into things like his biggest thing is he needs to be the smarter one. He needs to be proven right, which that's just, I don't get. Land back is complicated because there are many nations that want different things. Yeah, but you have people that do like this blanket belief thing. Where like they say that it's like, okay, but this is how it is, so we need to follow this. It's just like, okay, but then how? Like, where do we start? Again, I'm asking a pretty simple question. Where do we start? Who's the first ones that are going to volunteer to leave this country because we need to give our land back? This land was stolen long before we got here. I mean, that is true. I mean, just from many different, like, historical contexts, but at the same time, no. No, the stolen land thing is legitimately, like, no, we stole this and we brought disease and we committed genocides, like, just plain and simple. It's not that hard. I know it's uncomfortable to, like, to talk about our fucking really bad history. Pep, he's at least better than the quartering who admitted to a time he helped an old man hide his... Ugh. Jesus Christ. It's not literal like that. Nobody needs to leave. So what's, like, the thing is, then what's the solution? Because we already, like, from my understanding, we've already given, like, reparations in the way that you could. Now, it may be ignorant on my part, because I am ignorant on this. I don't know about it. I just know about, like, the reservations that we have all over Wisconsin and, like, southern Illinois. And how they're, like, how they use them, so. Letter of the phrase, literal and extremely. Oh, it's because earlier today I literally had it framed that way to me. See, this is where I don't like this shit. I'm not doing it. I've had this framed to me that way. I can't, and nobody can explain it to me past this certain point. So, Pep, the practical question is different than agreeing with the goal. Let's start there. Okay. No, the conditions that the indigenous people live under is awful. I don't know. I don't know much about it. It's actually about working with indigenous people to give them a better voice in what land they have control over and access to. Okay. Doesn't that mean that people would have to move then? I mean, who gets displaced? How do we solve that? No, the condition. They have huge poverty, disease, and child mortality than the general population. Yeah, I do know that. I know they also have like really bad drug trafficking problems within the reservations of like I just watched this thing about like how in Utah and in Arizona there's like a crime family from like different reservations. They got into like a huge war. It was essentially like the who was that like famous Western families? Those two Western families, that Hatfields and McCoys. It was kind of like that. The question has to be asked: are we responsible for the sins of our parents? Yeah. Yes, that's actually very fair. Are we responsible for the sins of our parents and our ancestors? That's a very, very good question. I think that that's a very fair question too, because that does get a little complicated. Because God forbid, what if one of your what if your parent was a fucking rapist or like a convicted murderer? So just based on that alone, does that fall to the children? Actually, that's a really good point. I've never thought of it this deep. Huh. Because, yeah, that is kind of the mentality that puts it there. Yeah, you're responsible. Yeah, so you're responsible for the privilege you inherit, but it depends on what you do with that privilege. This is why, when what happened today, when they start going after allies and left, from the leftist side, that's so counterintuitive. Just gonna say that much. We're not guilty of the sin, but we're responsible for cleaning up the mess that's left behind. Yeah, but I think that we all are. Well, all. Okay, that was all right. I'll admit that was fucked. No, but I think I would like to think, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, that we are actually better off in that phrase where it's or in that recognizing that yeah, this is something that we want to do. There's a lot more deep reasoning to it than you realize. Well, maybe. We're not guilty of the sin, but we're responsible for cleaning up the mess that's left behind. Okay, no, I get what you're saying now. No, the mess is getting bigger, in my honest opinion. Hey, 420. Actually made it. Woo! I just think it's funny because, I'm not exactly well read on this shit, but I'm gonna ask these questions knowing damn well that this is gonna probably lose me some fucking support and lose me some fucking followers for sure for even asking these things. To me, it kind of sounds like you were talking to a virtue signaling liberal. Yes, I was. I totally was. Bloodstone looking out for all of us. Fuck yeah. They didn't represent the cause correctly. Oh, you take that up with them. No one here is canceling you? Even if you did. I mean, honestly, it might be a blessing in disguise if, I got canceled politically, because then I would just go do fucking comedy. That would make me do my hard pivot. Which, yeah, I'd actually prefer not to do, because I do like talking about this stuff. Also gonna just be completely honest, I do see why some people fucking, don't even fucking dip their toes in the waters. Honesty is the best. I'm just mad that so many people are like that. It makes misinformation spread easier. Well, yeah. And also, you're negating the fact that they can just be perceived as being annoying. And this goes for all of us, including myself. And the only reason, or the only people that I don't want to be annoying to, ironically, are the people that I would think are politically aligned with me, but you know, I've had it happening more and more, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because I am finally just like, I don't give a like, I just genuinely don't give a fuck. But yeah, I have been like finding myself getting into more and more of these chats where I'm just like, oh, okay. Like, I guess I'm gonna just call it what it is. It's the lefter than thou bullshit. I'm fucking, you know, it just is what it is, man. Is it the CM Punk in you? Yeah, no, it is. If I see something even in the moment, I feel like I need to call it out, even if I'm wrong. Because the thing is, in that moment, if I don't bring up what I see as like a perceived injustice, or even just something that's like getting by, or like not being fucking fairly litigated, then I'm gonna fucking call it out. And that's why sometimes people really don't like it, because like sometimes, and I'm gonna sound condescending as shit here, it's true though. Sometimes people hate mirrors. Sometimes they can't stand it, because then they actually have to face what the fuck they're saying, or what the like, and it's just like, oh shit. Because I can't tell you how many times I've done it. The only difference is I have my playbacks, and I got all this shit where I can go and like revise what I say. The difference is I see this so much with this content and like the way that I do this. I don't like, you guys are the exception. Like, this audience is the exception, but I have had too many arguments with people that just are refusing to budge from their position or like see it my way. And it's always like I have to make the concession, otherwise like fuck you. That's what I'm done with. Whether it's the right-wing fucking debate sphere or the left-wing fucking, like, holier-than-thou bullshit where, like, they have to prove that they are, like, the leftiest of left. Which, weird. Fucking just accept allies and move the fuck on. I fucking can't. God damn. Like, I kind of brought this up on the show where I was talking about how, like, in therapy, I'm working on, like, not fucking... Get the fuck out of here. You know what? Yeah, still yapping. I'm yapping very fucking hard. Because it's my fucking channel, dickhead. Get fucked. You have absolutely no reason to be here outside of just you being a lonely cunt that has nothing else to add to his life. So you have to go and peruse Facebook or fucking YouTube and just be like, well, actually, you probably use Facebook too. You're one of those guys. You make a point, Pep, and I'd like to articulate something. Go ahead. Bryant, by all means. I'm here to chill and have that conversation. We yap back. Yeah, they don't like that. It's fine to me to hold myself to a higher standard, but I shouldn't expect others to as well. The best I can do is set an example. That's kind of where I was going with the whole not even argument, just the question of who leads the charge to show us how to do this land back thing the right way. Because honestly, I haven't seen anybody actually moving with their convictions, and like their convictions on that part would be like, you know what? All it would take is somebody looking at their deeds and then just being like, okay, so apparently my home is on stolen land. We're going to, like, they could even make content for it. Haven't seen it once. Not once. Mamdani, Bernie, etc. for me. Nice. That's a great take, Bryant. It is. Honestly, thank you for that. Yeah, you saved me from crashing out on that guy. See this comments? I've never seen this in chat before. You can translate? Wait, really? No shit. It's a long-term project. First step, we need to abolish landlords. Good luck. Again, we can have these discussions, but are we going to fight for socialized medicine and actually like fight for it where we have the momentum, we got DSA like candidates winning, or are we going to do this thing where we confuse people because they don't know which one of our like what we're actually about? Because while I agree with that, and I also like where Mom Donnie's going with it, it's the same way that I'm just like, listen, people might agree with like abolishing ICE right now, or like they just might agree with that as an overall take. That's not my first argument that I'm going to make, even though I am pretty passionate about fucking abolishing ICE and also fucking bringing justice to all the victims that ICE is fucking perpetrating violence against. This is where I was saying about the baby steps, and this is also where I was saying about the Federalist Society, where it just seems like people don't have the patience to actually like meet their convictions. Like, these motherfuckers have been working towards like their Federalist goals literally through lifespans. Like, these guys started this shit in the mid-90s, and now they are literally seeing everything that they put the fucking work into coming to fruition. Now I'm just really curious to see how the panel show went. Listen, all I know is that there is definitely a clippable moment of me and Jeff being ghost. Like, we definitely went ghost-faced. And I don't mean like, you know, the Scream guy. I'm just talking about fucking pale as shit. Just, yeah, we had nothing. Yeah, we need to put the pedal to the metal. Yeah, the reach is insane. It even reached early dubbed anime. Yep. No, the other thing is, I hope that people don't like take from me that it's like I don't have hope in any of this shit. I do. I really do. I also just like, I consider myself to be a pragmatist on this one, and I like, this actually goes against me being not like, I'm not an ist, but trying to be pragmatic about this stuff and looking at it from a just, you got to take that 2 steps back, not be emotional for a minute and just see it for what it is. That's kind of how I work. And this is why I've been able to maintain the relationships, friendships, and just in general, like, trajectory of life, is because I accepted a long time ago that I'm never going to like everybody. And not everybody's going to like me. Pep, I just hope you realize that your regs aren't trying to antagonize you, man. No, I know. Oh, I just fucking get heated. That's how it is. Come on, you guys know me. I would like to think that as a content creator, you guys know me well enough to know that when I get a little spice, that doesn't mean that, like, I see it, you know, or like I'm trying, like, or I will, like, take it in a way where I'm just like, fuck you forever. Pap, you're using logic. That was your first mistake. Well, I mean, goes without saying. I keep hitting my mic with my glasses, dude. I gotta stop doing that. I've heard the play, like, there was one time I did it on a playback and I was just like, oh. I felt bad for anybody wearing headphones. It's so multifaceted. We have to meet them on the tech side, the legislative side, and on the streets. Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing is, it's like, the way that I look at this is, if I can sell just even one leftist argument on like my MAGA shithead sisters, then I have seen like a positive like change. You know what I mean? Because, like, again, it's about planting seeds. And this is the thing about seeds, right? They don't just grow into plants the next day. You need to water them, cultivate them, and give, you know, you got to care. And then they grow in to a strong plant. And if you maintain that plant, you will have a beautiful, well-fed plant that gets, you know, it provides for you. It looks great. And also, yeah, an air purifier. No, for real, though. That's what it is. Like, a lot of people would rather do it the way where it's like they go to Home Depot and buy a fucking, what do you call it? Like an aloe plant. And it's just like, I don't have to feed this, but even that one you got to feed. Because, like, they misunderstand. They're like, Have you ever planted mint? Yeah, by accident. Fucking Christ. It took over my whole yard. That and catnip. Ay. That was, don't do that. I am still fighting catnip. Like, to this day, it just pops up. It's, oh my God, so invasive. In this analogy, I'm just worried the soil isn't fertilized anymore. Well, that's the problem. Is they're not fertilizing the soil. They're not draining. They're not draining the soil. Like, they keep putting water in, and now you're getting root rot. So you're starting to see the browning. So instead of actually taking care of it, you just nip off the fucking, what are they actually called? Like the branches? There we go. Catnip brings the kitties to the yard. Yeah, it does. My mint is gonna do what? I don't know, man. Mint reproduces at a rate that I was not prepared for, where it took over like my entire garden. I had like this, this was actually kind of cool though. I had a space that like was getting like a whole bunch of weeds, and the mint somehow made its way over there, and I just had mint now, and I was like, oh, that's not that bad, but then it started killing the grass. I was like, no. Yeah. The baby deer ate everything. I mean, I got dude, we had so many bunnies this year. It was insane. I have never seen that amount of rabbits here, which makes me worried that the coyote population is actually starting to die off, and this could be bad for biodiversity. This is also why we have a whole bunch more ticks around here. With all the mint, do you see a decrease in insects? I do. I do. I have a lot, but I also have not coleus. Citronella. I got citronella too. So like, yeah. So when they say X and Y are like rabbits, that's what it means. Yep. Mint's yummy, and I like, there's nothing cool. Like, so what I love to do is when I was mowing my lawn, I would just grab a leaf and fucking like, put it in my mouth, fucking chew it up, and then get another one on my way, back. So it'd be like on the way, grab a leaf, nom 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 nom, turn around, grab another leaf, nom 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 nom. Yeah, watermelon. That is another invasive one. You do not want to fuck with that. Good call, Sylvie. Good call. Yeah. Yeah, I have 3 beautiful broccoli plants that, honestly, if I just kept them in the shade, they would have actually produced, but I think I have a feeling they're going to be failures, and it sucks, because god damn it. I was so looking forward to having my own homegrown broccoli, and somebody even pointed out, they're like, wait, you did that during the summer? I was like, yeah, I got them during the spring. And they were just like, no, you got to get those inside. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, I fucked up. I could do with less insects, but I noticed this year I had armloads. Yeah, I mean, dude, it's getting... I don't know, man. With these wildfires today, that shit sounds like a hack for infinite watermelon mint coolers. There you go. Kind of does, actually. Now I think about it. Now I happen to know a friend of mine where she planted watermelon thinking it was going to be like this great thing that, oh, I'm so excited. And like the first year went fine. It went fine. She even tried to make one of those box watermelons. It fell apart. But yeah, the next year, man, she had to tear it all out because it took over her entire garden. I think the first veggie I grew as a kid was sprouts. Nice, in a jar. Yeah, I grew sprouts. I grew sprouts with my mom. Yeah, growing sprouts is cool. Just in general, growing stuff is awesome. Like, I mean, obviously, I like cultivating stuff. Hey. But no, for real, I like to cultivate food. Like, I don't know. I'm the son of a farmer. Like, my dad, he grew up on a farm. My grandparents are farmers. owned a nice chunk of land right outside the Chicago suburbs and worked it for a long time. That's when they moved to that West Dundee that I showed you guys. But my dad and I had a veggie garden growing up. Yeah, my mom, she used to grow flowers, and she never really did food, though. It was mostly flowers. Can't wait for the next guest at the Pickled Peppers game. Yep. It's gonna happen. My chilies. They're looking good. Oh my god. Actually, you just reminded me. I need to harvest a few of them. Some of them are like red now. Like, I gotta get to them. I don't want them going too hot. Because, goddamn, you start seeing those things turn like magenta. Like, okay, you're just going to kill your entire system, huh? Yep. Name like green, yeah, kind of oughta, yep. You're gonna win this time? Fuck yeah. I mean, it's gonna be about the same amount of time. I'm gonna do the jar shaking. Just remember, the way that worked out last year, because a lot of people, they guessed low. A lot of people were just like, there's only like 20 or something. It's like, no, there's a healthy amount of peppers in there. Makes sense. Jesus Christ. That's dark as shit, dude. It's more than you think. Oh, yeah, it's definitely more than you think. Yeah, because last year was the good one for the references where you're just like, oh, shit, dude. Ooh, games. Oh, speaking of games, shit, hold on. I'm going to show you guys something, then I'm going to play this some other time, because tonight I do not have the time. What's the actual URL to this? All right. There we go. Check it out. We got a new game to play. I think that I might have to do this one tomorrow. What do you guys think? We're going to play some Lindsey Graham in Hell. Find every birdo. Ah! Wait. I died.
Lindsey Graham in hell. Lindsey Graham in hell. Lindsey Graham in hell.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna try it tomorrow. Yeah, he read lips. No, I didn't know that one. My dad likes that joke. I was not ready for this in the best way. Oh, dude, hell yeah. Yeah, I was pretty excited to find that. I was just like, yeah, we got another political game. Let's go. This is going to be fun. If anything Trump has said about the 2020 elections is true, whoever the president at the time should be jailed immediately. Yeah, right? That's wild, and I love it. Yeah, dude, it is wild, and it's hilarious.
Instagram in hell.
Instagram in hell. That's a fucking catchy little tune they got there, too. Oh, man. It is a bang. No, for real. The fact that the guy created it in like a matter of a day and he did not use AI, I was like, wow. Yeah, this guy actually like makes like little video games. Like that's his whole thing. And he was not part of the Strait of Hormuz game, which everybody was like wondering, like, is that?
He never met a war he didn't like. Killing people overseas was among his favorite pastimes.
Yes. Oh man, I'm bookmarking this, please. There we go. Yeah, check this out. This guy's got more games. So we got Fuck Ice, Coldplay, Canoodle, and Lindsey Graham in Hell. Oh, we're gonna definitely have some content to be made, that's for sure. It's gonna be stuck in my head. Lindsey Graham in Hell. Yeah, I mean, it is. Because it's also got the, like, it actually has, like, a good backing track where you're like, oh, yeah, it's got a good beat. Like the drumming. That was sick. They put some work into that I was not expecting. Yeah, the production value is actually pretty good. I want those physical cartridges. Right? Those are sick, dude. Hell yeah. Oh, that'd be sick. Nah. Hey, I do want to wrap, well, not wrap, but I do want to wrap up my thoughts on the whole, like, just, yeah, any disagreements, guys, like, just remember. This is what I want you guys to, not just for me. If someone has a bad take, questionable take, or an uninformed take, I would argue that, like, you gotta really put it into the context of, like, whether, like, you know, what is their whole meaning, like, you know, I mean, the context behind why they would say that thing. So, yeah, I'm literally saying it about me. If I fuck up, be nice. I'll likely walk it back and just say, hey, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Sometimes I lead with my emotions. Not the best way to do things. Give them a chance to defend their positions. Oh, even if they can't defend their positions, to at least walk it back and just, like, say, hey, I can't defend this position, my bad, I guess I'm out. I'm gonna watch the space station thing. Yeah, you really should. It still gets me that it might be robots. Yeah. You told me this is the biggest thing I ever came across. I said, no, you're just pulling my leg. That's actually pretty funny. I haven't heard that one, so how opposed are you to a gaming stream one of these days, Pep? Would be nice to relax for a short small change. I don't know. I'm toying with what to do. There's a few games that I do want to play. Like it's Final Fantasy and stuff like that, but I'm not opposed to it. I'll say that much. I'm not opposed to it. It's just I don't really have a lot of time. I don't get a lot of free time between my work schedule, doing this stream, hanging out with my wife, which, you know, now that she is, like, getting better, like, yeah, I'm gonna be doing less streaming, more hanging with her. That's kind of why I'm, like, I have been kind of adjusting my schedule a little bit, streaming just, I mean, a little bit less, says the guy that did 11 hours last week. Yeah, just so you guys know, anytime that I do, like, long streams like this, the missus has already texted me or informed me that she is going to bed. And that's why I am able to hang. And that's literally the only reason I am able to hang. Wait. fuck? Okay. Sorry, I just got an update on something. Hold on. This can't be real. Trump? No, that's what I thought. Okay, it's the same thing that was going around from BTC. Yeah, it wasn't right. God. Final Fantasy Tactics added a new game plus. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, Twitch hang? Oh, I'll do it. No, again, like I'm not opposed to this. I just got to figure out what game I want to play. I don't want to commit to something that's like something that I have to play on stream or fuck, maybe no. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I committed to playing Alien Isolation when I first started doing this. And I never did. That's one I do need to do. Play It Takes Two. The problem is, like, half of my games are on my PS5. Like, I don't really game on my computer. Actually, that's the... So, oh, yeah, you just reminded me. That reminds me, I was going to send you this earlier. That playing scary games would be fun. Oh yeah, no, I get scared. I get proper scared. Like I really do. You should see. Oh my god. Wait. Deep Space 2. Or Dead Space 2. That could be it. Fear 2. I didn't like that game. I didn't like Fear. I'll be honest. And it wasn't because it was scary. I just didn't like the mechanics. Yeah, Dead Space 2 is the one. It's either going to be Dead Space 2 or Alien Isolation, which I never played. So Alien Isolation would probably be the better one because I legit love the Alien franchise, but also I do get I get scared. Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight's not that scary. It's not a bad game, but it's one of those games that it's been out for so long and like that community is so like into it that it's like Destiny 2. I'm never going to get into Destiny 2 or any of those games because the community is insane. They're so good at it that it's just like, why even try? Amnesia and Dark Descent. I couldn't get through 2 minutes with... Yeah. I'm trying to think, what's the scariest game I ever played? Resident Evil. Was it 8? I think it was that one. It's the one that like didn't have any of the characters. It was just in the house. Yeah. Shit, I gotta go to bed. Yeah, that's what's happening. I gotta go to bed too. I'm pretty much gonna go for another 10 minutes and then I'm gonna do a clean 5-hour stream and just head on upstairs. I don't know why I'm speaking baby speak. Well, it's because it's because I get scared. That's what it was. A customer walks up to an employee and says, "You won't believe this. There's a man over there sticking his penis in a container of protein powder." The employee looks over and yells, "No fucking way." I'm telling my sister that one. Actually, here. Yeah, a reminder that I should probably send that to her. There we go. I got one. All right. A man and a woman are preparing themselves for bed. The woman is they're in their 80s, and the old lady is feeling a little frisky, so she jumps out of the bathroom, opens her robe, and says, "Super pussy!" The old man, without missing a beat, says, "I'll have the soup." That's a Drew Carey joke. Drew Carey wrote a book. I think it's like 1,000 Dirty Jokes or 1,001 Dirty Jokes or some shit like that. That's the one that stuck out to me. Glad I got to. I'm not happy, guys. Like, damn. No, I just had I had an interesting conversation tonight, and Nash. Okay, I see how it is. I love how I try like an actual like it's like a well-known joke. Well, not well-known, but it's like it's an old-ass joke. I love how you're just like I feel like you're the dude from Happy Gilmore. Fucking just there every time that he fucks up, just I found out later that guy was a golfer that had like major tantrums, and that was the whole joke, was that guy was going like, I never knew that. I just thought he was a funny dude that randomly popped up that was just like, no. This was a fun stream for when it was. I mean, covering a Trump speech, not always like the most fun thing to do. I made a little rocket. That's the other thing I got to do tonight. I just got to kind of chill. But no, for real. I'm looking forward to more of these discussions that will more than likely be popping up on this space, and also I am looking forward to having shit, I forgot his name. Anybody want to jump in here and help me? Yeah. Fuck. I wasn't there, so it's all right. I want to get his name right. I don't want to send you guys to BRG. There we go. Yeah, Black Red Guard. There we go. Yeah. Black Red Guard, also known as BRG. Here we go. I like how I found that like right as you said it. But yeah. We're gonna have more fun. I just, again, I hope that I can at least make my point, and like have it seen where it's just like, nah, we should probably do something that's a little less, you know. I mean, dude, it was a pretty fucking, it was too serious for what I thought it was gonna be. I'm gonna just be real. I got out of therapy. I came home. I already like told them that I was going to be a few minutes late. I sign in. I don't even know who the dude is. I just know that like he's our newer creator, and then he essentially monopolized the whole fucking show. And I'm going to just be real, man. Like I wasn't prepared for that shit. I wasn't prepared for the subject matter. I thought we were doing like a fun fucking hang. So that's the long and short of it. So if you guys go and watch the playback and I wasn't enough to snuff or anything, just understand that I really was at this point of just being like, I don't even know what this is. Like, what are we doing? That was not what I was looking to build. So wait, your wife's recovering from cancer? Yes. That is why I would put that there. Otherwise, you know, I know that's most of you guys think that like, well, ashes to ashes. I don't think that you're part of that. You might be. I don't know. Sorry, I had to take a massive shit. Well, did you get it all? Did you have that nice little fucking at the end of it? Because those are the best. Where you're just like, you feel empty, like you actually feel like you're like a little lighter. You know what I mean? I don't take it personally, but most people don't have a telethon with their politics debates. Well, I'm not a debater, number one. I'm a live streamer that does like long form streaming. And yes, I am trying to raise money to pay for our medical bills. So, but yeah, I have very generous people. And how do I donate? You can donate through Super Chats on YouTube, or you can donate through this link right here. There you go. That one will take you to my PayPal link. So, but thank you. I appreciate that. I like your style. Thanks. I appreciate that. Not a lot of people. Nah. I ain't doing that to myself. No, a lot of people, no. A lot of people do. I don't know, man. I do know that, like, if I didn't, like, even try to put myself into, like, the leftist side of politics, I probably would be better received. And, like, most people would, like, but I'm not a centrist. The thing is, this is where I stick to my convictions. I know my politics. I know where I stand. I know who I support, and I know who I'm going to go out there and, stand up for. So, Pep, how you read my last thing, don't mean to be confrontational, man. Don't worry about it. Oh, wait. Wait. Pep, hope you read my last thing. I don't mean... No. No, I know. Pep, just know that we wouldn't be here if I didn't think you were awesome. No, I understand that, guys. Like, listen. Half of this is just me kind of, like, putting on the, like, oh my god, which is probably annoying in itself, but... That's where I was kind of going with this, where it's just like, it's where I also have been telling, like, everybody, where it's just like, guys, like, no joke. I would probably just go and do a straight fucking comedy channel if I didn't care. And that's where, like, I think I get a little defensive sometimes, where I'm just like, yo, it's like, are you guys trying to, like, push me out of this? Because if that's the case, number one, you ain't gonna win. Like, I'm gonna vote for the DSA candidates, and I'm gonna vote for the leftists, no matter what you say to me. I'm always gonna stand up for, trans rights, and I'm always gonna fucking stand up for trying to do the right thing, man. But sent the joke in Discord. YouTube keeps deleting it. Sorry. Where in Discord? I don't see it. Oh, you sent it to me. Oh, I've seen it. I think I've read that joke. It's funny though. Nah, man, we're cool. Nah, man, we're not. As in, no one wants to see you, stop doing politics. No, I know. Not like I truly could. You can't kill my interest in this. The problem is, it's when, you start doing the thing where you're just like, well, you're part of the problem. It's just like, oh, okay, cool. And if I apologize, like, because honestly, I'm not gonna fucking do the thing that I always do, but I'm going to at least say this. When I saw a chatter literally say, hey, I'm a old white dude, I'm sorry, I'm trying my best, I really want to, apologize, and that was met with, like, that's not good enough, and you ain't gonna change this, it's just like, fuck you. Now you caught me, I'm trying to push you out completely. Well, you heard it here, folks. First here, folks. Right out of the cat's mouth. Meow. Sylvie is an op. Which one are you? NSA, CIA, DIA? I'll post a serious review of it on Discord after I watch. Yeah, thanks. Yay! I get to disappoint people. Nah, trust me. I already know. You're probably gonna get mad at me. There it is. There it is. Thank you, Mitch, for the 30 flowers. Appreciate that. I like my roommate, but this bitch knows I'm almost having a panic attack from accidentally taking 2 blood pressure meds too close together, and is like, "Hey, night, bestie. I hope you make it." Oh, I mean, shit. Are you okay? Alabama anarchist, are you okay? I don't know. I had a drunk roommate once that, like, he was so messed up that the cops told me, like, they made me sign a waiver that if he had passed, that I would be held responsible because I was his roommate. And I was like, what? Why would I have to fucking do... Oh, shit. Thank you for the 40. Ashes to Ashes. Thank you for the kind $40 donation. We may not agree politically, but I wish your wife well. Sorry I missed that before. Hey, no, I appreciate that. That did not even register. Huh. Wonder why. Ashes, did you donate through YouTube or did you do that through that link I sent? Just curious. Because that means that I might have to figure out something in my OBS settings, because that's not supposed to happen. We're supposed to have a alert when you guys donate. Oh, fuck. I think I'll be all right. Just a little worried. Okay. Well, I hope you're okay. And also, I do. Don't beat up on your roommate too much. Like I was just saying, I left my friend in his like on the couch, making sure that he was laying on his side, and I put a trash can next to him and told him, if you fucking lay on your back and you kill yourself, I'm going to make sure. And accidentally do that, then it's just like, then I'm going to get very mad and haunt you. I'm gonna haunt you as a ghost. It's just like, wait a minute. But he's the one. No. Trust me. I will meet him spirit to spirit at that point and just be like, you did this to me. Pap, one thing I know about us, that you have a fucking conscience, and I've learned how to be a more supportive person from you, and the humor. Hey, I appreciate that. No, like I said, I know that I get it wrong sometimes, man. I do. You're getting full on sentimental. Oh, I don't do that. No, it got weird. It got weird. God damn it. Damn it, Natch. Nah, I'm kidding, bro. Thank you. Seriously, I always appreciate, like, the kind sentiments, and just in general, like, I love knowing, like, I hate the term influence because that means I'm an influencer. Ugh. But no, I like knowing what kind of influence I have. It's cool. For what little bit I do. Why is this not registering? Okay. Ashes to Ashes. Like, I just want to make sure that this went to the right place. Because, yeah, I'm not seeing it register through any of my stuff. Ah, son of a bitch. Thanks to Pep Law, I learned how to be. Hey, watch it. Watch it, you. All right, fuck it. I'll put it in manually. That phrasing. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's how you can tell I'm really tired. It's time. All right, so I'm officially in overtime. Let's smoke real quick, and then I'm going to head on out to bed. Because, yeah. It has been fun tonight. Also, look out for the, again, I will be on this space, panel show, next week. Holy shit. I just, had this weird thing where I was doing the promos from, yesterday. Oh, God. All right. Let's reset that one, shall we? Okay, so tomorrow's Friday. I stream at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Be there, and we will have some fun going into the weekend. I will not be able to stream this weekend, so it is going to be 2 days of no Pep, but hey, you know what? It just leaves you waiting for Monday, right? That's how that goes. Although for all of my members here, I do have a special surprise for you guys coming up this weekend, and also, so it'll be posted at the end of Sunday. I will have a special thing for all of my members. You guys will get to see some of my my Ren Fair coverage. I'm actually gonna do some content and all that stuff. Yay! It's gonna be fun. And then hopefully, God damn it! Hold on. Feel the same, Pep. You're good peoples, and you take folks in good faith. Usually, probably why I come down so ruthlessly on them when they come in to troll you. No, I appreciate that. No, and I appreciate you guys sticking up for me. There's one thing that I genuinely worry about is being misinterpreted in a way that literally gets me to be persona non grata. Because that's one thing that I'm gonna just say about leftist online spaces is, and this is just irrefutable, is the fact that they get clicky as shit, and some people get power trips, and they do this thing where their entire fucking being becomes making sure that this person on the left is no longer there. And this is not even destiny stuff. This is literally just they have a disagreement, or there's a bad take. I've seen it enough to literally tell you guys that this is something that I worry about. That's why I am self-conscious about it. That's why I even fucking talk about this shit, and that's why I push back so much against all of that bullshit. So I really do appreciate you guys standing up for me like that. That does mean a lot to me, even though you guys may not agree with me. Yeah, that's what I meant by not canceling you, but I came off too sassy. That's all right. No, I understood what you meant. And the thing is, I'm actually for once being uncharacteristically serious about this. Because this is something that I hope that people can reflect on, because that's something that does need to be reflected on. That's what I kind of brought that up during the this space thing, where I was just you do understand that constantly thumbing your nose at people, constantly telling people how they suck, constantly telling people how they don't get it without actually offering them a counter to it. Instead, you just offer them platitudes and a bad attitude, and you wonder why people don't respond well. That's not okay. And you know what? I don't like condescending people in general. I really don't. I don't care what the fuck you're talking about. You know how many times I've had a condescending asshole at a comic shop try to explain some shit to me, where I'm just yeah, nope, out of this conversation. That ain't happening. Hey, that rhymed. I'm a poet and didn't even know it. Snoogans. If you wanted, if you want to make it, you need a wiki feat. Whatever you just typed there, I have no idea what you are talking about. I need a Wikipedia, or what do you mean wiki feat? What? Wait, the declassified documents Trump just released tonight to prove the 2020 election was rigged actually show that Russia tried to interfere to hurt Biden and help Trump. That's dumb motherfucker. He didn't think anyone was actually gonna read it. Well, Rahi, well, you and Natch can duke that one out, because I know that he is not a Trump fan. I know his politics are definitely antithetical to yours, but, yeah. Forget I'm... Oh no, you haven't heard of it? Don't worry. Forget I mentioned it? I will. I have a feeling I think I might have just figured out what it is, and I'm not sure if I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. What is with you? Why is it with people with feet? Ugh. Why would you take the least fucking appealing part of your body and be like, yeah, you know what I'm obsessed with? The ugliest part of your of the body, the foot. I mean, dude, hands are beautiful. Just as an artist, hands, they're so like there's so much like function to hands. Feet are just, ugh. There's fucking big, bricky fucking hands with fucking short little fingers on. Ew. Fucking weird looking. Oh man. That's my hottest take of the night right there. Take it up with Tarantino. Ugh. Yeah, I'll take it up with Tarantino. Why would you fucking focus on Uma Thurman's feet when she didn't even have like even if you're trying to like pass off a pretty foot, it's like, yo, that ain't no pretty foot. Like, all due respect to my wife. She got, you know, she's been dealing with bunions for a while. Uma Thurman got them bunions, yo. Like, and I know that my wife would be the first one to tell you, like, oh, no, you're not fucking into bunions, are you? Although it was funny because there's one time that somebody even said, we're just like, oh, no, if you actually have fucked up feet, people like that. And you saw my wife kind of doing like the, really? My brother-in-law was in Afghanistan and asked his wife to send dirty pics. She sent a pic of her foot. Did it have dirt on it? Because that would have been kind of funny. Or it's like, yeah, it's a dirty pic. You want to hear a dirty joke? 3 white horses fell in the mud. If someone wants to produce, I mean, come on, dude. People are into everything, apparently. Whatever. People are into shit, and I just realized that it's just like, oh, I've spent a long time just being like, I'm not prude, but then I'm like, oh, I'm actually, I don't know, after I find out some shit, that, like some of this really weird shit that people are into, I'm like, I actually might be. It's like, what? Oh, God, dude, you could only get asked to swing so many times before you're just like, okay. Like, what? Why does this happen so often? Do you know how many times I've had like the moment where it's just like, hey, me and my wife caught you, you know? And it's just like, ugh. Yeah, I've had that. I've had the invite for, a throuple or a 3-way situation where I was just like, no thanks. What? No, thank you. No. And it was completely random. Didn't know these people. That was one of the most uncomfortable interactions I think I've ever had in my life. It's just like, thanks, but no thanks. No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Pep has not entered the world of... What? No, I haven't. No, I haven't, and I'm... No, why? No. Oh, God. I didn't even want to read that. Like, what now? I don't have the patience to be nice right now. Sorry. Dude, you're about to fucking... You're just like, you know what? Too bad you don't... Too bad you don't know how to listen. Bye. Okay, that's funny. Oh my God, I just realized what time it is. Let's see. I need to rush out. Nope. Still asleep. I'll be honest, that was the reason I was kind of like thinking, hey, I gotta go, because I thought I heard the wife upstairs. Wow, dude, you pissed off Natch. I mean, I've seen Natch pissed off at chatters before, but this guy really does seem like he's got, yeah, like Natch has his number. He's got the patience of Job. An Indian simping for Trump, fucking embarrassing. It is. No, it is actually, like, it's genuinely embarrassing. There's nothing worse than, like, being trapped here as an American and then having some shithead just be like, oh, you don't know how good you have it. Trump's doing a great job. It's like, where do you live? Across the world in a nation that is doing okay by, the, you know, the same metrics. I just don't, yeah. I don't get it. All right, so here's what's going to happen. I'm not going to go just yet. I'm trying to reach a goal here. So what I'm going to do, I got to pee. So no matter what, this is happening. Hey, got a lot smaller. The fuck? Okay. I'll be right back. Oh, much better. Oh, I forgot to stand back on. Also, I'm done with it. Oh. Excuse me. All right, settled back. Why can't I barely stand the wife? She was defending Orange Turd last week. Still. Fucking still. Damn, dude, how the hell, like... Mitch, what's up? So, like... Do you not like your wife? Like, or are you just joking? Because I don't know, man, like... Me and my wife, we have some disagreements every once in a while, but I actually, like, genuinely love my wife as, like, a person, and, like, she's, like, my best friend, and, you know, she's cool. Like I said, every once in a while we do have a difference of opinion or something that, and turn into a full-blown fight. Like, that's the thing, dude. Like, I'll just say it. Like, me, like, if you don't fight, like, Dan Soder had a good joke about this on his set, so I can't even, like, claim this, but he had a great point about how if you know a couple that never fights, they're full of shit. Like, they're either hiding some shit from you, or it's like, you just got to ask, where's that going? Where's all that going? Where's all that animosity? Where's all the fucking, like, just like the, fuck, she fucking left her toothbrush on the fucking sink again. God damn it. Like, she's just you know, or like the, my pet peeve is, like, when I just finished doing the dishes, and then she'll like eat a yogurt, and she'll just put the spoon in the sink and just leave it there. It's just like, what the fuck? It's just like, cool. I don't think I was just doing this. It's totally cool. It's totally fine. I got it. I'll rinse this for you. And put it in the spoon drawer in this dishwasher. I wish I knew she's the mother of my child. That's about it. I sleep in the living room. I sleep in the living room for years now. Why don't you guys just get divorced? Is it your kid? What's up with that? Or, like, have you guys, like, maybe thought about talking about, like, a soft separation or some shit? I mean, I don't know your situation, but dude, life's too short to be fucking miserable with somebody and not just be honest with each other. There, Pep said it. What, the kid? That's a horrible reason to stay together. Trust me, I'm literally coming at this. My parents divorced when I was 7, and I kind of wish they would have done it sooner. Because, like, dude, my parents, the more I grew up, the more I realized that I'm even lucky to be here. Because my parents, there was no reason for them to actually, like, get together. Like, they were like, dude, seriously, like, if you met my dad, and unfortunately, you will never meet my mother, but if you did, you would just be like, holy shit, how in the fuck did these two people even come together? Then you realize that AA is where they met, and you're like, okay, that tracks. My whole life is essentially the basis of a joke. Me and my sister kind of came to terms with that, and, like, I think that that's kind of what, it might have broken both of us, like, to the point where it was like, all right, well, I guess we have nothing else to do but just be funny, because our life is kind of a joke. I mean, our parents literally met in AA. I remember asking my dad about their first date. I was just like, did you bring your sponsors? He's like, that's not very funny. I'm like, I thought it was. I know what's gonna happen. You're right. Pep, what up, Rolo? Yeah, I mean, Mitch, are you sad about it? Like, or do you think that there'd be, like, this level of relief? Because, man, I don't know. It's not, like, if you're miserable, like, that level of happiness that you would be able to fucking feel is like, damn, dude. At least allow yourself that. Yay. Gatorade time. How long have I been streaming? 5 hour. Okay, like 8 hours. I just realized we did, what, 2 hours? So yeah, almost 8 hours. I was on this space on a panel show before I started the stream. We are in the time doesn't exist phase of the stream. Yeah, actually, we kind of are. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, wife's in bed. I'm not tired yet. That's the whole reason I am not going to bed. There's no point. Because I'll just sit there on my phone, doom scrolling, or watching YouTube with my headphones on. Just trying not to wake the wife. No. Dog's back here snoring. My baby. He's doing good. He apparently, like, the mass is getting to that point where they're saying that, like, it's big enough now to where they could probably just take it. So figuring that out, because money's a thing. Hey, where's Lito? Lito is upstairs laying on the couch with his brother. I don't know, he didn't come down here. I got the door open, just decided not to. It's actually a little weird, because he was like, yeah, he was being kind of obsessive, like, earlier. Huh. Didn't even think about it. Playing video games right now, scrolling and lurking. See, that's kind of, yeah, that's my whole thing. Like, I won't even be able to play a game, so I'm seriously hoping that Stan gets better. I'm in a really tough spot right now where his treatment might exceed my budget, and I just, yeah. I'm trying to do this thing where I'm like, he's 9 years old, you know, they told me he might have 11 years, but, yeah, fuck. I'm enjoying a very unemployed time in my life. I've done that. I have been right where you are, but also, that sucks. Heartbreaking. Yeah. Yeah, it is. She actually used to be able to think and not be about the mango guy. Thinks we will do anything to see him out of office, any means necessary. I'm the conspiracy theorist. What the fuck ever. Damn, dude. Yeah, it does not sound like you really like her that much. That sucks. But also, like, I mean, Mitch, I'm not sure how long you've been married, but you can take it and be like, hey, I mean, it's a success in itself if, like, yeah, you've put the work in, man. You guys got a kiddo, so, you know. My big thing is, don't fool yourself into thinking that you need to stay in the relationship for the kid. That's my biggest thing. 18 years? Yeah, that's a fucking success and a half. What are you talking about? Anything over a decade is a fucking success. You both got one life. Yeah. Yeah, that's also a fair point where it's like, dude, you got the one life. Like, if you're both miserable, you know, I'm pretty sure your kid would love to see the happy version of their parent. As long as, like, don't do what my parents did, because, like, I didn't get to see the happy version of my parents until they both got rid of their fucking anger at each other. Because, like, both of them were such assholes about each other, and, like, they did the thing that no parent should do, talking shit, fucking trying to make the, like, play the favorites game, because, you know, it's such bullshit that parents are like, oh, we don't play that game. I don't have a favorite kid. I don't, you know what? No, I want my kids to love me the same. Fuck you. If you got two kids, yeah, you got a favorite. Just admit it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you love them the same, but you don't love them the same. Trust me, they see it. But sure, keep fooling yourself. I've never been married, so, like, I don't know. Yeah, well, I have been married for a long time. 14 years. My parents know each other since school. It's both cute and weird. I mean, I've known my wife since high school, but, like, the thing is, we were friends first. We didn't go to high school together. And then, yeah, we just, started dating her, I think, her sophomore year of college. I think that's right. You're divorced. Hey, there you go. Why? How come people always say, like, I'm divorced, and like, in America, it really is just, like, seen as, like, this big old failure? instead of recognizing that you guys just saw, okay. Like, some of the coolest things I've ever seen are, like, the amicable divorces. What the fuck was that? Divorces. But, like, I have a friend. Actually, I'm not gonna go into it. I'm not gonna blow up the spot. But I have a friend who was he was married to someone that they seemed great together, and then sure enough, it was like I think it was like 3 or 4 years is what they spent together, where you just kind of they did the thing where they were like they weren't into each other in the relationship. He wasn't into her. He was already falling out of love with her, and she fell out of love with him, and she just said it. And when he actually, because at first I was like, dude, are you heartbroken over that? And initially he even said, he's like, yeah, dude, that wrecked me. But then I talked to him about a month later, and I was like, how you feeling about it? He's like, honestly, after some reflection and just realizing like everything, because they were still living together at this point, like separated. And he realized, he was like, dude, I'm so much happier. Like, he started dating again, and like just in general, I saw it happen like so quick too, where he just was like, he was happy. He was just such a happy dude. There's couples who are serious and never get married except the legal benefits. I don't know why you have to get married. You don't have to get married. And I know plenty of people that have long-term partnerships. The thing is, in America, it's incentivized through tax structure. So like in certain places, if you don't have common law, like in Illinois, we don't have common law. So if you don't know what common law is, that's where if you have a roommate, and it doesn't matter if you're, platonic or not, you guys live together long enough, they technically become not your spouse, but your next of kin, where you actually have the same legal protections as a married couple. So, there's benefits to it. There definitely are. The tax benefits are a big one. I'm not going to lie. Wait, we do in Illinois? We do? Wait, we got common law in Illinois? I didn't know that. I thought we didn't. I was told we didn't. We do? Well, I'll be fucked. You're telling me if I just live with my roommate for another 5 years, I could have actually had legal protections? Shit. 7 years? That's it? Damn, I thought it was 10. Oh, damn. Nah, I would have had fucking legal protections then. Damn. Oh, no, I was just short. No, it was about 5 years. Can't testify against your spouse. Kinda. They can't. I know that there are spousal protections. Like, there are protected conversations between a spouse. Like, yeah, no, we do have, like, laws that protect, like, privilege, like spousal privilege. So, yeah. I'm not sure if it's as blanket as that, though. Thank you, Koi's. I didn't know that. Fuck. I mean, not that it matters. So you're telling me. Technically, I didn't need to get me. Oh, don't tell my wife that. It was abolished in 1905. That's what I thought. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Because I remember looking that up with my roommate. Because we were debating it. Like, we were like debating going into our next apartment situation, because I was like, well, hold on, dude. I've lived with you for fucking, this long amount of time. Like, I remember, like, I think it was actually his uncle, who happens to be gay, that was telling us about, like, common law and all that stuff, and, like, the protections and... Yeah, it worked out. It worked out. It was actually kind of funny. In our second apartment, that's when I got, like, really serious with uni. So, all of a sudden, like, she was wrapping up college, and her dad, you could tell, like, he was trying to, like, kind of push her out of the house. Or he's just like, okay. You consider taking a toothbrush with you this time? Like that kind of thing. Pep, you still hogging the Gatorade? This is the last one. I am indeed hogging the Gatorade. I can't believe I did that. I thought she knew. I honestly did. I thought she knew that they were there the entire time. Because we ran out of fridge space upstairs, so I was just like, yeah, I can put these in my studio. So. That's the whole point of having an extra fridge. Actually, the whole point of having that fridge initially... Dude, I've had this fridge down here for a while. Because I used to, when I was painting miniatures, I would get a little peckish. And I remember going to I think it was Target, or it was like, it might have been Bed Bath & Beyond, the Triple B's. Haven't been there in forever, ever since they closed, obviously. But, yeah. Was that the Triple B's? Because, like, I remember we found it on, like, a super de-duper sale. Where I was just like, yeah. I'll take a fucking fridge for, $40. Showing up out of the fridge. That was hilarious. Yeah. The fucking NASCAR one, if you got the full context of that one, that was pretty funny. Because they were doing like a crossover, like, or not, it wasn't NASCAR, it was Indy. There it was, Indy cars. 10 out of 10, big thank you for showing me that. Fuck yeah, dude. You gotta thank me. I'm always happy to show people wrestling. Like, fucking... Professional wrestling is a thing that brings me stupid joy. I love having stupid joy. That's like, dude, that's the reason I still got this stuff. Like, anything that gives me that little moment of, oh, all right, cool. Those matter, because I get enough of the moments where I'm not feeling that, okay? Sometimes, I know you guys don't really see it here that much, that, yeah, Pep can feel a little bit down. Dude, if my therapist heard me say that like that, she'd just be like, what the fuck did you just say? Oh, I did it again, by the way. I totally made my my therapist burst out. Like, dude, she had a fucking, like, a guttural laugh today. That, oh, you want to talk about fucking high five? Like, there was I was walking out, and I even looked at, like, as I'm, like, saying goodbye, I'm just like, hey, by the way, that joke I made? A little pat on the back, and that made fucking chuckle even a little bit more. She was just like, all right. She's just telling me, like, this should never be the goal. Like, what? Like, you need to work on that. I'm like, and immediately I'm just like, oh, fuck. It's like I'm deflecting. God damn it. Patient notes. Way too funny. Dude, I would literally just be like, hey, no. She's actually like, she's an awesome fucking therapist, and she has told me, like, so many times, like, she calls, one of my favorite things that got me to, like, stay with her, was like my first or second, meeting with her, where I said something, and she just said, with all due respect, that's complete bullshit. I was just like, oh. That was pretty fucking cool, though. Like, having somebody call you on the carpet like that, and also, like, kind of breaking down, a big one was, like, the way that I constantly, like, knock myself down. I mean, I know I do it here, like, and I try to do it for the funnies, but I do have a problem with doing it in my real life, where, like, I actually, like, have, believe it or not, guys, Pep's been a little insecure at points, and also had some times where I'm just like, oh shit, like, I'm just a useless piece of shit. Nobody cares about me. I mean, Real Ranger knows what's up. Hey, all right, no, you've been there, and I know you think that about me. So hey. Hating Trump is cool, but how's life going? Oh shit, never mind. I read that wrong. I thought that you meant, like, I read that as hating Trump and something not cool. Hey, Real Ranger, you don't know what I mean. I'm sorry. I can tell from what I'm looking at. Oh. All right. My therapist did call me out on self-depreciation. Yeah, no, and that's a good therapist. That's a good therapist. Like anybody that can recognize where it's just like, yeah, you guys, especially if you are like using humor as a mask. Because that's what she told me. She's like, you're using your humor as a mask. You need to stop that. And like that was also part. That was part of the funny part where like I initially made her laugh, like during one session, and like. I even asked her, I'm just like, so do you think that I should stop trying to be funny? She's like, okay, here's the thing with you. She's like, you are very, and this is not me fucking trying to inflate my own ego at all. This was just something nice that she said about me, where she was like, you're very quick-witted, and sometimes I think that you go for the joke just out of instinct. And she even said, she's like, this is where I'm kind of trying to figure you out, where some of it's deflection, but again, the other part is instinct, which you can't. She's like, I would never take that away from you. She's like, that does, have that's a major part of your, personality. So, that was cool. Like, she also made me like value that a little bit, because all this time I thought I just got funny from trauma, where I was just like, oh yeah, just the right amount of trauma, a little bit of, exposure to some improv and some funny stuff and some comics. Yeah. Who's paying for this guy's therapist housing video games? Not him. Oh, you are very wrong, sir. Although my audience here does kind of help me out a little bit. What's up with Stan's pose? Oh, is his leg? His leg is hovering. It's weird. Why are you full? Whatever. He keeps looking at me like, don't judge me. 10 people. Yeah. Actually got 11. I got 3 over on Twitch. Almost to 2,000 on the night there, Pally. I think I did okay. How many you got? Let's see. The real Ranger. Let's see. Am I about to eat some fucking crow here? Because every once in a while I'll go and check a channel and I'll just be like, oh shit. Jesus Christ. 7 subscribers. You ain't no real Ranger. You fake Ranger. Bitch. I'm Strider. Respect me. The real I have reached level 20 as a ranger, you fucking dildo. Ranger, you're a dick. We get it. Try to chill. Yeah, that's not exactly, it's not really something that they're good at. I like how these fuckers think that they can break our spirit. Ain't nothing gonna break up my stride. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Fun. Like, dude, what are you doing? Oh, having fun. I'm literally fucking chilling with the stream full of people that enjoy my content. I make them laugh, Every once in a while, we might slip into something that's a little more deeper of a discussion, but that's what I'm doing. I don't know. Like, here's the thing. I don't think that you understand what joy is, or like what, interpersonal relationships are, or anything like that. Like, you're very lonely. Obviously, you're very angry at the world because you're very lonely. Like, dude, can't you find like a 24-hour IHOP to go fucking like antagonize a waitress or some shit? Ooh, hedonistic. Whoa, ooh, I'm a hedonist. Whoa, oh, he's getting lifted. Oh no. Actually, you can argue that I'm getting crossfaded tonight. Yo, don't wish that on the waitress. Goys, fair. We know she ain't getting a tip. That's a lot of fucking black coffee. That's like. He's just like, I remember when you could smoke in the IHOPs with my black coffee. I do, actually. I used to go do that. You know he's a shitty tipper. Oh, fuck, yeah. Yeah, this guy. Every time that they flip that screen, he's just like, and nope. I mean, I'll be honest, anytime that somebody flips a screen on me, I get a little angry, especially if it's like, if I'm picking up food, no. Absolutely fucking not. I'm not giving you a tip. Like, if I'm walking into the goddamn restaurant and I pay at the register and it flips that thing and it says fucking tip, no tip. You bring that food out to me? Okay. I'll give you a little tip. That's literally the big difference. Like, we got this coffee place here, man, that like they stand outside like all fucking day. They deserve a tip. You know? Not gonna lie. It's better than Starbucks, where it's just like when they flip that shit and it's like fucking tip. It's like, no. Even though, I don't know, you should actually, Starbucks, you should actually tip. Tips make no fucking sense to me. It's so owners don't actually have to pay living wages, and it's also, it keeps a level of competitive nature in the workplace, and it also creates a high turnover, which for them is actually good. Sometimes it bites them in the ass. You know, if it's a restaurant industry, like, fuck, dude, I can't tell you how many times I watch a greedy asshole just not even realize. It's like, dude, you fucked yourself here. We're talking like the beginning of Reservoir Dogs. Yeah, a little bit actually. No other job has that though. I mean, every job here does. Well, every job. Every service job kind of does. Like, we got Uber, we got Instacart, we got like any grocery delivery service at all. The ones that piss me off are the ones like, so like Target, right? We got like these people, like these kids that run out our shit, you know, like you do an online order. There's no way to tip them, which that's insane to me. Like, they are actually risking their lives by, I mean, I know it sounds stupid, but it's not true. Like, they're running through these parking lots, fucking putting groceries in people's cars, and you can't tip them? Like, that's one of the ones where I was like, well, no, that's not, and you can't. Like, I tried to give one of the kids some cash one time where I was just like, hey, man, thank you. And he was just like, I can't accept that, unfortunately. And he even says, like, they got it, they have a cam, I'd get in trouble. I'm like, yo, that's fucked. And he was just like, no, you physically can't. No. Yeah, that was wild. I was like, wow. You know, because, like, I've dabbled with the Instacart shit and, like, the gig stuff, and I'll tell you what, man. No, you literally make your entire living off tips, so. Okay, that's messed up? Yeah, it is. No, it is. Like, that shit's wild to me. And there's more and more businesses that do that shit, dude. Where it's like, wait, what? So they're making you do this. You don't get a pay increase. Like, because I found that out too. I'm like, oh, wait, you don't get any more for actually doing that? You make the same standard that you're like, your cashier and that's wild. That's very exploitative, and I'm not okay with it. Did Rangers stop having fun with us? I always do find it funny when somebody like tries to come in here and like really upset the fucking the flow stream, and they get all bent out of shape, where it's just like, how come this guy's not being more angry? You like watching classic kung fu movies? Fuck yeah, I do. Legend of the Drunken Master 2 with Jackie Chan is my favorite kung fu movie. And I'd say, actually, Ip Man, the first one. Ong Bak would be, Ong Bak is not kung fu, it's Thai boxing, or kickboxing, but yeah, no. I also like some of like the Crouching Tiger shit, like the Warrior. If you haven't seen The Warrior, it's such a good movie. Oh, yeah, I want to be able to do the one-handed switch push-ups that Jackie Chan. I used to be able to do that. I just couldn't do like the fucking knuckle push-up thing that he did. But yeah, I was a skinny little fucker, so I was able to do that for a while. I've had multiple customers force me to accept a tip. Yeah, all right, one of the sweetest ones I ever had, and like I was kind of upset about it. So I worked a job where I couldn't take a tip. And this little old lady, she was just so adamant that I took this $20 bill, to the point where she was just like, I'm going to have to leave this here. I hope nobody else grabs it because you deserve it the most. And I was just like, okay. And I'm like, if she actually turns around and like starts leaving, then I'll grab it. And it was funny because like she walks out, I grab it, and then like I see her through the window and she goes like tap tap. She's like it felt good. She was so nice. She was so nice, man. That lady, like she's like that little bit of kindness right there. Like that was years ago. And I'll just tell you right now, that shit sticks with you. Especially when you're having a bad day. Oh my god. Nothing saves a bad day like a good customer, you know? Every once in a while, I would have that. Save big money at Menards. Yeah, that's our hardware store. Vampire Gracie. Random, but also, it's actually funny. I'm going to Menards tomorrow. I have to go to a Menards to go get cheaper Ren Fair tickets. It's just a thing here. It's so weird. Fucking Ren Fair is just like, yeah, you want $8 off your tickets? Go to the hardware store. It's like, okay. The random troll showing up is just cute. I don't think that Vampire Gracie is necessarily trolling as much as... Oh, are you talking about Doug? You fully support Trump? Good for you! That's very odd. The fact that you do it with your full throat when you don't need to. He has such a tiny dick, dude. You don't need to use your throat. I think that you can make little kissy noises and you do the job. Just, there you go. I just came so hard. Thank you. Doug, he's got beautiful lips. He did the little kissy pout, and then all of a sudden, I came all over. Disgusting. Show us your food stamp card. Joke's on you. Pep, stop. He's on. Would it be a bad idea to get him a Nards tattoo? I don't know. Is it your Nards that you're trying to make the joke about? I don't know. Like, what are you getting? Fucking 2 testicles and a wrench? Yeah, it's my Menards tattoo. Actually, that'd be kind of funny. Just to pluck an eye out. I'll practice picking up pennies as fast as you can. Don't wake up your parents. What is with everybody thinking that it's just like, oh, it's the ultimate insult. This guy's in his parents' basement. Even if I was, I'd just be like, okay. I pay taxes, bitch. Ugh, unfortunately. I live in a pretty high property tax state. But yes. You wouldn't know what that means, though. See, now I can do this, or it's just like, dude. I don't make fun of your fucking cardboard box, bro. I mean, listen. You do you. I feel I'm a housing advocate, so I'm trying to get you a better situation, but unfortunately, you know, I saw somebody take the good Home Depot box, though. You might be able to go negotiate with them. Don't be a stranger. It's a fucking Ford Ranger. What do I do? Wouldn't it piss you off if I just made all my money doing this? After stream Pep gets extra spicy. I love it. I do kind of get that moment of just like, I don't care. Like, I just don't care. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you where I work. I'm a public figure, you dumb fuck. So, you're not proving shit, dude. Like, I put in the work, man. I'm just doing after hours. Fuck, I did fucking almost 8 hours of streaming today on top of my job. I don't know. Claiming that I, like I don't even get it. Or it's just like, I think it's cool. I got 10 people. Yeah, I got 10 people watching me. It's fucking dope as shit. I got 10 people watching me. I made $80 today. You know? Helps me pay my, pay down my medical debt. Well, my wife's medical debt, which is my medical debt. Oh, I also got 5 people over on Twitch. Hey, cheers. So I live in Colorado. We have no Menards here, but every time I'm in a state that has one, I always take a picture of myself in front of it. So far, I have 8 different Menards. That's actually funny. I do that in front of Ponderosas. I'm not kidding. I actually have a few pictures of me outside of a Ponderosa just going, Ponderosa! I don't know why. But I guess I don't know. Ponderosa was such a good restaurant. Is he like getting roasted? It must be a kink. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All right. We did the clean 6. Woo! High five. All right. They don't even know because that's not like here's a little tip. When you have a streamer, even an up and coming streamer, as I like to call myself, but realistically, they're not going to tell you what they do for work. You like maybe the industry. With my industry, you can literally whittle it down pretty easily. That's why I'm like, no. I have a responsibility to make sure that I do not dox my fucking place of work. That is actually something that is important. And it's important to me to maintain my life and fucking make sure that I do not have any complications with any of that shit. So. Take it or leave it, real. I don't give a fuck. Hello, Chuds. What's up, Ravy? How's it going? It looks like his childhood bedroom, I would bet. Yes, that's very, very much my childhood bedroom. Ranger roasting, getting shit talked. It's his cake. I mean, realistically, he's not doing a great job. Save big money at Menards.
At Vampire Gracie $5. Save big money at Menards.
All right, I love it. I'm glad that. Oh God, that is one of the funniest fucking super chats I've gotten tonight. Thank you for the kind $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Getting us ever closer to our nightly goal, and look at that. Ending the stream, not too far off. Got tomorrow. Oh, well, yeah, I got tomorrow to go. Pep lives at the corner of Fuck Off Road in the city of Go Screw Yourself. Thanks, DJX. I appreciate that, man. I really do appreciate the $5 donation. That is great. Seriously, Pep and roast mode is brutal. I'm not getting roasted. Is that his childhood bedroom or not? This guy's all fucking mad. He's just like, Is it? Does he actually live with his parents? Does this guy actually own his own home? How? How does this guy own his own home when he has little stupid plushies and he has games and comic books and he enjoys things? People who enjoy things don't have homes. No, I just enjoy showing how wrong you are. It's kind of fun. Hey, listen, I know my securities. If my audience here knows I'm very also honest about my situation. So, Tire Pep gives 0 fucks, so the roasts get proper. Oh yeah. I mean, Real Ranger. This guy is, like I said, he's awfully presumptuous about himself. Oh, God. Ooh, there it is. My biggest question to you, dude, is why the fuck do you care? You found my stream randomly. Okay. You probably saw the tag or the thumbnail, and you were just like, this guy doesn't like Trump. He makes fun of Trump. I'm gonna go make fun of him because he sucks. I don't like it when people make fun of Trump. He makes me mad. Make fun of my daddy. Well, so you came here, and you're just like, this guy, he is immature, and he probably lives with his parents. It's also presumptuous to think that my parents, like after all these, like, I'm not sure how long you've been here, but I've gone pretty, like, in depth on my, parents' divorce and just my mom's death and just overall, wife's cancer. I can't put those things together, so I have to sit here literally spoon-feeding you like the little baby you are. Whoa, here comes the airplane. Open up, Real Ranger. Oh, you need to be spoon-fed again. Well, I'll make sure that Trump gets it for you and the Republican Party can do it for you. Oh, God, the perpetual victim? Yes, that's a... You telling on yourself there, bro. I love how they can never imagine that you have your own house. The hair stuff also can... Yeah, that's... I've had a lot of those ones today. Yeah, like the you have long hair. It's like, huh? Okay. No, and I haven't gotten... Although it's not too late. It's not too late. You can hit me on the pink sweater. Come on. Come on. You know you want to. This guy's gay. He wears pink. He's a pink koozie. Gay. Oh my God. The idea that I'm having, like, dude, I have a feeling that you're like a dude in his 50s, if not 60s. And you're just like, you're sitting there alone in your smelly bed. You probably got some bed bugs. You definitely got some fucking skid marks on those sheets. And you're just sitting there fucking, I don't like this lefty person. He sucks. I don't like him. So you take your poopy fingers and you're fucking swiping it on your fucking phone, just sitting there typing, leaving little brown fucking marks. Learn how to wipe. Gross. Ranger prick. Mitch, that was fire. Ranger prick. For anybody that doesn't understand what that joke is, we used to have a nature magazine for kids called Ranger Rick. It was like a little raccoon that wore like a little ranger hat, and you would order yourself a Ranger Rick. That was hilarious. Unkempt? Oh, talk about unkempt. See this? Look at this. See this? Okay. Well, to be fair, not well brushed. Well conditioned, though. Begging from strangers? Ah, yes. Guys, I need you to spend money on my channel, otherwise I can't do this! Which is true. So, I don't know. Maybe he's right. Hey, I'm about to do the beggy thing. If you guys, if you haven't already subscribed, it is now's the time to do so because it's 1 a.m. I want to go to bed. You think he has metal testicles on his Ranger? You think he has truck nuts? I don't think so. Maybe. Say the line. Say the line. We've almost got a bingo. Come on, say the line. Yep, say it. Say it. Say it. Come on, Ranger. We're waiting. We're waiting for you. We want bingo. Like, we've been playing troll bingo. Fortunately for some of y'all, I know that this guy came in here thinking that he got him. Is that all you got? Aw, dude, I nailed this, except for the 50. They're in their 70s. This is even sadder, because this definitely reeks of lead. Like, I could smell the lead paint over here. Jesus. Can you tell us about the days of unleaded gasoline? Sure seems like you can. The thing is, we're here having fun, and he's probably pissed and shitting. he's just taking a dump, and he's just like, I'm taking an angry poop. Blake Domina. Dude, I love the Darth Maul. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I also enjoy Darth Maul. That's my guy. Totally got screwed over by the Emperor. Blake, if you are enjoying the vibe here, I do politics. I'm a leftist, but I also have a very chill time and a very chill stream. So why don't you hang out, hit that subscribe button, and come and hang out with us again. Because you know what? I really appreciate the compliment, but you don't have to. You don't gotta do what I'm telling you to do. Because I'm not your fucking parent. I'm just a guy on YouTube that wants to recommend some fun content. You might like it, you might not. Because he's not saving money at Menards. That is why, you know what? You're right. He didn't get his $22 rebate on his dildo, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did you at least get the lube with it? I mean, man, I thought that we told you that you needed to use the lube because honestly, you were gonna get clogged up, and here you are. Now we gotta take you to the ER. It's gonna be awkward. Short but great timing. Thanks. Do you have any Star Wars top cards? No, I sold all mine actually. I used to. No, it's not. I talked about his therapist. Yeah, I talk about my. Yeah, what's wrong with that? I talk about my therapist. I talk about my therapy. I literally go to therapy. I'm an enlightened person. Yeah, dude, I've gone through some pretty heavy trauma. That's what people that actually like handle their business and actually like handle their trauma do. I know that like you never figured it out, like, but I'm just gonna lay this out for you. This is what healthy people do. And this is why you are on a stream at 1:17 a.m. Central Time. Fucking trying to be all meanie bo beanie. Because you got nothing. You literally got nothing. You have nothing that makes you happy in life. Like, if this is what makes you happy in life, like, Jesus Christ. Like, what victim points? Where have I even cried victim here, dude? I'm literally just fucking being like, no, I'm pointing out how pathetic you are. Like, you really are pretty fucking pathetic. But it's okay. Therapy is incredible. Only friendless losers would shame someone for it. Yep. Oh, yeah, trust me. He ain't got no friends. He ain't got no family. He ain't got no job. And he ain't got shit to do. But he ain't even gonna smoke and chill out because we all know that he doesn't know how to do that. You went through so much trauma. What, just in the last 5 minutes? Because you don't know how to shut the fuck up? Bro, I told you to get the ones with the bigger base than the body. What's wrong with you? I lost it. He had that awkward moment where he both heard and felt his ass go gloop. And then he had really wide eyes going, uh-oh. All the nurses laughed at you. Your x-rays were definitely the hit of the night. I hope you enjoy yourself. The question is, did they give it back? Then you should be more understanding. Ranger, you could have chilled out, but instead you had to go and say bullshit. Yep. You have Funko Pops? Yes. Oh, come on. Look at me. Look at me. Look at this room. You think that I don't fucking have a few like, here's the thing about Funkos. I never really did like collections of them. I would only buy the ones that I like, so. But there's quite a few that I like. You know, Spider-Man. Spider-Man's pretty cute. You guys are mad at me, but I remember. Just remember the people paying this 4-year-old teenager. Oh shit, he actually got one. I'll give you that one. You have any Pokemon cards that you can show us? Why do you ask? Very specific. I don't know why you're asking. I rip some Pokemon packs every once in a while if I can find any. I'm not going out of my way to buy Pokemon, though. It's always nice to do an occasional pack rip, though. Ranger, you're literally entertainment for us right now. It's free. Maybe you should hang out for a bit and understand a little bit more. I once heard a story from an emergency operator about the record amount of Barbie someone could shove up their ass. Wait, who do you think is paying for them? Oh yeah, Pep got any good cards? Yeah, no, I mean, I got one yesterday. Got a Donzo. Yeah, you missed the Pokemon portion of the live stream. That you did. That you did. Unfortunate for you. That's right. 40-year-old teenager rips packs. I mean, when you're just objectively right, I guess you're objectively right. Look at this fucking mentally stunted asshole over here. This guy likes things. Saddest part is, I know 60-year-olds that have rooms that look like mine. Just because, you know, they have passion for stuff. It's kind of funny when, like, somebody like this, they still do the thing, like, nerd. It's like, uh-huh. Has there been a MTG Pokemon collab yet? No, and if there ever is, you know that's going to set the world ablaze. Sadly, chances are I won't be there for full streams as much. I know. It's okay. I mean, I'm glad that you've been able to catch what you have been able to. I'm definitely going to miss you with all that stuff, but... anytime that you can tune in, you know, that's all that matters. I'm glad you check in. Being a nerd is fine if you're... okay. It's literally talking to a caretaker, but I see. Hobbies and personality, that's far too intimidating for old truck nuts. Shit. Truck nuts. Alright, now you guys are making me fucking laugh. Jesus. Alright, that is hilarious. So what's happening here is I'm going to call it in 3 minutes, not even. About 2 minutes. We're going to start wrapping up here. Alright, truck nuts. We've had your fun. Or we've had our fun with you, and you've had your fun. I mean, hey, you had one good zinger in there. I'll give you that. You need a professional call to Australia. Bernard sells loops, by the way. I know! Yeah, you know, like for your lawnmower. Can you imagine going to a hardware? It's like, we need lube, and your partner comes back from a hardware store. They got a fucking, you know, what is it, like a 50/40 or whatever? And you're just like, what is that? It's like lube. It says lube. Like, no. Shit. All right, folks. Now's the time. I cannot Midwestern goodbye anymore. I swore I wasn't gonna do it either. But oh my god, why does this always happen? Like, okay, so when I'm not it's the same thing that used to happen in school. I'm not like when I'm not looking at the clock, minute goes by like that. Literally, just like, what the fuck? Where'd that minute go? But as I'm literally counting it down, I'm just like, and this is the longest minute of my fucking life. Jesus. All right. Fucking hey. Mostly grateful for Ranger. We got kind of serious earlier. Yeah, we did. It's all right. This is the best stream I've ever been part of. Well, fucking Vampire Gracie, thank you for the kind words, and also thank you for subscribing. I assume. And if you haven't double tapped the screen to hit the like button, do so on your way out. Because now is the way out. That's what's happening. We're going to celebrate the 420, and then I got to go. I know that, like, technically your time zone thing is different. I'm talking about, and I've been on for 6 hours and 20 minutes, and technically 8 hours, 20 minutes. Who gives a shit? Let's fucking just rip one, and then I got to go. That's code for 2 more hours. 2 more hours would put me at fucking like 3 a.m. I am not doing that. I am tired now. So, all right, folks. Really appreciate you hanging out tonight. Thank you for checking out This Space. Natch, go watch the the VOD and let me know what you think. And yeah, just be kind. Be kind. Rewind. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.